Hey guys, I have a story to tell. You probably won't believe me, and frankly, I'm done trying to convince people. It was about 3 weeks ago. I was on Google, looking for some, funny sites to look at. I found my way to an image board. Everyone on the board spoke in extremely cryptic nonsense. They said things like, "Hi, I saw them tonight. Holding's hand, we are up in high, 999-24028, the king come down." That was one phrase that was used repeatedly, the king come down. At first I thought it was spam because of the number strings that preceded it, but its use was way too frequent and erratic to be spam. There would be typos, and the numbers didn't appear to be random. I decided, fuck it, I'll see what's going on with this site. I posted in what appeared to be a random board, much like B, as there was no discernible theme amongst the images and posts. I said, "Hello, I'm new, and was looking to start a funny thread." I then asked them to post their funniest pictures. That was the first time it started. I remember the first reply very clearly. It said, "Good to see. You join the help. Help." From there, things got strange. I was told to ignore the grafts. I assumed this was some sort of in-joke. From there, they began to speak like crazy people, posting seemingly random numbers and letters, characters from many languages. A few seemed Russian and Middle Eastern, as well as possibly Chinese and Korean letters. I had no idea what was going on. Then I saw the phrase again. Numbers, followed by, "the king come down." Following that, my power cut off. It was a complete blackout and it freaked me out. I checked the fuses and the switches had just flipped. Flicking them back up, the power went back on. When I returned to my PC, there was an image on the screen of a young boy. He was Caucasian, no older than 10. I sat down, creeped out, but feeling curious. The boy smiled and appeared to speak, but I couldn't hear anything. My speakers were on, so I turned up the volume. I could only just barely hear what he was saying. It was a hushed whisper. I turned the volume up full, and it was still only a faint whisper. His lips moved slowly. I pushed my head closer to try and figure out what he said. Then he shouted loudly, a booming and terrifying voice screaming at me like a demonic god. The image had changed. The boy was crying, his eyes bleeding heavily as white arms tore the skin from his face. The power cut out again. Again, it was the fuses. When I got my power back, everything was normal. My PC booted up normally, and nothing creepy happened. And I started receiving the emails. They were extremely cryptic and filled with random numbers, much like the image board posts. I got an email that was in regular English, too. It just said this: "Just pass it on. Just fucking pass it on." I didn't know what it meant. I got up to get a drink, and froze in fear. From my ceiling hung a man, his body swinging gently. On my wall, written in dry blood, were the words, "The king come down." I blinked, and the sight was gone. For weeks, this continued. I went back to the image board. I was sure I was going out of my mind. I was just about ready to commit myself to a fucking asylum. I read a post in coherent English that said something like, "Pass on the king. Pass on the king." The thread forward before I could even get to it. I went to make a new thread, and when I began typing, the words in my mind were not what appeared in the box. My fingers typed words by their own volition. I typed two things: HGHSUTHS and 4918484, the king come down. Then somehow I realized I was passing it on. The crazy hallucinations stopped. I learned how to be safe. I'm sorry. HAKKSITMS 94 449-19174. The King Come Down.
I live in the UK. A colleague at work heard this from her boyfriend. He works with someone who said that his sister's friend got the last tube home a couple of weeks ago, and when she got on, there were 5 rows of empty seats, but the last row had 3 people sitting in it. As she was a little shy, she went and sat opposite them. She settled down and looked up to see the woman sitting opposite from her staring right at her. So she got out her book and started to read, but every time she looked up, the woman was still staring. The train pulled into the next station and a man got on. He looked up and down the carriage, took a look at her and the people in the opposite seats, then came and sat next to her. As the train left the station, the man leaned back and said quietly in her ear, "If you know what's good for you, you'll get off at the next station with me." She was scared, but thought that the best idea would be to get off at the next station as he asked, as there might be people around. The next stop comes up, and she leaves the train with this man. The man says, "Thank God, I didn't mean to scare you, but I had to get you off that train. I'm a doctor, and the woman sitting opposite to you was dead, and the 2 men that were either side of her were propping her up." According to the guy who told this story, the girl and the doctor called the police, who stopped the train at the next station.
It's been 6 weeks since my first sighting of the wicked old hag. I woke up in the middle of the night and want to roll over, but my entire body was paralyzed. I lay there, scared and helpless, contemplating my predicament when I became aware of a presence in the room with me, a presence that I can only describe as pure evil. I caught sight of a withered old woman at the foot of my bed. Her tall, hunched frame was draped in a long dirty gown, and wisps of filthy white hair hung from a balding scalp. I channeled all my energy into a desperate attempt to move, but my efforts were in vain. It felt as though I was being pinned to the bed by an invisible force. I tried to scream out for help, but my words came out as jumbled whispers. I could feel her claw-like hands on my legs and my arms as she crawled her way up my rigid body. A crooked smile revealed rotten teeth, and her bloodshot eyes were callous and calculating as she stared directly at me. Suddenly, I bolted upright in bed. I could move again, and the room around me was empty. It was just a bad dream, I concluded. I took a few minutes to catch my breath, and settled back to sleep. A couple of weeks later, I met an old friend for a drink, and a point in our conversation reminded me of my dream. "I had a scary case of sleep paralysis a couple of weeks ago," I told him. "Really? Did you see the old hag?" my friend replied. An icy chill ran through my body. I hadn't told anyone about the dream. There was no way he could have known what I'd seen. "How the hell did you know that?" I asked with disbelief, my voice quivering. "I read about it some time ago," he explained, startled by my reaction. "The phenomenon known as old hag syndrome, where sufferers of sleep paralysis are visited by an entity, often in the form of an old hag." "You're bullshitting me," I said incredulously. He convinced me to look it up, and so, when I returned home, I typed the keywords old hag and sleep paralysis into Google. It returned pages full of results, some of which told of ancient folklore spanning around different cultures. Others told of personal experiences, like my own. To some, the entity took the form of an old lady or a witch. To others, she looked more like a demon, but they all described the presence of something overwhelmingly evil. Most chilling of all were the accounts in which the hag tortured and molested her victims as they lay paralyzed and helpless. I turned off the computer and tried to put it out of my mind. An eerie mood lingered in the room, and I had a bad feeling that unless I could get her out of my mind, she was sure to pay me another visit. That night I was woken by a piercing cackle, and I lay paralyzed as that tall and stooped figure emerged at the foot of my bed. She crawled under the covers and up my body before sitting on my chest and peering down at me. She ran her slimy tongue over her chapped lips and made slurping sounds. What transpired after that, I cannot bring myself to talk about. I've spent subsequent days browsing forums for answers for a way out. I'm neither religious nor superstitious, and I don't believe anything considered supernatural, but scientific resources offer no rational explanation for what I've been experiencing, just speculation and skepticism. In some cultures, it is believed to be a demonic curse. The entity is brought to life through the power of suggestion. Most victims recall some kind of trigger that worked its way into their subconscious, such as a painting or a friend sharing their personal experiences. I've been telling myself, don't think of the old hag, but as we all know, the harder you try not to think of something, the more that thought persists. The visions grow more vivid and traumatizing the more I think of her. Some nights, she violates me in unspeakable ways, and I wake up with bruises, scratches, and bite marks over my body. Other nights I hear her ragged breathing in my ear, find her lying next to me, grinning. But I think I've learned a way to be rid of these visions once and for all. I have to plant the thought into the mind of someone else and distract the old hag with a fresh victim. As selfish and cruel as I am, to pass this curse on to someone else, I just can't bear it anymore. Dear reader, whoever you are, please forgive me. During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for very long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island, but there are fragments in the attic of my brain which belong to the various homes we had lived in when I was much younger. Most of these memories are unclear and pointless, chasing after another boy in the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on the creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there is one set of memories which remains as clear as glass, as though they were just made yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced that spring, but in my heart, I know they are real. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine, population 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute to my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, attended by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleosis, which meant no rough play, and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania. Most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and those served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of this small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth, because his mouth was large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest. "You look kinda like a Furby," I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look.
"Furby? What's a Furby?"
he asked. I shrugged. "You know, the toy. The little robot with the big ears. You can pet and feed them, almost like a real pet."
"Oh,
Mr. Widemouth resumed his activity.
you don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend."
I remember Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped by to check in on me,
"I lay under your bed,"
he later explained.
"I don't want your parents to see me, because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore."
We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contained. The third or fourth morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face.
I have a new game we can play,
He said.
We have to wait until after your mother comes to check on you, because she can't see us play it. It's a secret game.
After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand.
We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway,
He said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission, but Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He then beckoned me to look out at the ground below. We were on the second story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from this angle the drop was further than 2 stories due to the incline.
I like to play pretend up here.
Mr. Widemouth explained.
I pretend that there's a big, soft trampoline below this window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try.
I was a 5-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. It's a long drop, I said.
But that's all a part of the fun. It wouldn't be fun if it was only a short drop. If it were that way, you may as well just bounce on a real trampoline.
I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through thin air, only to bounce back to the window on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed. Maybe some other time, I said. I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt. Mr. Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment.
If you say so,
He said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived holding a small box.
I want to teach you how to juggle,
He said.
Here's some things you can use to practice before I start giving you lessons.
I looked in the box, and it was full of knives. My parents will kill me, I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room, objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. I'll be spanked and grounded for a year. Mr. Widemouth frowned.
It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it.
I pushed the box away. I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw in the air. Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke me up at night, saying he'd put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mother came to me one morning and told me I had her permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined in my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning for the feeling of sun on my face. Mr. Widemouth was waiting for me.
I have something I want you to see,
He said. I must have given him a weird look because he then said,
It's safe, I promise.
I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail which ran through the woods behind the house.
This is an important path,
He explained.
I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path, to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day, I hope to take you there.
I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of our things had been packed into a moving truck. I would be in the cab of that truck sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving, but even at 5 years old I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a 6-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man who was about to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 days sitting still.
Early enough for you?
He asked. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder.
This is the last move, son, I promise. I know it's hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make friends.
I opened my eyes as we backed into the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn onto the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to New Vineyard. The piece of land our house stood upon was empty, except for the foundation, as the house burned down a few years after my family left. Out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Widemouth had shown me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me. But I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many of the tombstones belonged to children. Leon Czolgosz, the assassin of William McKinley, the 25th President of the United States, was electrocuted for his crime on October 29, 1901, at Auburn Prison in Auburn, New York. Among the personal effects found in his cell was a U.S. quarter stamped with the date 2218. The face and profile on said quarter was not George Washington, but rather a face which has yet to be identified. The native villagers around these parts say that there's a stretch of tundra just north of here that is occupied by benevolent spirits. These spirits grant insight and warning to whoever visits them at night, once the sun has disappeared entirely and left the world in just darkness. I drove out to the middle of the frozen expanse of ice and waited, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever commanded these people's reverence. They send their children out, bundled in furs, to keep from freezing on the eve of their 15th birthday to seek an audience with these spirits. Once they have achieved this, the children run home to their parents to share the news. From then on, those children are considered adults in the village. Engaged couples visit this tundra on the night before their wedding. The entire village stays up all night awaiting their return, as it is upon their return that the couple either decides to proceed with their marriage or to abandon it. The elderly visit this tundra whenever they are sick or ailing, and often make their condition worse by staying all night in the cold. When they return, however, it is most often with an air of sheer serenity. So I waited, curious to see what phenomenon might inspire people so powerfully. I waited for hours, bundled in my parka and sitting on the hood of my pickup. I waited until I felt that I was going to freeze to death, even in my thick clothing. I heard this spirit before I saw it. A crunching of snow and the silence made me jump off my truck and spin around. A hunched, gray-skinned man stood a few meters away. Sad, yellowed eyes stared back at me, set inside a skull from which sprouted only a few greasy hairs. He breathed heavily, with a rattle that shook his fragile ribcage, and one of his arms looked as if it had been messily broken and then neglected, allowing it to knit back together imperfectly. Badly scarred flesh marred his splayed legs. The man stared at me for perhaps 10 seconds, breathing in the frigid air and exhaling a sickly dribble of steam, before disappearing when I blinked my eyes. I spun around, looking for the man, but he was truly gone. Approaching where he had stood, I found a pair of bloody footprints in the snow. Frantic with fear, I got into my pickup and headed back for the village as fast as the ice would allow. A few villagers were waiting for me when I arrived. knowing that I had gone out and curious as to what might happen. I hastily got out of my truck and, approaching the nearest villager, I demanded, "What is so benevolent about these spirits? What is so insightful? How do these spirits help you?" "What did you see?" he asked, the look on his face now mirroring the fear in mine. "I saw a man, horribly disfigured and desperately sick," I screamed into his face, and the rest of the villagers around us backed away a step. "Why? What does that mean?" I begged him. "The spirits show only one thing," the man explained. "They show their visitors a year into the future." Everyone has a fear, right? A fear of the dark is common. The fear of the dark is definitely a chilling feeling. No noises, nothing seen. You can reach out to feel what is inside the darkness, but nothing is felt. You can't see what the darkness holds. That's why people fear it. What if there is a being that lurks in the darkness? Not the shadows where it is partially seen, not in the moonlight at night, in pure, black darkness. The type where you cannot see your own quivering hand in front of your face. Who sleeps in darkness? We all do. Even if it is partial, everyone sleeps in the shadows. What's in your closet though? Pure darkness. Cold, unforgiving darkness. What if the being, thing, refuses to go out into the light? Maybe it sits in the darkness, waiting, watching. Are all your lights on? Turn around, check. What about under your bed? Are there lights under there? How about in your bathroom, or yet again, your closet? Where are the lights? Let the light in, and it might be gone. If you sleep in complete darkness, however, it will wait. Reach your hand out into the darkness. Was that just your furniture you touched? Or something else? That wasn't a breath of a creature you heard. It was just the wind, wasn't it? Everyone fears the dark. Or rather, whatever is lurking within it. Working as a director has been my lifelong dream. As a child, watching movies was my favorite pastime. I would try to imitate my favorite directors by filming movies of my own. For my 13th birthday, I asked for a video camera. I remember feeling like an actual director as I carried my camera around and filmed whatever I could find. Filming wasn't just an activity for me. It was my passion. In film school, I was learning the practices of successful directors. I was to watch as many films as I could. I survived on a steady diet of Coppola, Hitchcock, and Lynch. I'd seen all the classics. I watched and rewatched them. I studied and took notes. There wasn't anything left to watch after a while. I resorted to short films, independent projects. I would browse the internet for hours, searching for my next one. Sometimes the task became grueling. Each storyline was different, but all of them felt like the same movie. I wanted something fresh, something new. It was in this moment of desperation that I stumbled upon a video on YouTube. Except it wasn't like the other ones. It struck my attention because the video didn't have any views. Perhaps because it was titled only with the number 1, and the thumbnail was just an image of a young woman sitting down on a couch. After hours of idle searching, my interest was piqued. As the thumbnail suggested, the video showed a woman sitting on a couch. Her body was facing forward, but her face was turned towards what appeared to be a television. She was in a living room. Occasionally she would pick up the remote from her side and change the channel. The video was shot in such a way that it appeared the camera was fixed on her, even as she moved. It was an unconventional method of filming, and I hadn't seen it used often, so I was already gripped. I glanced at the time indicator. The length of the video was 5 minutes, yet 3 minutes into the video, nothing of importance had seemingly happened. I skipped to the near end, and the woman remained sitting on the couch. Puzzled yet intrigued, I continued to the next video, titled 2. In this video, a woman cut up vegetables on a counter in what appeared to be a kitchen. After she was finished, she transferred the vegetables from the cutting board into a bowl and then began adding various seasonings. It continued on for 5 minutes, just as the last video, as she ambled around the kitchen. I proceeded to the next video, titled 3, in which she appeared again vacuuming the carpets of the living room. I didn't plan to watch each 5-minute video, so I looked at the user's channel to see how many videos had been posted. My jaw dropped when I reached the end of the page, listing the videos uploaded. 50 videos had been filmed, each apparently consisting of 5 minutes of everyday household chores. Despite feeling overwhelmed, I continued watching. I couldn't just leave this discovery behind. My curiosity was aroused. Each video was practically the same, consisting of the same woman carrying out everyday tasks. I made my way through each one. I didn't watch them fully, and skipped to the next one before I became bored. It wasn't until I was towards the end of the series I noticed the videos started to take a different, somewhat darker direction. In this particular video, the woman was lying in bed. It was dark, but I could see that her eyes were closed, and she didn't appear to know she was being filmed. The camera was positioned above her, filming her as she tossed and turned relentlessly. A feeling of unease came over me as I watched. I was unsettled, yet also filled with a morbid curiosity. The videos appeared to become more and more intrusive. I watched her leaning against the wall in what appeared to be the living room again. There was something different about her in this video. Her body appeared gaunt, as if she hadn't been eating, and her face was a sickly shade of pale, as if she were ill. Her eyes were wide with worry and her forehead was wrinkled in frustration. She frequently looked around the room, darting her eyes from left to right as if she were afraid someone was going to sneak up on her. Holding a phone to her ear, she spoke in a muffled voice. She spoke in a fast and rushed tone, occasionally stopping to catch her breath. I couldn't comprehend what she was saying, but I could make out the words, "watching me," and "what if something happens to the baby," and "please help me." Towards the end of the call, her eyes filled up with tears and she began to cry, only stopping to gasp for breath in between sobs. In the next video, I watched as she frantically rummaged through her room. She looked under the bed, opened each drawer, and even removed the picture frames from the walls. When her search proved fruitless, she walked over to the bookshelf. Standing in front of the bookshelf, her body was facing the camera, and she was seemingly closer to it than she had been in all the previous videos. She began removing books and tossing each one to the floor. It was then that I was able to see her face clearly. I suddenly recalled the missing person poster I had seen a few weeks ago while I was out. I could only remember a few vague details, like that she was in her early 20s, and she had a baby. But I distinctly remember her face. My heart skipped a beat upon the realization that it was the same woman. A feeling of nausea filled my stomach. I gulped in fear as I watched the woman in the video suddenly freeze. For the first time, she looked into the camera. Her face became contorted in an expression of horror. She gasped, and her hands flew to her mouth. The video came to a stop. I sat motionless in my computer chair. Any sense of curiosity I had had vanished. I didn't want to continue watching, but I knew I had to find out what happened. With a shaking hand, I reluctantly clicked the next video. It was the last one. A sense of dread filled me as I watched the screen intently, my eyes wide and bloodshot. But nothing appeared on the screen. It was entirely black. I could hear a faint and muffled sound in the background. A woman screaming in pain, and a baby crying in a shrill and high tone, as if it had been crying for a long time. It continued on for 3 minutes until the woman's agonized screaming turned into groaning, and then completely dissipated after several minutes. The video came to an end. I immediately got up from my seat and bolted across the house to find the phone. I called the police. I don't know how I managed to get the words out, but I did. My voice shook and my entire body trembled with fear as I waited. When the police finally arrived, I led them to my computer. It had automatically turned off from inactivity, so I restarted it and opened up the browser. I tried to find the video again, but the search was fruitless. I quickly grew panicked. My eyes widened in disbelief when I saw that the computer history had been completely cleared. I searched, using every possible method I knew, but it was as if the video never existed. The police officers scoffed at me. I begged them to listen to me and had to consider what I had to say, but they didn't believe me. The police won't believe me. My family won't believe me. No one believes me. I feel like I'm losing my mind. With each passing second, this feeling of dread inside of me grows stronger. I haven't been able to sleep for days. I lie awake every night, afraid that whoever or whatever killed that woman is going to come for me. It could be watching me right now.
The following are the final excerpts from the journal of Dr. Arnold Richards, who, at 67 years old and in perfect health, was found dead in his bedroom, lying in a pool of his own blood, a single sleeping pill in his hand. The incidents surrounding the events reported in his diary were investigated thoroughly, but the case was never solved. April 1st, 1996. She was a frail old woman, gaunt and thin, with sparse, feathery white hair and baggy, sunken eyes. The faded, loose shirts and pants she wore made her seem even more skeletal than she probably was. I never heard her speak, would quietly usher her into a checkup room without saying a word to her or anyone else. While this was strange, it didn't affect my work directly, and so I did my best to ignore it. May 13th, 1996. On this bright Wednesday, I arrived at the hospital to the news that Dr. Yates had died peacefully in his sleep the night before. I was surprised. The man and I had never gotten particularly close, but we were friendly, and while old, he seemed to have been in perfect health. I was informed that his heart had simply failed in his sleep and he had died quietly and gracefully. I, along with the other clinicians and a few town members, attended his funeral that Saturday. May 19th, 1996. Today, one of our secretaries told me that a new regular was to be added to my patient list, a woman who went solely by the name Sybil. The next day, at 12 o'clock noon, Sybil shuffled her way through the door. I went up to introduce myself. I said hello and offered my condolences for Dr. Yates' death, as obviously the two had become somewhat close. Sybil only looked at me with a hollow, empty gaze and turned mechanically towards the hallway that led to her checkup room. As we entered the room, she sat down softly in a chair and watched me, unblinking. I smiled awkwardly at her and opened up a folder containing her charts and medical records. Sybil was an impressive 96 years old and seemed to have been in perfect health all her life, considering her name and age were the only things written on the record. She had no listed place of residence, exact date of birth, references, or birth certificate. The only thing on her official record was a case of chronic insomnia, which explained her tired appearance. Groping inside the folder for any extra information, my hand touched a small note card. In hastily scrawled capital letters, all it read was, "Only the pills." Reaching into the folder again, I pulled out a small plastic bag with a few powder capsules, which I quickly recognized as soporific drugs, sleeping pills. I glanced at Sybil, whose gaze had not left me. I felt uneasy. Something didn't seem quite right about the mysterious situation. but trusting the late Dr. Yates' judgment, I smiled and joked. "Well, at least you made my job easy," offering the baggie to Sybil. The woman retained the exact expression she kept for the past 15 minutes and, with a swiftness unexpected at her age, snatched the pills from my fingers with a silent yet stern, "Thank you, Dr. Richards." I walked her to the door and watched her leave. As I returned home, I felt strangely exhausted and went to bed early. Falling asleep, I remembered something that struck me uneasily. I had never told my name to Sybil. Dr. Yates must have mentioned me in passing at some point to her. I brushed the thought aside and nodded off. May 28th, 1996. At noon, sharp Sybil walked through the clinic doors once more. I greeted her and walked her to her familiar room, where she sat once again in the chair and stared at me. Remembering my uneasy thoughts from last week, out of curiosity, I mentioned how I'd never introduced myself and asked her how she had known my name. Without turning her gaze, she simply lifted her wrist and pointed towards the desk in the room as a response. I followed her finger to the folder I had left there from last week, with a note card lying on top. Only the pills. I turned to Sybil and told her childishly that I had no pills. I didn't know her dosage. Nothing was written on her chart. She only continued to point at the folder. A foolish thought struck me. I picked up the folder and, with a furrowed brow, reached inside. I pulled out her papers, and as they emerged, they brought a baggie of pills, identical to the first one along with them. I was positive there had only been one bag of pills in the folder the week before, and the folder had been left in the exact same place. No one had touched it. I stared at Sybil cautiously, and she stared back, as always, extending her hand. I gave her the pills, and she responded, "Thank you, Dr. Richards," in the exact same fashion as the previous week. Suspicious, I took the folder home to make sure no one was doing any tampering. Tonight, I felt not only exhausted, but very weak. I had no motivation to do anything. All I wanted to do, all I felt like I could do, was sleep. I'm to bed at 6 p.m. June 4th, 1996. Before I went to the clinic today, I checked the folder. All it had inside was the note card, which I left on my nightstand, and Sybil's papers. No pills. Sybil's visit went exactly as usual, and as we entered the checkup room, I told her that I was concerned she was abusing the medication and told her to try a week without the pills. She only stared at me and pointed again to the folder I had been holding in my hand the whole time. I peered inside and, like a sickly apparition, the bag of yellow pills was resting neatly at the bottom, atop a square piece of white paper. I angrily removed the pills and read, horrified, the note they revealed. Only the pills. I turned to Sybil and thrust the bag toward her, yelling, "Fine, take your damn pills." She only returned her usual, "Thank you, Dr. Richards," and left me standing in the room, frightened and angry. Tonight, I got violently ill. After an hour of intense vomiting, I crawled into bed, nearly unable to move. As I reached to turn out the light on my nightstand, my eyes strayed to a square, white piece of paper. I didn't have to read it to know what it said. I was confused and terrified. Mustering all my strength, I tore the paper into pieces and flushed them down the toilet. Exhausted, I fell into a deep sleep. June 11th, 1996. My sickness left me unable to work for exactly a week. This morning I woke up with the realization that I'd only felt strangely on the days after I'd taken care of Sybil. I was frightened to return to work. Perhaps if I was late, she would get tired of waiting and leave. I waited until 2 o'clock and nervously went to the clinic. My hand paused on the doorknob, and as I slowly entered, I breathed a sigh of relief. Sybil was not in the waiting room. When I asked, the secretary told me that Sybil had not arrived. This day, I decided I would find out who the woman really was. I walked to the checkup room to retrieve her papers, and opened the door to find Sybil staring directly at me. As if she had been waiting, I was frozen. No longer did the woman's gaze seem empty and passive. Now, it was devilish, laughing, taunting me, daring me. I didn't want to look at her, and tried to ignore her, but her presence permeated the white room. I felt her gaze like a hand perpetually on my shoulder. Walking towards the desk, I picked up the folder and noticed there was a wet spot in the lower right corner. I opened it up to find pills and the note card once again. The pills were the same sick yellow, in the same suffocating bag. The note card was torn into pieces and soaking. It had dampened the corner of the envelope and the papers inside. I screamed at Sybil, "Who the hell are you? What do you want from me?" She pointed at the folder. "Fuck you," I responded. "Fuck your pills." I threw the envelope on the floor, feeling the capsules crushed beneath my shoes. "Looks like you'll be awake for a while now," I said spitefully. Sybil stared with her hollow eyes for what seemed like years. Finally, she spoke, with a voice that was not of a 96-year-old lady. "Goodbye, Dr. Richards." She got up and left. I was fuming and terrified. Why had she told me goodbye? What's more, how did Dr. Yates put up with this woman for 2 years, when I had been pushed to the edge in under a month? Suddenly, I remembered Dr. Yates was dead. He had died in his sleep. I raced into the secretary's office and demanded Dr. Yates' medical records. The secretary looked startled and handed them to me, and I promptly drove as fast as I could home. I dumped the contents of Yates' folder onto my kitchen table, and rifling hastily through the papers, I found another, smaller envelope labeled with the words, "Coroner's Report." Inside the envelope, my horror was embodied. Pictures of Yates on his deathbed revealed a terrifying truth. Dr. Yates had not died peacefully. His body was contorted from seizing, his face twisted into an expression of horror and pain, blood leaking from his mouth and nostrils. I had to cover my mouth and hold back cries. His expressions were horrific. Eyes rolled back, joints turned backwards. In all my years practicing, I had never seen someone frozen in such pain. On his certificate, the coroner had listed his cause of death as undetermined. That failed to satisfy me. I needed to know. I examined the pictures long into the night, and in one photograph of his mangled face I noticed a square, white corner poking out from underneath his pillow. June 12th, 1996. Mustering up all my courage, I grabbed a flashlight, got in my car, and drove to Dr. Yates' house. It was about 4 miles away and isolated. I knew it would be empty. The night was strangely cold and damp. I walked up to the front door and, turning the knob with shaking hands, opened it and stepped inside. Only moonlight filtered in through the windows. Light switches failed. The power had already been cut off. Assuming I knew where his bedroom was, I stumbled up the staircase to the second floor. Adrenaline pumping in my veins, I reached towards the first doorknob my flashlight reflected off of. Hesitating only for a second, and before I could change my mind, I twisted and pulled. It was a small bathroom, and smelled sickly of vomit. The mirror or drug cabinet above the sink was flung hastily open, revealing a mess of capsules spilling off the shelves. The same capsules I had been giving to Sybil for the past 3 weeks, the cause of my terror. I slammed the door closed and looked around the landing with my flashlight. There was only one other door at the end of the hallway. I could hear the blood flowing past my ears as I walked toward what I knew was the bedroom. Again, my hand only stood over the doorknob for a second before I hastily turned it and swung the door open. The bedroom frighteningly resembled my own, with a queen-size bed and 2 nightstands on either side. The pale moonlight desaturated the colors of the room into a stark black and white, and I could clearly see the bloodstains from Yates' body, vivid on the pale sheets of his mattress. Remembering the picture, I gathered myself and walked towards the pillow, which was a bloody mess. Sure enough, the white corner was jutting out, daring me to grab it. I lifted the pillow to reveal a familiar-looking folder. I shined my flashlight to reveal one word scribbled on the front. Sybil. Suddenly, I heard a creak and a door open, the sound of 100 pills falling to the floor. The noise shocked me out of my reverie, and I snatched the folder, ran out of the house, and got into my car as fast as I possibly could. There was much more inside this folder than I had in my measly papers at the clinic. I scoured Sybil's records. She had hundreds of different charts from hundreds of different doctors, and each said the same thing. Sybil was a victim of hyperinsomnia. She never slept. I rifled through the records as quickly as I could. hyperinsomnia, sleeping pills, hyperinsomnia, sleeping pills. The oldest chart was from 1912. Diagnosis, hyperinsomnia. Prescription, sleeping pills. I set the paper down, my forehead dripping in cold sweat. If Sybil's charts were correct, the woman had been awake for 84 years. Suddenly, I was emboldened. The woman no longer frightened me. I had figured her out. I would confront her. I would maybe even try to help her. If she never slept, I could even go to her house now. It was 1:30 in the morning. Finding Sybil's address in her records, I wrote it down on a slip of paper and got into my car a third time. I drove for about 2 miles and then realized things were starting to seem familiar. As I turned onto our street, my confidence shattered like a bone. I realized in utter horror where the address I had written down had brought me. Bringing my car to a slow halt, I stepped out and made a now terrifyingly familiar walk up to the clinic doors. In a last-ditch effort to resolve the mind I was sure I was slowly losing, I checked the paper I had written the address down on once more. 3 words showed themselves to me. Only the pills. I can't bring myself to reveal what happened when I entered the clinic that night. All I can tell you is that it is the last time I will leave its doors. It is the last time I will see Sybil, and that I am about to go to sleep for what will be the last time in my life. I hold a small yellow capsule in my hand that could save me, but I can't. I refuse to end up like her. I would rather die than stay awake.
I usually write creepypastas, some of which you're bound to have heard of, but today I got thinking about some experiences from when I was younger. They can probably be easily explained now that I look back, but at the time they were terrifying. There's nothing like the terror a child feels when they're totally convinced that something horrible is about to happen. And I decided to share some of these with you, and perhaps hear some of yours. Anyways, the picture is very much related. It's a screen cap from Google Maps of the small wooded area I used to spend a lot of time in when I was younger. I lived in the area from the ages of 3 up until 10, and during those years I went into those woods more times than I could count. God knows why. Seems they used to terrify me. The wood was appropriately named Devil's Wood. I'm not sure what the official name was, but the local teenagers called it that to scare us younger ones, and it worked, because a lot of strange things happened in that place. So as with all places like that, there were rumors and legends that went around there. One of the favorites was the old tale of the gypsies who were meant to live in the clearing at the back, which is the narrow end you can see in the picture. Apparently, a few gypsies set up camp there, and as all witches and gypsies do in stories, they like to kill children. One of the utmost dares you could get when we played dares was to go to the back of the woods by yourself, touch the last tree you could, and then return. I had to do this twice, and both times strange things happened. The trail to the back of the woods was a strange one. It zigzagged from side to side, taking really difficult routes, and several times the ground rose up in huge humps that were murder to navigate if you were on a bike. It would naturally get darker and darker as you progressed. Even though sometimes the trail would take you very close to the edge, it always stayed dark. The first time I went to the back of the woods, I was as a kid would be who had just been dared. I was going to do it, and I was going to take my time doing it too, to show all the older ones how scared I wasn't. Now this sounds cliche, but I always say cliches only become cliches because they're true. The deeper you got into the woods, the stronger the feeling of dread you felt. It was deeply unnerving, but a child's pride is a lot stronger than fear, and so I pressed on. I reached the last turn before the clearing and paused. I could have sworn I could hear something in the clearing at the back, and suddenly the previously ridiculous stories of evil gypsies came flooding back to me. I crept up to the corner and peered around. I think that was the first time in my young life that I ever truly shat bricks. There was an old caravan there, a small one, because they would have to have towed it over the farmer's field, but a caravan nonetheless. Well, That first time I didn't take too long to look at. I was terrified that they were in there waiting. It didn't occur to me that the caravan was in a serious state of decay. I turned and I ran, faster than ever. And fuck the trail, I just ran a straight line through those trees. The whole way swearing footsteps thudded behind me. I tried to tell everyone when I got out, but I know they thought I was just taking the piss. I guess it just looked like I had gotten scared, ran out, and tried to make up a story to disguise my fear. However, I kept on and on about it, and eventually my friend Connor had enough of my rambling and told me if I was so sure, we'd go in there again and I could show him. Just a note you need to know about Connor. He was fucking insane. I'm not joking. He had no fear whatsoever, and basically any trouble in the neighborhood, you could bet your bottom dollar it was him. I usually got dragged in along under the, I know stuff on you boyo card. So, me and Connor set off just after lunch. We were around 8, I think. He was, as usual, bold as brass, strutting into the woods like he owned them. I was a lot more timid, still terrified that gypsies lurked behind the trees waiting for us. I think Connor thought I was making it up, but sure enough, when we reached the clearing, there it was, in all its battered glory. See? I remember shouting triumphantly before I realized I could just be drawing attention to us. Before I had the chance to persuade Connor to run like fuck, he had walked right over to it and pressed his face against it. "You idiot," he told me. "It's not lived in." Before I could stop him, he'd pulled open the old door, which nearly fell right off, and went inside. As you can imagine, the inside of the small caravan wasn't really that interesting. Old leaves on the floor, mud scuffs. If anything of value had been left in there, it had been stolen. It took Connor about 5 minutes to get bored of it and hop out, and let me tell you, I was glad. To try and disguise a little of my fear, I took a walk around to the back of it. The very back of the clearing was full of thorns and closely knit bushes, so it was basically a dead end. However, there was a distinct hole in the thorny bushes, and I peered closer to find that loads of old junk had been thrown in there. There were old sleeping bags, empty packets of food, water and alcohol, some old magazines destroyed by rain, just useless stuff like that. However, one thing leaped out at me as being kind of strange. It was an army jacket, not the type you can buy in shops, but a genuine army jacket with regiment badges. The only thing missing was the Velcro surname slip, which had been ripped off. Of course, there being an army's base close by, Connor wasn't that disturbed. However, I had seen the soldiers often, and they were certainly a proud bunch. I couldn't imagine any of them getting rid of their uniform, or deserting, or anything like that. Connor was obviously bored now, and was taking the piss out of me for my epic escape from the forest. I was getting fucked off, to say the least, and just as I was about to tell him to shut up, something caught my eye in the undergrowth, close to the clearing. I only saw it for a split second, but I could have sworn it was a man watching us. He was crouched in the undergrowth and seemed to be tattered and dirty in appearance, stockily built but otherwise not really that remarkable. My breath caught, as it sometimes does when you see something that shocks you, and I wheeled around to see if Connor had seen it. To my relief he had, and to my secret delight he finally looked unnerved. "Did you see that?" he asked me, and I nodded. We decided to climb down the ditch to the right of us and go through the farmer's field rather than go through the forest, as it was a lot safer in our eyes to risk getting chased by an irate farmer. As we walked on the thin strip of land between crop and ditch, we kept silent, eyes on the ground, wondering what we had just seen. We began to notice the empty packets at the same time. Old crisp packets, chocolate bar wrappers, the kind of stuff army guys are given when they go on training missions. High sugar, high energy things to keep them going in case of an emergency or stranding. At one point, we spotted an old thick green sock just lying there, and we were seriously starting to wonder what was going on. I had made a vow to myself to leave that damn place alone now. For the next few days, I kept to my promise. There was a weird tree standing away from the woods that had been disfigured one night after being struck by lightning. If you climbed the trunk, you could sit in the large hole the two separated trunk halves had made quite comfortably. There was room for several of us, but I sat there alone while everyone went exploring in that forest. Shortly after seeing the strange man in the back of the forest, weird things started happening in other parts of the neighborhood, which was originally blamed on foxes. You know, bins tipped over and hunted through, claw marks in doors, and eventually small animals like rabbits mauled or killed, found half-eaten. However, things quickly took a sinister turn when none other than Connor had the sheer shit frightened out of him. I wasn't actually there when it happened, but it was the talk of everyone the next day. Apparently the idiot had decided to accept a dare to go in there after dark and had been attacked. It was legit because the police were called. I had to return home when I went out to see him as the police were arriving outside the house. And when I finally saw him, he had some impressive looking scratch marks down his arms. He was of course shaken, and it was strange to not see him showing off his war wounds. The story eventually trickled out. Connor had been attacked, presumably by the same man who we'd seen. A search was launched and the woods were placed out of bounds, and eventually the police found him. This man was obviously not right in the head. He had fled from the army, complaining that they were conspiring against him. He seemed to think he was some sort of secret weapon, and he had to flee and find his own way in the wilderness, so he couldn't be used as the main weapon in any other wars. I think everyone had a hard time imagining this man ripping rabbits to bits with his bare teeth and scavenging through bins, like some wild or stray animal. But of course, it had been him all along, and all because he was convinced that the army were out to use him as their ultimate killing machine. He seemed to believe he possessed unnatural powers. When the police found him, his fingernails were all ripped to shit. I'm not sure if it's true, but apparently fragments of fingernails were found in the gouged doors, and the same jagged gashes were found on Connor's arms. Naturally, in such a small rural area, the newspapers and local news had a field day and stalked the story so much that they eventually obtained enough information to attract the attention of the national news. They uncovered several strange things about the man. He had some really freaky beliefs, aside from the whole "I'm a secret weapon" one. Devil's Wood was incredibly close to the army base. If you really wanted to run from them, why choose a place so close? Well, it turned out that he had also heard of the gypsies and believed that their magic could help him. I always thought it was kind of strange that a fully grown man would believe what was essentially a kid's story. However, I had to take into account the fact that the caravan remained there, and it certainly wasn't his. The police of course returned to the woods, trying to find out if the man's ramblings had any truth to them, and to discover who owned the caravan. However, they found the clearing empty of any caravan or junk, and fresh tire marks leading along one side of the farmer's field, turning into muddy tire tracks on the road and eventually vanishing. No leads were ever found, and they eventually had to give up on that part of the case. However, this strange ex-soldier still kept up his tales of how they helped hide him, and how they helped him discover more of his powers, and how they performed all these strange rituals. The most interesting part of it all was that, for one such power-discovering ritual, they needed a young child. Connor didn't realize exactly what an escape he had. His parents shielded him from most of the information. They moved away shortly after. Like I said at the beginning, this is just an old story from my childhood that I always thought was rather interesting. At least I've got it out there, though.
I woke to my friend Tom climbing through my window. It was a summer's night around 2 a.m., and the heat had been unbearable for days. For that reason, I had left my window open slightly to let what cool air there was filter into my bedroom while I slept. It was a scrambling, panic noise which brought me to consciousness, and immediately I thought someone was breaking into my home. In the darkness, I couldn't tell who it was, but as soon as I heard, "Help me," I recognized my friend's voice. After turning on the light, I pulled Tom into the room and sat him down on my old brown armchair, which had seen better days. "Close the window," he seethed, half shout, half whisper, and completely occupied by the nighttime scene outside. "Switch the light off." "Why?" I asked, confused and still half dazed. "It might see us." That word, "it," sat in my mind, distilled and unerring. I would have laughed if Tom hadn't had such an unsettling look on his face. I'd never known him to be spooked by anything, and to see him so visibly shaken took me by surprise and filled me with trepidation. I switched off the light and my eyes adapted once more to the dark. Tom sat there with his head in his hands, the room lit dimly by the street lights outside filtering through the blinds. "What's going on?" I said. "You won't believe me." He looked up at me, and even in the low light I could see the sweat running down his temple. "Tom, whatever it is, it's okay." "No, you don't understand." "Try me," I said, and with that he relayed his story in a hushed, wavering voice. Tom had been out that night. No surprise really, as he always enjoyed a drink. In fact, he enjoyed it too much, and his behavior of late had been erratic at best, self-destructive at worst. He'd been at the Windarm Lodge, a small old man's pub near the town's main street. I knew why he'd been there before he even told me. His ex-girlfriend Shelley worked there behind the bar. A month earlier she had broken up with him. She just couldn't take his drinking anymore. That night, Tom had dragged a mutual friend of ours, Greg, to the lodge, under the guise of a couple games of pool and just one drink. Come midnight, as the pub closed, Tom had to be dragged from the bar by the manager and thrown out into the street. He'd been pleading with Shelley to have a drink with him since she finished her shift. When his simple question turned into a bitter demand, he was quickly ejected. I knew what Tom was like when he had a drink in him, which was one of the reasons I'd refused to go out with him that night. He'd been increasingly argumentative and unpleasant. The breakup with Shelley had made him even worse. We were all trying to help him as best we could. I'm not painting a great picture of him, but when he was sober, he was a thoughtful and caring person, and a good friend. After staggering down a couple of streets and lanes, Tom produced a hip flask filled with whiskey which he carried in his pocket, and asked Greg to join him for a few more drinks on the way home. Greg refused, no doubt already having had his fill. And so it wasn't long before an argument broke out. Greg was just trying to help Tom up the road, but instead received drunken insults. Tom throwing around words he'd regret in the morning. After a few minutes of verbal bashing, Greg gave up and made his own way home. Tom staggered along the road and cursed Shelley, Greg, and the rest of the world for refusing to have another drink with him. There was nothing else for it but for Tom to drink alone. As he wandered along the empty street not far from where I live, the rain came on. Slight at first, then torrential. So heavy was the downpour, in fact, that he was forced to take shelter and wait for it to pass. It just so happened that the street he was on, Serling Street, had its fair share of abandoned buildings, having once housed the workers of a now defunct factory. One house in particular had an old porch which encased the front doorway on either side, and had a pointed roof which provided just enough shelter for one drunken 20-something during a downpour. Tom climbed a small fence and staggered across the weed-filled garden to the front door. I say the front door, but in reality it had long since been broken in, no doubt rotting somewhere inside the house alongside unseen floorboards, roof beams, and memories. No matter how drunk my friend was, he had no intention of exploring inside. He just wanted somewhere to stay dry, and the porch would provide enough protection for that. So he sat on the front step, angry and embittered, the rain for the most part being rebuffed by the porch roof above. He waited there a while, looking out across the overgrown garden to the street beyond, the rain dancing off the tarmac. It seemed clear to Tom that he was going to be there for a while longer, and so If all else fails, drink. There he sat, taking increasingly longer slugs from the hip flask. It filled with cheap whiskey, and Tom filled with anger at the world, at Shelley, Greg, and everyone else who didn't understand. Now, Tom had a habit common to heavy drinkers. When he would get to the precipice and intoxicate most of his sober mind, he started to talk to himself. And that night, after the pub and a good portion of the hip flask, he began a conversation. He cursed his friends and family, his situation, he called Shelley a whore, and beyond all else, he hated those around him for being so perfect and lecturing him on how to live his life. At least the drink wouldn't turn its back on him. That was something he always said he could rely on. The rain hadn't abated, falling with the same ferocity as it had from the start. Tom's words swallowed up by the white noise which blanketed everything around him. Finally, after another slug of whiskey, he slumped against the cold, rotting porch frame, closed his eyes, and began to drift off to a drunken sleep. As he did so, he mumbled once more about Greg and Shelley's refusal to join him, that it was just one drink for the road. It was then that Tom felt a drip of rain make its way through a crack above onto his forehead, and at the same time, the weight of something uncomfortable prodding into his shoulder. As he opened his eyes, he felt a warm, humid breeze flutter across his face, arid and stale, far removed from the air around him which pulsated with each sheet of rain. "I'll drink with you," a graveled voice breathed into Tom's ear. He turned, startled and horrified by those words, only to be confronted by an unnatural, aberrant face which rested its pointed chin on his shoulder, its body poking out from the darkened doorway behind. The face was covered in dirt and grime as if it had spent decades beneath the earth, and had the shrouded appearance of ivory cloth pulled tightly over a withered frame, implying skeletal features beneath and showing every movement of jaw and bone. There are some sights which will sober even the most inebriated drunk, and this was one of them. Tom dived forward, falling onto a slabbed garden path thinly concealed by weeds and soil. He screamed at the top of his voice only to be drowned out by the torrential rain, its million voices engulfing his forsaken one. Clawing at the ground, he rushed to his feet and leapt over the garden fence into the street. Then on into the rain, into the night, far, far away from that house. From whatever that thing had been disturbed there. Blood coursed through his veins as he fled, and his head began to ache excruciatingly from a potent cocktail of fear and alcohol. Gasping for breath, he stopped for a moment, now far away from the house at the other end of the street. He turned to look back, but it was difficult to see. The rain hurling itself into his eyes with such force that the scenery was blurred and indistinct. Slowly, he calmed and entered into a sober dialogue with himself about having drank too much and just seeing things. It was then that, through the bubbling wall of rain, he saw something move. A figure, shrouded in darkness and cloth, climbed over the fence in pursuit. Tom wiped his eyes in disbelief as it began to run towards him at speed. Panic, absolute and controlling. Tom turned, screaming, no one able to hear his pleas for help. He kept running. He left Sterling Street behind, and yet, at every turn the shrouded thing from the house followed. Finally, he made it onto the street where I live, and clambered through the window hoping to be saved. I stood there in silence. He seemed so upset, so certain, that he even had me believing his story for a moment. But then what I saw as the truth presented itself. "Tom," I said gently, "you're bone dry." "What? No, I'm..." He stopped as he ran his hands over his clothes and then his hair. "There hasn't been a drop of rain in weeks, and tonight has been just as still as the others." "But..." He hesitated for a moment, shaking his head and rubbing his mouth with his hand. "No, I'm telling you, this happened. That thing is real." "Tom, you've been drinking too much, and you probably fell asleep, and in a daze you made it here. I placed my hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Please, let's get you home. Give me a minute to change my clothes and I'll walk you there. As I moved across the room, Tom pulled out his whiskey flask and took a big slug. Maybe you're right. Just need to sleep it off. I turned to put the light on, but before I had a chance to, Tom let out an almighty scream. I have genuinely never heard anything like it. Utter fear, complete and distraught. He leapt to his feet, opened my window in hysteria, and then fled into the night. 2 months passed, and myself, Greg, Shelley, and our other friends who cared about Tom were unable to contact him. Indeed, the only reason I knew he was alive and not drowned in a river somewhere was because his brother assured me that he'd spoken to him. Finally, one day, Tom appeared at my front door looking in as good a shape as I had seen him in a long time. He claimed that he had in fact went through an alcohol rehabilitation program which, while he was still struggling with an urge to drink, had kept him sober for several weeks. He said that the tipping point, his lowest ebb, had been that night, when he hallucinated that thing into being on Serling Street. Indeed, he said that for weeks whenever he had a drink near him, the figure would appear from the darkness, following, chasing, never relenting. In the end, more than anything else, it was the fear of a mental illness taking hold and seeing that hallucination again which made him stop drinking. I was, and am, so happy for Tom, and would hate to do anything to change his interpretation of the events. Doing so could perhaps undo his rehabilitation. I'm sure he's right about the whole thing being a hallucination. That seems like the reasonable and obvious conclusion to have. But I often lie in bed kept awake by an uneasy memory, unsure whether to trust my own senses, for when Tom jumped back out of the window into the night, I saw something follow him from the corner of the room.
About 2 years ago, I lived in a pretty nice house. It had 3 rooms, a full kitchen, and an attic for only $1,300 a month. For all of you who rent apartments, you'd know this is a damn good deal. A large cemetery was about 6 to 7 blocks away, but it really has nothing to do with my story. Anyway, after moving all of the stuff into my new place, I started to explore. All the rooms, all the nooks and crannies and whatnot. I noticed that the room I chose, I let my mom have the larger room, yes, I live with my mom, go fuck yourself, had a small piece of paper above the door. It was placed flat on the wall between the top of the door and the ceiling. All that was on the paper was a few Chinese letters. Now, I'm Chinese, but I can't read Chinese for shit, so I had no idea what it said, but I had seen those types of paper before. Basically, there are old traditions about monsters, usually vampires, that have a piece of paper attached to their hat, head, whatever. Google Chinese vampires and look at some of the pictures. That's what this paper above my door looked like. I asked my landlord, a semi-old white lady, about it. She said that the last guy to live in the house was very superstitious, so I just brushed it off. I left the paper there, though, because, seriously, who wants to mess with something like that? My room had a very deep closet. It was narrow, but it took a good 4 to 5 steps to get to the far side of it. After checking out my room, I headed up to the attic. The landlord previously told me, or sort of warned me, not to let anyone sleep in the attic. Whether or not this has anything to do with the story, you'll have to decide. She said it gets extremely hot up there in the summer or something. I had a room, my mom had a room, so it didn't matter much. I walked upstairs to a 2-roomed attic that had the door in between them removed. The first room had nothing inside, but the second had a couch sitting in the middle of it. There was nothing around it, no tables, lamps, light fixtures, or anything else, just a dirty white couch in the middle. I decided not to fuck with it or sit in it because, seriously, would you plop down in a couch that the last tenant left in your new house? That's disgusting. Everything was sorted out and the place started to feel like home. A few months passed and some weird things started to happen. I would stay up very late, most of the time on my laptop while sitting on my bed, and on a few random nights my closet door would swing open. Not swing open as in that shit they do in movies. I'm talking swing open like someone roundhouse kicked it.
The first time it happened, I was scared shitless. My bed was facing the closet, so I looked up scared as shit and saw nothing. The closet door was just flat against the wall with nothing but darkness in the closet. There were no demon eyes, no shadowy figure, just darkness. I got up, closed the door, and went back to my laptop. This event started happening more and more frequently, and since I always had a window fan installed, I figured it was just some really strong draft. The fact that I couldn't close my closet door all the way supported my theory. The locking mechanism on it would have prevented it from swinging open like that. As I'm writing this, I just realized that I should have put something heavy in front of it. But whatever. I told my mom about it and apologized for the noise in the middle of the night, but she said she'd never heard a thing. I found it pretty odd too, since the door slammed pretty loudly into the wall. A little more than half a year after first moving in, we decided to move out. We found a cheaper but smaller apartment and decided to go with it. My friend knows people who work for a moving company, so we hired a few workers to move all of our stuff out. While we were packing up all our things, I set a radio in my room to listen to while I was busy putting everything into boxes. I went into the bathroom, and upon leaving my room, I closed my door. It wasn't by accident or anything, I just had a habit of closing doors behind me. I took a piss and went back to my room. I opened my door and stood there for a moment, closed the door, and opened it again. That's when I noticed that I couldn't hear anything coming from my room when the door is closed. The radio was pretty loud, yet I couldn't hear even a tiny bit of it when the door was shut. This actually weirded me out more than the closet door slamming in the middle of the night, because it just didn't make any sense. Then I realized that's maybe why my mom never heard the loud slamming. Still thinking about it, I continued to pack. I went into my closet to get my clothes. I swung the closet door open and held it flat against the wall. I didn't want to keep opening and closing it as I walked in and out. But the door wouldn't stay flat against the wall. I would open it all the way, then it would creak back a bit into a 70-degree angle. This is where I started to get creeped out. All those nights that the door slammed open, it was at a complete 180. The only way it could stay like that was if someone or something held it open. Freaking out, I grabbed all my shit in the closet ASAP and just threw them onto my bed. I did not want to stand in that long, narrow closet any longer. I went up to the attic to check on the workers. They had just finished clearing the attic and asked me about the white couch. I told them it wasn't mine and to leave it there. They shrugged, put it down, and went downstairs. As I turned to follow them, something on the floor caught my eye. An extremely black, seemingly burned mark stuck out underneath the couch. I walked over and pushed the couch out of the way, and sitting there at my feet was a pentagram burned into the carpet. It was as if someone had one of those cow marker prodder things or whatever they're called, except it was huge and in the shape of a pentagram. I quickly called the workers back and we stared at it for the longest time. A few "what the fuck is this shit" were exchanged, and then a few chuckles from them. I wasn't laughing, especially after they pointed out that this pentagram was right above my room. I was going to go downstairs, finish packing, and get the fuck out of this house. As I took one last box from my room, I looked one last time at the room, at the closet, and at the paper above the door. The top right corner of the paper was falling off a little bit. I felt a deep, sudden urge to rip it off, but I denied that feeling and brought my stuff outside. It's been about 3 to 4 years since I've lived in that house, and I still think about it often. About a year ago, I went to my aunt's house for my cousin's birthday. I've been there before, but on that day I've noticed something I've never noticed before. As I was taking off my shoes, I looked up. Above the door to her house, stuck in between the top of the door and the ceiling, was a very similar piece of paper. This piece was different, though, as the Chinese letters were very faint, as if it was flipped and faced the wall instead of facing me. I asked my aunt about it, and she told me it was a sort of charm to keep evil spirits away. It haunts me now. What if I succumb to the urge of ripping the paper off the wall? Is that paper still there? It was peeling off the last time I saw. Did anyone fix it? Or worse, did anyone remove it? She told me what the Chinese letters meant. Literally translated, it said, "No entry beyond." I asked her why she had the piece of paper flipped around, and the words she told me next will scar me forever. It's supposed to be that way. The wordings on the paper are supposed to face where evil spirits will come from. I stood there, frozen. A feeling of enormous dread swept over me. That man, that superstitious bastard of a man that lived in the house before me, wasn't trying to keep evil spirits from entering that room. He was trying to keep something from leaving.
About 10 years ago, I was recently divorced and living alone in a one-bedroom apartment. The place was clean and the rent was decent. One of those places had a doorman. I felt safe there. I was alone and loving it, focused on my career and not on my clingy ex-husband. Things were finally looking up for me. At the time, I was working pretty late at the office and would often stumble into my apartment sleep-deprived in the early hours of the morning, and then wake up by 6:30, 7ish to start the day. I started noticing that in the morning, my door would be unlocked sometimes. I usually dismissed this as my sleep-dead brain, thinking that the bed looked more appealing than locking the door. Another thing that I noticed since moving in was that I seemed to misplace things more than I used to. Little things like a hairbrush or nail polish, that sort of thing. It wasn't really that big of a deal, just enough to be a slight annoyance in my day. The longer I lived there, the more frequently I seemed to forget to lock the door. At first, it was every once in a while, then it seemed like an almost daily occurrence. More things went missing, things like pictures, shaving razors, and most disturbingly, my underwear. This went on for long enough that I started to get a little paranoid. I started to take the time at night to make sure that the door was locked. I got into a habit of every night after I locked the door to turn the handle 3 times and say to myself, "It's locked, it's locked, it's locked." Time after time, I would wake up and the door would be unlocked. One time, I even tried staying up all night to watch the door, but I ended up falling asleep on my chair. I decided that my mind was not reliable enough to stay up all night, so I invested in a video camera. I went all out and bought the fanciest camera that I could get my hands on. So one night, I set the camera up, facing the door. I hid the camera under a pile of towels on the floor. I locked the door and went to bed. When I woke up, my apartment looked normal. Nothing missing that I could see. I decided to check the tape. I fast-forwarded through hours of footage, not seeing anything. I was just about to give up when I noticed the handle of the door jitter. Then it slowly crept open. A figure slid through the half-open door and walked towards the camera. It paused and looked around as if it was listening for something. Then it walked forward into direct view of the camera. I paused the camera, the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck started to rise. I was staring directly into the face of the maintenance man of the building. I could see those big thick glasses and curly hair. I had no doubt who it was. I played the tape a little more. He looked comfortable as he walked around the apartment. Then he turned and walked towards my bedroom and out of view of the camera. I didn't know what to do. Sobbing, I called the police. I tried to explain over the phone, but couldn't. Soon enough, 2 officers arrived at my doorstep. I told them everything and showed them the tape. I remember seeing the blood drain from their faces. They promised me that I was safe and that they were going to get this guy. I needed to lay down, but I didn't want to be alone. One of the officers offered to stand outside my apartment door as I took a nap. As I was laying in bed, unable to sleep but too drained to move, something kept nagging at me. I laid there for a few minutes, tossing and turning, unable to get comfortable or rest. My mind was racing. Then a realization slowly washed over me and chilled me to the bone. We watched the tape and saw the man enter my home, but we never saw him leave. I froze, then started shaking. I needed to get to the front door. I sat up and looked around the room. I couldn't see anyone. I swung my legs over the side of the bed cautiously. My feet hit the cold wood floor, and I felt warm breath on my ankles. I raced out of the apartment as fast as I could and to the safety of the police officer. He called for backup. They found the man under my bed, clutching a knife and a Polaroid camera. To this day, I cannot sleep alone.
You might have already heard of the TV broadcasting hijacking in Seneca, South Carolina. This story has gained a pretty wide currency on the internet, and part of the broadcast is available on YouTube, assuming it hasn't already been taken down for whatever reason. For the uninitiated, the Seneca hijacking is one of the lesser-known broadcast signal intrusions. It was big news here, but the nation news media barely touched on it. Anyway, I decided to jot down my impressions of the whole thing, even though other eyewitnesses have already described it more eloquently than I could. I was home on winter break when it happened, making chemistry flashcards in front of the TV. No one else was around. After watching the umpteenth Law and Order rerun, I got bored and started channel surfing. A couple of minutes later, I stumbled onto this shitty public access channel where, bizarrely enough, my old high school Latin teacher was reciting a poem while wearing this dorky three-cornered hat. I watched for a few minutes and had a good laugh. I remembered him as a pretty serious guy. Not the sort of person who would embarrass himself in public like this. When suddenly there was a staticky crackle and the screen cut to this multicolored test pattern. Before I had time to change the channel, there was another crackle, and this weird cartoon shows up on screen. The animation style was detailed, kind of jiggly and rough. It reminded me of those old anti-drug PSAs. Anyway, it seemed normal enough at first. An ordinary-looking middle-class family eating breakfast together at a round kitchen table. There was a mom with an old-fashioned hairdo, a dad, two cherub-faced kids, a boy and a girl, all very Norman Rockwell. The family is making banal small talk. The dad complains about his day at the office, the kids prattle on about soccer practice and so on. Gradually, though, the scene starts to get slightly sinister. A green light is seeping through the open window, and the family starts to acquire a jaundiced, unhealthy look. Their skin changes color, and their eyes become sunken. In the background, a droning radio broadcast slowly becomes perceptible. The announcer gives the date as November 15th, 2017. It starts to go on and on about some strange crisis. You can barely hear what he's saying. He says something about a green light, melting flesh, mutations, strange shapes emerging from the sea. Again and again, the phrase, "report to the nearest shelter immediately," is audible. Still, the family keeps eating breakfast as if nothing was happening. And here's where it gets really macabre. The family finishes eating breakfast, and the mom loads the kids into a minivan. By now they look really unhealthy. The bodies are skeletally thin. The whites of their eyes are a sickly yellowish color, and their hair is disheveled. The car drives through a landscape bathed in the green glow from before. Strange shapes bob in and out of the screen, but you can't quite tell what they are. And all the buildings the car passes look weathered and deserted. Finally, the car stops at the playground, and the mom drops off the kids before driving away. There are large, odd-colored rocks all over the ground, and moaning can be heard in the distance. The kids hang mirthlessly on the monkey bars for a while. Eventually, the camera pans over to the playground, and you can see that the rocks littering the ground aren't rocks at all, but naked human forms, horribly disfigured. They seem to be either growing into or from the ground. I can't say which, and they are very much alive. Behind the monkey bars, a tree can be seen with a human face growing from the trunk. Its features are writhing and contorted in agony. The scene suddenly shifts to a white-collar office where the children's father is stooped over a desktop, typing away. His features are as sunken and diseased as that of the other family members, and the office is covered in a green glow. In the other cubicles, fleshless corpses sit upright at their desk, frozen in death. Finally, we see the family return home for the evening, walking through the front door together. Their skin is no longer simply jaundiced, but actually melting off, dripping from their outstretched arms and running down their faces in drops. As they are literally falling to pieces, the family sits down in the dining room and begins wordlessly to eat dinner. Their flesh becomes more and more amorphous, ribbons of skin dangling from their bodies like tendrils of an octopus. I can barely describe it, but they somehow begin to merge with the chairs they are seated on, or rather, their skin grows over them. By now, their skin has the consistency of melted ice cream, and they are barely recognizable as human, except for their eyes, which somehow remain intact. The camera zooms closer and closer to the table, and finally their eyes all move directly towards the camera, conveying a feeling of unfathomable sadness. The screen goes black and large white letters appear on the screen. Report to the nearest shelter immediately. Remaining at private residence is strictly prohibited. And with that, the screen turned to static. I stared in stunned silence for a few minutes before the banal local channel switched back on. That's all I really know, really. I almost thought I was dreaming until the paper reported the story the next day. God knows what really happened. A ridiculously elaborate prank? An ill-advised viral marketing campaign? The crazier parts of the internet have their own theories.
I don't like my new calendar. My girlfriend recently died in a grease fire around the end of January. I'm not quite sure how it had started, but one second she was in my kitchen making me a steak for my birthday, and the next, a section of my beloved apartment had burst into flames, along with her beautiful self. I was sad, but not exactly devastated. I was going to break up with her anyway, as I was beginning to suspect that she had been unfaithful to me with one of the locals at her favorite bar. Everything in my kitchen had to be replaced. The kettle, the cupboards, the cooker, and even the calendar. I bought a calendar of magnificent churches from Europe from the 99-cent store. Why not? I thought to myself. St. Peter's Basilica will be nice to look at every morning for the month of May. The much-needed insurance came in a few days later, and my new, bland, ready-to-decorate kitchen was in place. I took the calendar one boring Tuesday night and decided to mark important dates in it for that February. The Sagrada Familia and a clear blue Barcelona sky sat upon 4 perpendicular rows of Sunday to Saturday weeks. Before I marked down my 2:30 physical I had that coming Saturday, I noticed something odd about the 25th. There was an hourglass on it. Huh, odd, I said to myself. An accidental misprint? A funny little tribute to the person who invented the hourglass? I thought nothing of it though, really, and continued marking dates. That Saturday, I checked the calendar again just to remind myself what time my physical was at. The hourglass had caught my eye again. I wasn't sure if it was just the weary head of mine I have during mornings before my coffee, but I could have sworn there was more sand in the bottom half of the glass this time. More perplexed by it, I checked the other months to see if there was any other hourglasses. Only one. On January the 28th, my birthday. The day the grease fire had tragically taken my girlfriend away from me. And the bottom half was full. I don't like my new calendar. Why do I always tell myself I'll be in bed by midnight, and then before I know it, 3 a.m. has come and gone? You never notice how tired you are until you look away from the computer screen and look at the clock. Tonight was no different. It was 3:14 when I checked the time on my phone. I'd been watching TV shows for the last 4 hours. My walls are thin, so I use headphones after 10 p.m. Well, if you've ever worn headphones for a while, you know how uncomfortable your ears become. When you take them off, it's a very special feeling, a very enjoyable one. Again, tonight was no different. I decided it was time to finally sleep and I stopped the video player on my computer. I heard voices. It was those goddamn thin walls. Seriously, every night I could hear my neighbors talking. Sometimes I would even hear them having sex. They start work at 4 a.m., so they're up by 2 a.m., going about their business. I hate the muffled voices. I'm a pretty light sleeper. The really annoying part is never being able to distinguish what is being said. There are actually studies that show that quiet but indistinguishable speech is more distracting than louder but clearer speech. Every night I'd hear them talk and talk and talk, and it was all muffled. Tonight was no different. I heard their damn muffled voices through the headphones even. I was definitely going to have a talk with them tomorrow. If they don't want me blasting music during the day when they sleep, they're going to have to shut up at night when I sleep. I seriously considered sleeping with the headphones on to drown out some of that noise, but like I said, your ears become uncomfortable. With this particular set, my ears become sweaty, red and sore. Yeah, they're not the best pair. I dreaded taking them off and trying to fall asleep. I figured I'd take some diphenhydramine to sleep through this tonight. Oh well, may as well get on with it. I took off the headphones and started to get up to get the meds and some water. That's when I noticed my neighbor stopped talking. It was actually completely silent. I figured maybe they left for work? After all, it was 3:20 now. I was ecstatic. I hated taking meds to sleep. I grabbed some water and lay back down in bed. I was about to shut off my computer when I heard them talking again. Much quieter this time, but there was no doubt about it. I heard what was definitely people talking. This was really aggravating. I got up again to grab the meds, and as I walked over to my medicine cabinet, they stopped talking once more. Whatever. Figured I'd take some anyway. The whole situation made me far too riled up to sleep peacefully. As I walked back towards my bed, I listened carefully to see if those assholes would start chit-chatting again. Like clockwork, they did. The closer I got to my bed, the louder they got. Made sense, since the wall my bed was near was the wall I shared with them. I grabbed my laptop to finally turn it off and unplug the headphones. The talking ceased. It was a really painful and horrible realization at that moment. Tonight was not like every other night. It was Sunday, and they don't work on Sundays. I know, because I always have a good night's rest on those days. My neighbors were sound asleep next door. I looked through my computer for an open browser window or something. I figured I left a video up, but there was nothing. Every program was closed. I was freaking out a bit, but I decided it was just a weird coincidence. To be sure, I plugged my headphones back in. I immediately dropped my laptop. I heard people talking, ever so faintly, and the sounds were clearly coming from my headphones. Wide-eyed, I picked up my computer and frantically searched for the cause. I figured it was a virus. I opened my task manager to find the responsible program, yet nothing was amiss. My heart was racing, but curiosity got the better of me. I picked up my headphones, and I put them on. I wanted to scream because the entire night those muffled voices were coming from my headphones and not from my neighbors. I tried to make out what was being said, but I couldn't. That's when my screen flickered. My browser opened, and redirected itself to a website. At least I think it was a website. The address bar was blank, and when I tried clicking, nothing happened. As the website loaded, the voices became more clear. I heard multiple people talking, There were definitely more than two voices. "He doesn't know yet," one said. "He will in a little bit. Give it time," said another. "I think he is catching on. He'll have no choice but to join us. Curiosity always gets the better of humans." The palms of my hands were dripping in sweat, shaking and uncontrollable. The rest of me was frozen in fear. "Now. Start it now." That's when the screen flickered. A video began, and I almost screamed. Staring back at me was a face. A face at first I thought was my own. But no. It wasn't mine. It was somebody else's. "We see you," said one of the voices. I didn't know what to do at this point. "We see you. You can respond." Are you talking to me right now?" I responded as I was trembling, barely able to put together a coherent sentence. "Yes. We see you, and you see him. When he realizes he hears us all, we will all see him, and he will see someone else. Do you understand now?" I didn't know what to say. I wanted to scream, or to run, or to cry. I muttered quietly, I... "Look at him. What do you see?" one of the voices asked. "I see his face," I responded. He's staring at something. It looks like he's staring right at me. Can he see me?" "No," said a voice. "He can only hear you." The person on my screen kept staring at me intently. I looked closely at his eyes. They were moving side to side. It looked like he was reading something. "Can he hear me?" I asked. "Yes," said a voice. "But he does not know he can hear you yet." The person was wearing headphones, like I was. I could only assume they too thought nothing of random muffled voices. Maybe they also had thin walls. Maybe they were listening to something else, and didn't notice that strange ambient sound. Maybe he didn't have his volume all the way up like I had. Maybe he was far too engrossed in whatever it was he was reading. I don't know. "We can't see him yet," said one of the voices. "We can only see you. Can you tell us when he finally realizes where the voices are coming from?" "He doesn't know yet," I said. "He will in a little bit. Give it time," said one of the voices. "I think he is catching on," said another. My wife and I checked into what's probably the shittiest motel in the city. It was filthy and smelly and could probably collapse at any minute. Normally we would try and find a nice hotel, but we were tired and it was the closest place to our apartment. We were awoken in the middle of the night by the police, saying our building was being evacuated for our safety and for their investigation since a series of murders occurred there recently. We planned on leaving that place anyway, just not tonight. I guess it's good we were out of there now, away from that deranged killer. But all I can focus on is sleep. It's the middle of the night and I'm tired beyond belief. I get the key and drag myself and the bags behind me to the room, eyes half closed and half asleep. My lazy wife doesn't even have the courtesy to help me with any of these things. She just limps aimlessly behind me like a zombie. We eventually get to a door with peeling paint, scratch marks, and a metal 6 nailed to it. The hallway lights flicker while I fumble around with the key until the door creaks open. As I enter our temporary home, I don't even bother to turn on the lights, with both hands occupied by bags. Besides, I don't need to see how disgusting the room is. I don't want anything to discourage me from my precious sleep. I put the bags down somewhere randomly and feel around for the bed. I guess my wife has the same idea, as she just shuts the door behind her and flops onto the bed without flipping the switch. Without even time to think, my mind leaves my body as I'm engulfed by the darkness and silence, and I quickly drift to sleep. Suddenly, my eyes flash open as I'm shocked back into consciousness. I didn't hear a noise or anything, but something must have woken me up. For some reason, I can feel this strange surge of energy, as if I hadn't been asleep at all. Normally, it takes me a few minutes until I can function at 100%, but not tonight. There's just something strange about tonight. I hop out of my bed and begin to walk towards the door to turn on the light. I just get to the foot of my bed when I notice a window on the wall. I look outside and I notice something strange. It's just as dark out there as it is in here. Normally a streetlight or the moon would illuminate some imagery out there, but it was just pitch black. Mesmerized, I blankly stared out the window, and the darkness began to form shapes. Slowly, the body of a man forms. He's just standing out there, a few feet away from me. The energy I once had now turns into a blood-curdling fear. It's too dark to see his face, but I just know. He's the killer. That twisted freak must have followed us here and waited for the right time to strike. I know he's going to mutilate me and my wife. I want to run away. I want to scream. But there's something about the way he's just standing there staring at me that restricts any action. He won't make a sound. He won't move a muscle. He just stands out there, staring blankly at me in the dark and silence. After a few minutes of just staring back at him, I notice something I'm surprised I didn't notice earlier. He's holding something. As I shift my focus from his face to his arm, I notice he's gripping someone else's arm. Just as I begin to look, he pulls a large, flailing shadow in view. A woman. I can see her trying to force her arm out of his grip. No matter what the woman does, that lunatic won't for a second break his stare. He just continues to glare at me. I shift my focus from her body to her face as its face contorts from screaming and crying. That's when I begin to hear her. She screams for someone, anyone to help, but she won't even look in my direction. Though her shrieks come from outside, the sound isn't at all muffled by glass. Gradually, her cries for help and pleas for freedom become louder and louder, until they just become an unintelligible shriek. It deafens me as it resonates with my brain and pounds through my ears. The noise alone is enough to drive a man insane. I want to clasp my hands against my ears and cry for that horrid noise to stop, anything to end it, but I remain paralyzed. That man just continues to stare. Abruptly, just as quick as that shadow pulled her into view, he wraps his claws around her neck, and that deafening shriek finally ends. The pounding pain in my ears and head begin to ease as I breathe a sigh of relief. That's when I notice the horrible scene occurring before my eyes, with the killer's thumb tearing into the woman's throat. She grasps onto his wrists and tries to free herself, but she doesn't budge, neither does he. She reaches out and starts to carve her nails into his arms, but he doesn't react. He remains motionless, his face fixed on me. Her resistance grows weaker and weaker, until eventually her body hangs completely limp. As the woman's body falls to the floor, the man's arms fall to his side. It's my turn now. That demon must have something planned for me. Why would he paralyze me with his hellish stare, force me to watch him torture this woman, then just leave? But he doesn't move. I'm waiting for him to burst through the window, but he doesn't. He just stands there, motionless, staring at me, while I stand here, motionless, staring back. After what feels like hours, I remain paralyzed. His stare has a grip on my mind, and I'm just as terrified as when I first saw him. Slowly, his shape becomes vague, and darkness consumes my vision. This is it. This is how he's going to get me. I became increasingly blind, until my eyes closed, and I feel my consciousness slip from my mind. That demon's waiting has finally paid off. I awake to find myself laying face down near the foot of the bed. It must be morning, but it's nearly as dark as it was last night. The only difference being a bright sliver of light from under the door. As traumatic memories from earlier begin to take form, I get up and rush towards the light switch. I flip the lights on and quickly turn around to inspect the room. What I see forces me to fall to my knees as tears stream across my face. In the middle of the room lies my beautiful wife, motionless on the ground. I crawl towards her lifeless body to see her neck heavily bruised. My eyes dart around the room in panic in hopes of finding any explanation. Slowly, I begin to realize something that causes my mind to stir and my heart to shrivel up and sink. There are no windows in this room. All that lies on the walls is a single mirror hanging at the foot of the bed. Have you ever had that feeling? The feeling that a cold, dark stranger is just behind you, anticipating you, following you, watching your every move. I bet that you have. You may not have noticed it, but it has happened to you. This is one sign to know that your world has gone cold. It was an ordinary night. The only unique thing about it was how late I was getting home. I was just walking home from staying at school late. I walked on the dark, late-night streets, lit up only by the dim streetlights. I then got a strange turning in the depth of my heart, causing it to beat fast. I looked behind me to only see the shape similar to a person, but the small breeze that filled the air knocked over the shape, causing it to land with a small thud. I watched the object fall to the ground. I was relieved that it wasn't another person. The solitary was my comfort. This was dark for a nice guy like me. I turned back around after hearing another sound. This time the sound was coming from the direction I was coming from. I began running towards my home. I pulled out my pocket-sized flashlight and shined it towards my home. I ran to my front door, unlocking it faster than I ever had in my entire life. I ran inside, found my home in a style that I would never forget. The walls had threatening messages written in multiple different languages, and they were written in blood. I ran through the house. The threats were written all over the house. I climbed the stairs feeling sick to my stomach, nearly regretting continuing through my home. This is the second sign. I noticed my younger sister in her room, and she was fast asleep. The room was almost untouched. Why? I then went into my room, opening the door slowly. After opening my door, I saw what looked like 3 bodies. They were too mutilated to make out who they were exactly. I fell to the floor, throwing up repeatedly. Oh, shit! I yelped helplessly and quietly. That's when I noticed the tags impaled into all the bodies, 1 tag in each. The first said mother, the second said father, and the last said dog. I began to sob in fear, running into my sister's room to see her. She was okay, and smiling while she slept. Something was wrong here. I could just feel it. The door closed behind me. Noises started to emerge from the other side, sounding like slashing and cutting. "Cody!" my sister cheerfully said, and reached for me as she awoke. "Shh," I said, causing her to motion to her own lips like she was zipping a zipper on her mouth. She did the same to my mouth, and we smiled at each other. I then held my finger to my mouth and put my hands over her ears. About an hour later, the noises stopped. I waited for another 15 minutes, then decided it was important for us to get the hell out of there. I ran downstairs with my infant sister in my hands. I grabbed the car keys, which, strangely, were the only thing on the bloody dinner table. I put my sister in her car seat and told her to hold on. My plan was to go to the police station and report this so that hopefully we would never have to deal with this again. I drove as fast as I possibly could, but the police station was bloodied and filled with the red, fleshless skeletons. My sister turned into smoke. "Miss me?" the figure said in a dark voice. "What have you done with my sister?" I asked. "After this talk, wake up," he said. "What are you talking about?" "This is merely a nightmare. A sign and a warning." "Of what?" "Just wake up. That's all you have to do." Then I did, as I was told. And that's it. I'll see you soon. If you have a horrifying dream, such as this, leave your home, town, or city. Just leave, forget everything and everyone you know, and keep moving. This will help numb the pain when your world goes cold. Follow the signs. How to kill. He didn't know what he was getting himself into back then. Nobody did. Living at home had been easy, despite how much emotional trauma involving his parents' disastrous marriage and his own issues with pills. Now, not only was Benjamin still addicted to Adderall, but he was living on his own with 2 other roommates, a friend from high school, Raymond, and a coworker, George, and struggling to make ends meet at his night shift watchman job. Every day he was getting home, George and Ray were getting ready to go to work. "Mornin'," they'd say to each other nonchalantly, and it got to a point when this was the only time they would speak. Ben's girlfriend left him a week later, trying to be as polite as possible. "We should really try to get our own lives together first," she'd said after a long and exasperating back and forth about the part of town he lived in. Ben couldn't argue with her about the building he lived in, more like a shack than a house. "I know, 3 rooms isn't enough to try to raise a family. Not to mention you just turned 20 and you still don't have a driver's license." Ben sighed, and after an awkward silence, "Okay, bye." He hung up. Ben had stopped calling his mother, too. "I'll go to my appointments. I've got them marked on my calendar," he lied. "Are you sure you're okay to do this by yourself?" she'd inquired with worry. "No problem. Love you, Mom." It's now been 10 months, and he hasn't been to a single therapy session. All Ben did was go to work, stare at his computer screen for 8 hours, go home, go to bed, and repeat. And when he wasn't in bed, he was binge drinking and taking Adderall, and surfing the most bizarre websites he could find. It was in 2014 that he discovered the dark web. "What's that?" Ben inquired of Jim, the lead singer of a grunge metal band that practiced at odd hours across the street. "The dark web." Bob, the drummer, started laughing. "This crazy son of a bitch tried to hire a hitman on himself," Fred, the guitarist, stated. "Yeah, that was after my wife slept with the other guitarist we had. A few days after that, crazy fucking douchebag the next street over ordered drones to spy on her in the shower." "Okay, slow down," said Ben. "What is the dark web?" "It's a place where you can do illegal shit without the government or police getting onto your case. You have to set up a VPN and download a Tor server." Ben cocked his head. "You have to mask your IP address and use a specific web browser and internet host," Bob explained in the simplest way he could. I think I understand," Ben said. He heard wheels outside and a car door. "Oh shit, I can't be seen over here," Ben shouted. "Just bring her over your laptop one day and I'll show you how," Fred explained. Ben nodded and disappeared into the morning fog. A few days went by and Ben didn't hear the band playing next door. "Don't you think it's a bit strange?" asked Ben before Raymond headed to work. "What?" "The band," he said, pointing across the street with a lit cigarette. "Haven't heard a peep out of them in almost a week." Ray furrowed his brow. "That is a bit odd." He made a confounded noise, and as he was about to get in the car, "Hey, Ray, one more thing. You remember him telling us about this thing called the Deep Web? Or Dark Web?" Ray looked around, trying to remember. "I think so? Shit, never mind." His next night on the job, Ben figured it out himself. He'd started doing the pills at work, beginning not to see the point in becoming responsible if this was as good as it got. Ben figured he'd hire a hitman on himself, like Jim had done. But when he went to download Tor onto his laptop, he found it already installed. What the fuck? He arrowed into the subsequent folder, and sure enough, there it was. This doesn't make any sense. The next day, George was killed in a hit-and-run accident. Ray and Ben tried to get to the hospital, but he was informed that George was killed almost instantaneously from a snapped neck. He was T-boned to the upper left hand side of the vehicle, the doctor explained. It hit him head-on, snapping his neck, crushing his heart and left lung. No investigation as to whether this was intentional? Ray inquired. Well, there would be, if it weren't for the fact police found the vehicle that matched the tag and description in a ditch. The body behind the wheel that was essentially crushed to death by the weight of the vehicle itself. So, I don't know, honestly. Don't know what? Asked Ben. Well, whether or not it was intentional. Ray called into work that day, but Ben decided to go. Are you sure, man? Asked Ray with a sigh. Ben nodded. I've got work to do. That night, Ben was hurled into a rabbit hole of seemingly endless depth when he opened his laptop. The Tor browser was up, and several pages had been visited. The first one that showed on the history made his blood run cold. HowToKill.com was what appeared in the address bar. He froze as the website loaded. A black screen spilled across the former white background, and red text jumped out at him. It was a website giving in-depth instructions on how to kill someone and make it look like an accident. Ben began to tremble and popped multiple pills into his mouth at once, breaking up a third and snorting it off the desk. He then wrote a note about an early leave of absence related to the death of his friend and co-worker. And Benjamin then departed the facility, driving home with one thought on his mind: confronting the only person who could have done this. Ben sat for the end of the second hour at the corner of his street, his car off, watching Raymond carefully. At no point had Ray done anything particularly out of the ordinary, which disturbed Ben even further. But it had to have been him. It literally couldn't be anyone else except George himself that had accessed the computer, and he knew George. George was mild-mannered and kept to himself. He didn't drink, do drugs, or even have a girlfriend, and he was entirely content with his life. No way would he have gotten into Ben's laptop without asking. But then again, neither would Ray. It just didn't make any sense. He decided there was no point in trying to butter him up. When people were dying, then the perpetrator needed to be stopped. Ben took another pill, a deep breath, a swig of his beer, and pulled onto his street. At approximately 5 a.m. on a Wednesday morning, George Ivan was killed in a hit-and-run case in which both drivers were killed. At 3:14 a.m., under 24 hours later, Benjamin Gleason clocked out of his night shift job, leaving open his laptop, which was connected to the Tor browser, and by extension, the Deep Web, a part of the internet that can only be accessed through specific software. Martha Haverford, divorced wife of Tom Gleason and mother of Ben Gleason, clenched her coffee cup with such fervor that it began to crack in her grip. She blinked, but still the name on the screen did not change. According to witnesses, the newswoman explained as an image of the house where he'd been staying at with his co-worker displayed on the television, Gleason had been parked at the corner of the street for over 2 hours, staring at his house as if watching for someone. As the footage progressed, Martha could tell that the yellow plastic across the doors and windows were that of a crime scene investigation. He had then entered the house, and shouting could be heard, followed by what sounded like a struggle. By the time the police had arrived on the scene, 30 minutes later, Benjamin Gleason was found dead of an overdose, lying in a pool of vomit, with the words, "Ray did it," written in blood in sections of the house. Martha saw the statement and began to scream. Underneath the floorboards one of these messages were scrawled on were found the bodies of 3 young men who had been mutilated beyond recognition, possibly connected to the house fire across the street, but certainly connected to the deep website Gleason had been discovered to have been browsing hours before his suicide. It said, Benjamin had been going to therapy and seeing a psychiatrist over what he'd seen his freshman year of high school. His best friend, who had been killed in a car accident. It was called howtokill.com, a site surrounding in-depth description on how to successfully commit murder. It was shut down after it was alerted by the authorities to have directly connected to the killings, to prevent any further needless loss of life in connection with this chilling website. It was the 2nd of January, 2:04 a.m. I woke up to a knocking on the door. One knock, every 3 seconds. I slipped on my slippers and walked down the stairs. As I walked down, the knocking on the door got faster, almost like a heartbeat. When I got to the door, the knocking stopped. I looked outside, and nobody was there. I went back up to my room and went back to bed, thinking it was just some kids playing a prank. At 4:21 a.m., I woke up to the front door slamming shut. I jumped, terrified. I looked over at my frosted window to find "Smile" written all over it in the frost. I grabbed my phone next to me, ready to call 911, only to find a message written on it saying, "I told you to smile." I cried and ran for my life, running outside. As soon as I got outside, I knocked on my neighbor's house across the road. They answered and held me while I sobbed. They phoned the police. At exactly 5:42, the police came to my neighbor's house after an extensive search of my house. They told me there had been no evidence at all of anyone in my house other than me. The messages on the window were gone. Same with my phone. They told me to get some sleep and advised me to see the doctor about stress and anxiety problems. Fuck that. I knew what happened to me was real. The following evening, after spending the day at my neighbor's, I went home. I went up to my bedroom and set up a camera. It was aimed at my bedroom door and my bed. I set it to record and went to sleep. Thankfully, I slept through the night. However, later as I watched the footage, I couldn't believe what I saw. At 3 a.m, something crawled out from under my bed. It was a completely naked, anorexic man. He stood up and looked at me on the bed. He did so for another hour, not moving at all. Then he moved. He walked over to the camera until his face took up the whole shot. He was extremely pale and had bulging veins all over his head. His eyes were completely black with a huge smile on his face. He stared at the camera for another 2 hours, not blinking, just slightly twisting his head every now and again. After 2 hours of him staring went past, he walked back over to my bed and crawled back under. I skipped the video forward until it showed me getting up and walking over to the camera. The video finished. I was frozen with fear. The video showed him going back under, but not leaving. Whatever it was still there. Luke stepped out of the warm comfort of his best friend's house into the cold, winter air. The sun was quickly slipping beneath the horizon, and the trees of the forest cast long and twisted shadows across the yard. He said goodbye to his friend, and thanked his mother for having him over. As their goodbyes drew to a close, the front door swung shut, and a silence fell over Luke. He stared out across the lawn into the twilight forest that awaited him. It was only a 15-minute walk from his friend's house to his own, and he had made that walk countless times before. But as he watched the night descend upon the world, something sinister began to fill the shadows. He knew what was coming next. It didn't happen often, but he knew tonight it would be coming for him. There was an acute sense of dread in the air, and he could almost feel its gaze watching him from the ever-lengthening shadows. He stepped off his friend's porch and into the night. He crossed the 30 yards from the porch to the beginning of the forest path with little incident, but as he entered the woods, he entered another realm. No longer did he live in the world of modern conveniences where a warm and bright home was only a short walk away. In its stead was a primeval existence where danger lurked in every shadow, and his only salvation was a night's march away. He had been walking for a little over a minute when it began. Far in the distance, standing between two trees, it was there, standing, motionless, watching him. Its twisted figure lit by the dying rays of the sun. No sooner had Luke seen it than it was gone, and with it vanished the last vestiges of daylight. The hunt was on. Luke began to move faster, but he had to hold himself back, knowing if he broke into a run, it would soon chase him down. This was not his first time seeing the thing, and after enough encounters, he had learned the rules. He was not to run or scream, or it would be angry. If it was angry, he received a deep gash on his arm or leg. He had been fortunate to never anger it further. Luke knew if he kept calm and walked home, the thing would not punish him. It would be terrifying, but he would arrive home alive. The first time he saw it, he had run home with his heart ready to rip itself out of its chest. He received a nasty cut down his leg for his troubles, and he arrived home dirty, bloody, and trembling. He had stumbled into the house and sunk to the floor, shaking and crying. When he told his mother what had happened, she dismissed the whole thing as a product of his overactive imagination. She promised to get rid of the thorn bush that had scratched him and had told him to calm down. Since then, he had stopped telling his mom when he saw it, and when the thing cut him, he hid it from her. Not only did his mother blame his imagination, but so did everyone else he tried to tell. His father, his brother, even his best friend blamed his overactive imagination. His father and brother had told him to stop playing pretend and act his age. He was alone with his twisted companion. He continued onward, trying to contain his fear. Every second he fought the urge to scream and run for his life. Luke knew that it could appear at any moment. He might turn a corner, and it would be in the middle of the path. He might glance to the side and see it behind the nearest tree, but no matter what, he never saw it for long. Luke was not even sure what it looked like, as it never stayed in sight long enough for him to set his appearance into its memory. But although he rarely saw it, its presence never left. Whether it was noxious smells of filth and blood, ragged panting, or drooling, he knew the thing was always close by. The walk was stretching into an eternity. He felt as though he had left his friend's house hours ago. And yet, it seemed like there were miles and miles left to walk until he was home. He began to pick up the pace a little, and as his step quickened, he heard a shuffling gait behind him begin to rustle the leaves. This was incredibly odd, as he had never heard its footsteps before. They were close, but not so close that Luke was considering bolting. Oddly, these heavy footfalls made him feel better. He knew he couldn't possibly be imagining them. He could hear leaves rustle and crunch beneath his pursuer's feet. He could hear it physically impacting the world. Surely, that couldn't be his imagination. Time dragged on, and Luke could hear the footsteps growing closer and closer. His already strained heart began to beat even faster. After a while, he could hear the footsteps directly behind him. The thing was just waiting for Luke to turn around and look at it, but he would not succumb. He knew as soon as he stopped or looked behind him, the thing would devour him. Just as he was ready to give in and run for it, the footsteps stopped. Luke was so surprised he faltered, and as he slowed, he felt the thing's breath brush along his neck. As the fumes swept around him, he almost fainted, but by some miracle he was able to keep his feet. Luke gathered his senses and kept on walking. Behind him, the thing let out a murderous shriek, as though it were angered he had not succumbed to its taunts. He was more frightened than ever, but he refused to give in to the thing. He shoved his hands into his pockets, stared at his shoes, and picked up the pace. He kept on his way for several minutes, and for those several minutes all was quiet. He began to hope that tonight's nightmare was over. As he raised his head to check his surroundings, his eyes fell upon the feet of his pursuer. It was standing there in the middle of the path, waiting for him. He refused to look. He stared at its vile feet, refusing to meet its demonic gaze. Its feet were sick and disfigured, with yellow, cracked talons protruding from them. The largest one was curved, like a raptor's, and stained with blood. The skin was a sickly pale yellow, covered in pockmarks and warts. The arch of the foot was inhuman, and twisted almost like a coiled spring. He was almost sick again, but he found a way to keep himself under control. Almost as soon as he had taken in the thing's sick feet, they were gone. He could take no more. He broke into a run. He knew the thing would be furious, but he no longer cared. He just wanted the terror to end. As he ran, he heard the thing stomping behind him. Its footfalls were thunderous, and it let out a bloody shriek. He could hear the fury in its cry, and it drove him to run ever faster. He could tell he was close to home. If he could hold out for 30 more seconds, he could make it out of the woods. The thing's footfalls drew ever closer, and he was almost ready to give up. His legs were moving slower and slower by the second. His lungs were burning with each breath, and his face was growing cold, as though his blood were seeping out of it. Luke caught sight of the edge of the woods, and with one maniacal last burst of energy kept going. He heard the thing closing in. Its screams grew frenzied as it prepared to kill. But just as Luke began to feel the thing's claws sink into his shoulders, he burst beyond the tree line and into his own lawn. Luke stumbled to his porch, wheezing the whole way. He dragged himself onto the steps and collapsed, trembling as adrenaline coursed through his exhausted body. He lay there in silence, trying to recover from his horrid experience when, from the woods, he heard a rabid snuffling. He raised his head, dreading what he might see. From out of the woods emerged the thing. He had no idea what to do. The thing always disappeared when he left the woods. The thing had broken its own rules, and Luke was too exhausted to do anything but watch it draw closer to him. As it came closer, he began to see it in ever greater detail as it stepped into his porch light. The thing was hideous beyond belief. It was disgusting and unnatural. It had one huge red eye in the middle of its face. Below it was a crooked gash of a mouth that hung open, revealing a veritable hacksaw of black and bloody teeth. It had no nose or ears, and its head was covered in limp spikes. Its shoulders were uneven as one arm was gimpy and the other twisted. The arm was withered and hung by the creature's side. The other arm was massive and had claws matching those on its feet. The claws extended down to the ground and dragged as it marched forward. Its spine was twisted, and it seemed a miracle that the thing could even walk. Luke stared in horror as it approached. He knew he was facing his death, but he was too mentally and physically exhausted to do anything but stare into the disfigured face. But extraordinarily, as the thing drew within 5 feet of him, it stopped. It stopped and stared at him. He didn't know for how long they made eye contact, but after a while, the thing simply turned and ran off into the woods far faster than he ever thought its twisted frame could move. He lay there for some time until he could muster the energy to stumble into his home. When he returned, his mother's only remark was that he was late, and he should know better than to make her worry like that. Luke numbly stumbled into his room and collapsed. He did not sleep soundly that night, nor would he for many nights to come, but he thanked God he had survived. He didn't know what had made the thing turn back. Maybe it had some sort of twisted sense of honor that stopped it from killing a defenseless boy. Or maybe it just wanted to preserve him for another night of sport. He didn't know, and he didn't care. He was just thankful to be alive. That same night, another young boy returned home late. He scrabbled through the dirt with his cracked and yellowed claws into the entrance of his home. As he lumbered into the dark cavern that was his home, the boy's mother demanded to know where he had been. The boy was out of breath and sweating from his earlier exertions. He could barely get out a response to his mother. He told her that he had seen the thing again. His mother told him to stop playing pretend and go to bed. He protested that he had gotten close to it this time, looked at it, and even touched it. He told her how hideous it was with its smooth pink skin, its squashed face with its two beady eyes. But it didn't seem dangerous. He didn't know why it always ignored him when he tried to be friendly, and tonight it had run away again. He felt bad because it often cut itself on all the thorns along the path when it ran. His mother told him to shut down his overactive imagination and stop telling her such ridiculous stories. He grumbled as he shuffled into his room and lay down in his bed of worms to go to sleep. He would get the thing to talk to him one day. He just had to keep on trying. The thing often walked through his yard at night. He would just say hi to it again in a week. Things were fucked from the beginning. A woman named Carol dials 911 and claims that somebody's inside her house. We go investigate, searching the place inch by inch, but find nothing. Usually this could be easily explained away. The mind of an older person living alone eventually starts deteriorating. The onset of dementia and other mental issues start to take a toll on their lives. Quite sad, really. However, this woman is only 24. In other words, the probability of this all being inside her head is extremely unlikely. She also seemed to be terribly distraught by this whole situation. Why would she be acting? We leave her place and tell her to contact us if she sees anything again. I mean, we couldn't really do anything at that point. We were somewhat surprised when we got another call from her the very next day. We drive down there and search the house again. We find nothing again. The problem is, the house seems different this time. Almost as if there were some subtle detail that made it a separate place from the one we were in yesterday. My partner, Beck, says that he noticed it as well, but doesn't quite understand what's wrong. We decide not to say anything about this as we tell Carol that we come up with nothing. However, she tells us to stay. "I recorded him," she says. She takes out her phone and tells us to watch the video that she's pulled up. It was footage of her in the house. She's running around, breathing frantic. And then we see him. A large figure, covered head to toe in what appears to be a black bodysuit. He lumbers towards the camera as Carol screams and ducks into a room, locking it from the inside. There's a few bangs on the door before we can hear footsteps, walking away. We don't know how to react to this footage, but we try anyways. We come to the conclusion that the man must have left once Carol got behind the door. However, the front door was locked when we came, and Carol told us that she hadn't left the room. Did he also have the keys to her house? That would explain a lot, but it also made the situation a lot worse. We decided to keep an eye on her house for the night. We're discreet, parking about a block down on the road in an unmarked car. We're both fully awake, ready to go as soon as we see some sketchy shit. At around 2 a.m., we see somebody walking across the road toward her house. However, it isn't the man. It's Carol herself. Beck and I must have had the same look on our faces. What the fuck? We get out of the car and make our way over there, knocking hard on the front door. However, nobody answers. We can see lights flicking on and off intermittently, but we're not sure what that's supposed to mean. Was she trying to tell us to leave? We get a call from dispatch a few minutes later. They're telling us that Carol has called 911 again, saying that there are now multiple people in her house. They ask if we need backup, and we say yes. Without another moment of hesitation, we force the door open and barge in. The living room lights still flicker on and off, but we see the light switch, and nobody is touching it. We call out for Carol, but nobody responds. In fact, the place is dead quiet. I can see the neighboring houses starting to turn on their lights from the commotion. We rush up the stairs and start sweeping each room, but there's nothing. Once again, we search the place inch by inch, but nothing is in here, not even Carol, who we clearly saw enter a few moments earlier. As I pace around in petrified confusion, Beck speaks up. There's rooms here that shouldn't be. What the hell are you talking about? I ask in response. I've been counting, he says. There were 9 total the last time we came. There are 10 now. You didn't notice it? I forced myself to think hard. Subconsciously, I knew that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. However, I eventually realized. The basement. There was only 1 door down there last time. Beck nods. 2 now. I don't know what to think. I look at my surroundings and try to make an assessment, but there's really none that can be made. We hear a knock on the door about 10 seconds later. It sounds agitated. We look out the living room windows, but aren't met with the red and blue police lights. We're hesitant to answer, of course. I decide to take a step forwards, but Beck pulls me back. He looks at me and shakes his head, whispering, "We left the door open, remember?" He was right. My radio starts crackling. Another call from dispatch. They're telling us that we need to leave the house immediately, that Carol called again, saying we were going to die, in a deathly monotone voice. The knocking has stopped, but we can hear footsteps in the basement. Something is in here with us. We decided that this was enough. We needed to get the fuck out of here. As we start descending the steps, we hear a voice coming from the kitchen. Carol comes out, blocking our path to the door. She looks detached, with blank, beady eyes staring right at us. "Did you find him?" she asks, without any semblance of emotion in her voice. "I think he might be in the basement. Why don't you go check?" Beck and I are frozen in shock. She just keeps looking at us, gesturing toward the basement door every now and then. The footsteps down there sound like they're running in circles now. We ignore her request, abruptly brushing past her and bolting out of the front door. The backup still isn't here, so we decide to just get into our car. However, we see somebody down the street peering through our driver's side window. He's large, dressed in what appears to be a black full-body suit. He looks away from the window and directly at us. It's hard to tell from this far, but the suit doesn't seem to have any eye holes. Beck speaks up. "Sir, please step back from the vehicle." His voice cracks in the middle of the sentence. He's terrified. As soon as Beck stops talking, the figure starts running at us. It's fast. Too fast. In the time that it takes for us to pull up our guns, we've realized that it's actually moved past us, into the house. We waste no more time, running into the car, locking the doors, and waiting until backup arrives. When it finally does, we're extensively questioned while what appears to be a SWAT team searches the house. However, it isn't the police chief asking us. Instead, it's some guy in a suit that we've never seen before. He asks us things like, How many doors were there in the house? What did Carol look like exactly? Did we ever see a man with one eye wandering around? We answer inconclusively to pretty much all of them. We have no idea what the hell is going on. At one point, we see SWAT members carrying multiple stretchers outside and loading them into their truck. Not an ambulance, mind you, but their own truck. Eventually, the man who was questioning us tells us to go home and to report to our station as usual. He tells us not to worry about what we've seen here, but I don't know how he expects us to do that. We drive back to the station in complete silence. As we park, Beck finally lets out a sigh. Jack is fucking crazy, dude. I look at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Who the hell is Jack? He reciprocates an equally confused stare at me. What the hell are you talking about? The dude who owns the house. What? It was a lady named Carol. How'd you forget already? We hold each other's chaotic gaze for what feels like a minute, but we say nothing further. We both silently exited the vehicle and started heading our separate ways home. We both know that something's terribly wrong with the other. I try not to think about it too much as my head hits the pillow. I manage to drift off to sleep about 3 hours later, only to be woken up immediately by the telephone. Barely coherent, I answer it. We need you. A woman dialed 911. Says that somebody's in her house. My heart sinks slightly. It sinks completely when he tells me the address. It's Carol's. I hang up the phone and slump into the bed. I just want this nightmare to end. Hello. This thing happened to me a few months ago. I just need to share it with somebody. It all started at my friend's party. He's an artist who rented out a loft in the industrial part of town. If you can picture what a place like Detroit looked like in the 1920s, that's what this area looks like. A bunch of old turn-of-the-century factories crammed into 10 blocks. Most of them are abandoned. So, I partied a little too hard that night and decided to crash on the couch at the loft. I woke up around 4 a.m. The sun wasn't out yet, but you could still make things out in the dim blue light. I went to the bathroom, carefully tiptoeing around the people that were passed out on the floor. As I was taking a piss, I tiptoed to look out of the bathroom window, and I saw the panorama of deserted urban decay. I remembered how much I liked places like this. It was so dark and devoid of life, and strangely serene. So I went back to the couch and tried to fall asleep. After 45 minutes of staring at the ceiling, I decided I didn't want to be there any longer, so I swallowed my pride, and decided to wake my girlfriend up to beg her for a ride, since walking around the vacant streets at this time was not an option. Being an awesome girlfriend, she was totally cool with it, and she told me that she would be there in about a half hour, and that she would give me a call when she was outside. My phone died 10 minutes later, so I decided I would sit by the window and watch for her car. I sat there for a while and my eyes started getting heavy. I began to doze off. A crashing noise outside woke me up. It wasn't loud, but just enough to snap me into reality. I looked out the window and scanned the area, but I didn't see anything. Across the street from the loft, near a mountain of garbage bags and one of those enormous dumpsters, I see a computer and a monitor smashed against the floor that hadn't been there. When my girlfriend arrived, I went downstairs and greeted her. Just as I was about to get in the car, I remembered a friend of mine who had blown out his power supply, so I decided to walk over to the dumpster and see what I could salvage. The monitor was worthless, but the tower seemed to have suffered almost no damage, so I put it in the trunk, and we drove off. About a week had passed, and I had completely forgotten about the tower until my girlfriend called to let me know that it was still in the trunk and that she wanted it out. That night I brought it home. Before I took it apart, I decided to hook it up to my monitor to see if it still ran. and to my surprise, it did. It ran Windows XP and it looked like it had been wiped clean. I decided to do searches for words like tits and pussy in hopes of finding some secret stash of deviant porn the previous owner had forgotten about. Morbid curiosity, I guess. The search came up nothing. Search for picture files. Nothing. Search for movie files. And one file came up. It was an AVI inside a folder called Barbie, hidden in the Windows System 32 directory. So I played it. Now, this is where it gets disturbing. The movie was about an hour long and was made up of what seemed like raw exported footage. The footage was of this woman sitting on a chair and talking against a white backdrop. I skipped through most of the movie, and it was all the same continuous shot. Then I decided to sit through the footage to find out what she was talking about. 15 seconds into the footage, the audio goes completely bad, and her voice is drowned in harsh static background noise. I couldn't make out a thing, so I imported the footage into Final Cut and tried to mess with the levels to isolate her voice. It helped a little, but I still couldn't hear what she was saying. I was intrigued now, and I began to really pay attention to her face and body language. It seems that she's being asked some kind of questions, because she stops at times to listen, and then continues talking. About 15 minutes into the footage, her face begins to redden and contort, as if the questions are bothering her. But she continues to answer them anyway. Shortly after, she begins to cry. She sobs hysterically for the duration of the film. One of the few words I could lip read was skin. She repeats this word many times throughout the footage, and at one point she even pulls at the skin from her arm and mouths the word skin. She seems to be unhappy with her skin, and kept on building and building, and about 40 minutes in, she's crying so hard she can barely look at the camera. She stops talking at this point, and the rest of the footage is just her crying with her head down. Oddly enough, she doesn't get up or move. The screen just fades to black. I was fucking dumbfounded. I played the whole thing through many times that night, trying to find inflections and nuances in her movement that would reveal anything else about what was going on. I felt so dissatisfied. I wanted to know more. That's when I noticed that there was about 10 more minutes left on the timeline after the screen went black. And about 2 minutes in, there was more footage. The footage was extremely shaky, almost unwatchable, and depicted a pair of legs walking along train tracks. My guess is that the camera was accidentally left on as it was being carried somewhere. The person in this footage walks along the train tracks for about 6 minutes, and then turns into the forest, and walks over what looked like foliage flattened by a piece of plywood. The person continues on this makeshift plywood road, until the movie clip ends. Now my heart started beating with excitement because there were train tracks a few miles away that looked very similar to the one in the video. I had to check this out. I called up my friend Ezra. He's 6'4", 250 pounds of mostly muscle. I convinced him to go on a little adventure with me. I'm no pushover myself, but I felt if I was to go wandering in the woods looking for God knows what, extra muscle couldn't hurt. This whole idea of investigating this video had me so excited, I couldn't sleep. The next morning on a sunny Saturday, I took my flashlight, my camera, and my 7-inch K-bar with a matte black finish and serrated edge, and went to pick up Ezra. When I got to his house, he wasn't even awake. When I woke him, he pretty much told me to fuck off. I was already packed and I had mentally prepared myself to do this, so I decided to go through it without him. I parked my car at the train station, took my stuff, and hopped onto the tracks. After walking for about 2 hours, I saw a broken piece of plywood, and my knees almost buckled with excitement. I searched the nearby foliage, and there it was. A little plywood trail leading into the forest. I slowly walked along the trail, paying close attention to everything. I would stop occasionally, kneel down, and listened for anything or anyone, but it was so quiet. This was one of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever done. I didn't know what to expect at the end of this trail. The dense tree line gave way into a little island of grassy field, and then I saw it, a house being consumed by the forest. From the looks of it, no one had lived there for 20, maybe 30 years. I got my camera and snapped a few pics. A few yards away from the house was a tool shed made of rusty sheet metal. I just sat there along the trees for a while, absorbing everything. I didn't want to go into the open field. I had this bad feeling that something would see me. It took me a while to muster the courage to go up to the house. The door was partly open. I pushed it in with a flashlight and was relieved that the inside was actually very well lit. I put my flashlight away, got my camera, and took a few more pics. There was no furniture. The floor was riddled with bricks and wood and rubble, and some of the walls had huge holes in them. When I went in further to explore, I saw some things that I didn't pay much mind to in that moment, but now that I think about them in hindsight, they greatly disturb me. The first thing that seemed a little odd was that one of the doors in the first room, that I presumed led to the basement, seemed a little too new to be in this house. It was also the only door in the house that was locked. Also, when I made my way up to the second floor, I saw some chairs and a fold-up table that also seemed a little too new to be there. But what disturbed me the most for some reason was the bathroom. The dust on the mirror had been wiped away, and in the bathtub, I saw a clear plastic tarp that still had water droplets on it from what I presume when it was washed clean. That's when I heard something moan really loud, and that's when I jumped the fuck out of the second-story window and I ran back to the tracks. Halfway there, I realized the moaning was most likely a water pipe expanding or contracting, and that little moment of relief gave into the horror which I felt when I wondered why the water would be running on an abandoned house in the middle of the fucking woods. It's been a little more than 2 months since this happened, and I haven't gone back there, nor do I plan to. One school day, a boy named Tom was sitting in class and doing math. It was 6 more minutes until after school. As he was doing his homework, something caught his eye. His desk was next to the window, and he turned and looked to the grass outside. It looked like a picture. When school was over, he ran to the spot where he saw it. He ran fast so that no one else could get to it and grab it. He picked it up and smiled. It had a picture of the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. She had a dress with tights on and red shoes, and her hand was formed into a peace sign. She was so beautiful, he wanted to meet her, so he ran all over the school and asked everyone if they knew her, or if they have ever seen her before. But everyone he asked said no. He was devastated. When he was home, he asked his older sister if she knew the girl, but unfortunately she also said no. It was very late, so Tom walked up the stairs and placed the picture on his bedside table. Then he went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Tom was awakened by a tap on his window. It was like a nail tapping. He got scared. After the tapping, he heard a giggle. He saw a shadow near his window, so he got out of his bed, walked toward his window, opened it up, and followed the giggling. By the time he reached it, it was gone. The next day, again, he asked his neighbors if they knew her. Everybody said, sorry, no. When his mother came home, he even asked her if she knew her. She said no. He went to his room, placed the picture on his desk, and fell asleep. Once again, he was awakened by a tapping. He took the picture and followed the giggling. He walked across the road when suddenly he got hit by a car. He was dead, with the picture in his hand. The driver got out of the car and tried to help him, but it was too late. Suddenly, he saw the picture and picked it up. He saw a cute girl holding up 3 fingers. Misfortune is an obscure game for the original Game Boy. Since no known hard copies or ROMs exist, all information about this game is derived from personal accounts and a scant assemblage of screenshots. The game does not contain any credits, and whoever created it is still unknown to this day. The few people who have experienced it consider it to be one of the scariest video games ever made. Given its age and cult following among rare horror game enthusiasts, it's entirely possible that authors of widely known creepypastas such as Sonic.exe and Lavender Town Syndrome drew inspiration from Misfortune. The player controls what appears to be a young boy in a strange Gothic building. After brief exploring, the player is confronted by a malevolent being. Despite the character never identifying itself, some people, citing noticeable similarities, claim that it may be a representation of the devil. Upon meeting the mysterious creature, a dialogue box will appear with the text, "I exist within the very fabric of reality. Do you want to challenge me?" This is followed by a yes or no choice. Should the player choose yes, the being replies with, "Then let's begin." The player is then transported to a series of maze-like rooms, each filled with pit drops, locked doors, keys, and traps. The objective for the player is to progress through each room by either reaching the stairs to the next level or solving another kind of puzzle. This can include answering riddles or choosing correct doors or pathways. The most well-known example is a level where 4 small cabins are shown on screen. The dialogue box will appear that reads, "Choose wrong, and misfortune will befall your loved ones. Are you ready to play?" Should the player ever make a mistake throughout the game, the screen will cut to black before showing a more detailed image of the demon, along with a dialogue box reading, "I am God here," in what appears to be blood-styled writing. Rumors pertaining to the game's alleged harmful effects began to surface on the internet around the late 1990s. Players claim to have begun experiencing ongoing depression and dread shortly after losing and seeing the game over screen. Once prominent members of online forums who told such claims are thought to have died or disappeared when they suddenly became inactive without warning. Heated discussions soon dominated these forums for some time, but the mystery never seemed to be getting any closer to being solved. Some wrote the whole thing off as a tasteless practical joke. Others believe that viewing the image of the evil character after losing the game can really cause the player to experience misfortune as the game's antagonist promised. Soon, people began to speculate that the eerie soundtrack of the game was the cause. As such, the music in the game consisted of deep, buzzy tones and off-key melodies. The game had a remarkably unsettling soundtrack despite composition being limited to the 8-bit Game Boy sound bank. The game over screen had especially erratic, almost nauseating music with a very high frequency that accompanied it. Rumor has it that this very track could somehow influence moods and thought patterns. Of all the tracks in the game, only the theme that plays when first meeting the demonic entity can be found on the internet today. Searching for playable ROMs or cartridges online for this game is futile, because none exist. In fact, most of those who have played it directly hadn't sought out looking for it, but rather stumbled upon it by accident. According to first-hand accounts, certain copies of various Game Boy titles contain Misfortune in its entirety. The means for accessing it through these games vary, but typically involve exploiting glitches or using cheating devices. Although some had detailed what they had done to trigger misfortune to start, attempts by others using the same methods had always failed. Another common observation was that many of the sprites in Misfortune had been copied from its host games. Misfortune is known to be integrated in the following: Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening, Pokemon Red, Spud's Adventure, Puchikarat, Atellar Mary, the Japanese version. Now, is this game really cursed? Does a specter really bide within and snare the innocent in its deadly game? Who knows? What I do know is that the game definitely exists. I also know what it can do. I've never played it myself, you see, but I knew someone who did. A good friend of mine, actually. We were closer than brothers, and we told each other everything. He was the most enthusiastic and outgoing guy I ever met, and like me, he was really into video games. Sure enough, one day, he told me he found a spooky new side game hidden in Pokemon. He showed it to me, and even back then it gave me an odd feeling. Though, to be fair, I was always easily scared. Soon after, he started talking less and less. Later, he'd either ignore my calls or tell me he was sick or busy when I invited him out. He became something of a recluse. I did still sometimes get to see him at high school, but he rarely spoke and snapped at me when I pried too much over why he was acting that way. About a month later, before he got off the train after school, he said goodbye for the first time in weeks. I'll never forget the look he gave me that day. He was the macho nothing gets to me type of guy, and he always masked his emotion really well. But now he had a face filled with grief, like he was about to cry. He made me promise him one thing before he left, that I never play that game. That was the last time we spoke. The next morning they found his scratched and bloodied corpse hanging from his disassembled weight machine. The police concluded that he managed to lift 220 pounds of weights over his head with the cord still attached, looped it around his neck, and released it over the other side of the machine, causing his strangulation as the weight on the other side yanked him upwards. The most horrible detail was that he was found with his hands clutching the inside of the makeshift noose, as if he were trying to tug it loose. That was it. The case was closed. Personally, I don't believe that's what happened. If you are a collector, or perhaps have just heard the legend and want to experience the game for yourself, you should reconsider. Even if you deny the existence of demons and curses, the misfortune that will befall you is very real. You have been warned. So, do any of you remember those Mickey Mouse cartoons from the 1930s? The ones that were just put out on DVD a few years ago? Well, I hear there is one that was unreleased to even the most avid classic Disney fans. According to sources, it's nothing special. It's just a continuous loop, like the Flintstones, of Mickey walking past 6 buildings that goes on for 2 or 3 minutes before fading out. Unlike the cutesy tunes put in though, the song on this cartoon was not a song at all, just a constant banging on a piano for 1.5 minutes before going to white noise for the remainder of the film. It wasn't the jolly old Mickey we've come to love either. Mickey wasn't dancing, not even smiling, just kinda walking, as if you or I were walking, with a normal facial expression. But for some reason, his head tilted side to side, as he kept this dismal look. Up until a year or two ago, everyone believed that after it cut to black, that was it. When Leonard Maltin was reviewing the cartoon to be put in the complete series, he decided it was too junk to be on DVD, but wanted to have a digital copy due to the fact that it was a creation of Walt. When he had a digitized version up on his computer to look at the file, he noticed something. The cartoon was actually 9 minutes and 4 seconds long. This is what my source emailed to me in full. He is a personal assistant of one of the higher executives at Disney, an acquaintance of Mr. Malton himself. After it cut to black, it stayed like that until the 6th minute, before going back to Mickey walking. The sound was different this time. It was a murmur. It wasn't language, but more like a gurgled cry. As the noise got more indistinguishable and loud over the next minute, the picture began to get weird. The sidewalk started to go in directions that seemed impossible based on the physics of Mickey's walking, and the dismal face of the mouse was slowly curling into a smirk. On the 7th minute, the murmur turned into a blood-curdling scream, the kind that was painful to hear, and the picture was getting more obscure. Colors were happening that shouldn't have been possible at the time. Mickey's face began to fall apart. His eyes rolled in the bottom of his chin like 2 marbles in a fishbowl, and his curled smile was pointing upward on the left side of his face. The buildings became rubble floating in midair, and the sidewalk was still impossibly navigating in warped directions, a few seeming inconceivable with what we, as humans, know about direction. Mr. Malton got disturbed and left the room, sending an employee to finish the video and take notes of everything happening up until the last second, and afterward immediately to store the disc of the cartoon into the vault. This distorted screaming lasted until 8 minutes and a few seconds in, and then it abruptly cuts to the Mickey Mouse face at the credits at the end of every video, with what sounded like a broken music box playing in the background. This happened for about 30 seconds, and whatever was in that remaining 30 seconds I haven't been able to get a sliver of information about. From a security guard working under me who was making rounds outside of that room, I was told that after the last frame, the employee stumbled out of the room with pale skin, saying, "Real suffering is not known," 7 times, before speedily taking the guard's pistol and offing himself on the spot. The thing I could get out of Leonard Maltin was that the last frame was a piece of Russian text that roughly said, "The sights of hell bring its viewers back in." As far as I know, no one else has seen this, but there have been dozens of attempts at getting the file on the internet by employees inside the studios, all of whom have been promptly terminated of their jobs. Whether it got online or not is up for debate, but if rumors serve me right, it's online somewhere under suicidemouse.avi. If you ever find a copy of the film, I want you to never view it, and to contact me immediately, regardless of the time. When a Disney death is covered up as well as this, it means this has to be something huge. Get back at me. TR. I've yet to find a copy of this, but it is out there. I know it. I'm what you could call a collector of bootleg Pokemon games. Pokemon Diamond and Jade, Chaos Black, etc. It's amazing the frequency with which you can find them at pawn shops, Goodwill, flea markets, and such. They're generally fun, even if they are unplayable, which they often are. The mistranslations and poor quality make them unintentionally humorous. I've been able to find most of the ones that I played online, but there's one that I haven't seen any mention of. I bought it at a flea market about 5 years ago. Here's a picture of the cartridge, in case anyone recognizes it. Unfortunately, when I moved 2 years ago, I lost the game, so I can't provide you with screen caps. Sorry. The game started with a familiar Nidorino and Gengar intro of a red and blue version. However, the press start screen had been altered. Red was there, but the Pokemon did not cycle through. It also said black version under the Pokemon logo. Upon selecting New Game, the game started the Professor Oak speech, and it quickly became apparent that the game was essentially Pokemon Red version. After selecting your starter, If you looked at your Pokemon, you had, in addition to Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle, another Pokemon. Ghost. The Pokemon was level 1. It had the sprite of the ghosts that are encountered in Lavender Tower before obtaining the Sylph Scope. It had one attack, Curse. I know that there is a real move named Curse, but the attack did not exist in Gen 1, so it appears it was hacked in. Defending Pokemon were unable to attack Ghost. It would only say that they were too scared to move. When the move Curse was used in battle, the screen would cut to black. The cry of the defending Pokemon could be heard, but it was distorted, played at a much lower pitch than normal. The battle screen would then reappear, and the defending Pokemon would be gone. If used in a battle against a trainer, and the Pokeballs representing their Pokemon would appear in the corner, they would have one fewer Pokeball. The implication was that the Pokemon died. What's even stranger is that after defeating a trainer and seeing Red receive $200 for winning, the battle commands would appear again. If you selected Run, the battle would end as it normally does. You could also select Curse. If you did, upon returning to the overworld, the trainer's sprite would be gone. After leaving and re-entering the area, the spot where the trainer had been would be replaced with a tombstone, like the ones at Lavender Tower. The move Curse was not usable in all instances. It would fail against ghost Pokemon. It would also fail if it was used against trainers that you would have to face again, such as your rival, or Giovanni. It was usable in your final battle against them, however. I figured this was the gimmick of the game, allowing you to use the previously uncapturable ghosts. And because Curse made the game so easy, I essentially used it throughout the whole adventure. The game changed quite a bit after defeating the Elite Four. After viewing the Hall of Fame, which consisted of Ghost and a couple of Pokemon I used for HMs, the screen cut to black. A box appeared with the words, "Many years later." It then cut to Lavender Tower. An old man was standing, looking at tombstones. You then realized that this man was your character. The man moved at only half of your normal walking speed. You no longer had any Pokemon with you, not even Ghost, who up to this point had been impossible to remove from your party through depositing in the PC. The overworld was entirely empty. There were no people at all. There were still the tombstones of the trainers that you used Curse on, however. You could go pretty much anywhere in the overworld at this point, though your movement was limited by the fact that you had no Pokemon to use HMs. And regardless of where you went, the music of Lavender Town continued on an infinite loop. After wandering for a while, I found that if you go through Diglett's cave, one of the cuttable bushes that normally blocks the path on the other side is no longer there, allowing you to advance and return to Pallet Town. Upon entering your house and going to the exact tile where you start the game, the screen would cut to black. A sprite of a Caterpie appeared. It was replaced by a Weedle, and then a Pidgey. I soon realized, as the Pokemon progressed from Rattata to Blastoise, that these were all the Pokemon that I had used Curse on. After the end of my rival's team, a youngster appeared, and then a bug catcher. These were the trainers I had cursed. Throughout the sequence, the Lavender Town music was still playing, but it was slowly decreasing in pitch. By the time your rival appeared on screen, it was little more than a demonic rumble. Another cut to black. A few moments later, the battle screen suddenly appeared. Your trainer sprite was now that of an old man, the same one who teaches you how to catch Pokemon in Viridian City. Ghost, appeared on the other side, along with the words, "Ghost wants to fight." You couldn't use items, and you had no Pokemon. If you tried to run, you couldn't escape. The only option was fight. Using fight would immediately cause you to use struggle, which didn't affect Ghost, but did chip off a bit of your own HP. When it was Ghost's turn to attack, it would simply say ... Eventually, when your HP reached a critical point, Ghost would finally use Curse. The screen cut to black a final time. Regardless of whatever buttons you pressed, you were permanently stuck in this black screen. At this point, the only thing you could do was turn the Game Boy off. When you played again, New Game was the only option. The game had erased the file. I played through this hacked game many times, and every time, the game ended with the sequence. Several times I didn't use Ghost at all, though he was still impossible to remove from the party. In these cases, it did not show any Pokemon or trainers and simply cut to the climactic battle with Ghost. I'm not sure what the motives were behind the creator of this hack. It wasn't widely distributed, so it was presumably not for monetary gain. It was very well done for a bootleg. It seems that he was trying to convey a message, though it seems I am the sole receiver of this message. I'm not entirely sure what it was. The inevitability of death? The pointlessness of it? Perhaps he was simply trying to morbidly inject death and darkness into a children's game? Regardless, this children's game has made me think, and it has made me cry. I'm doing this for you, and for Mike too, I guess. Though, I don't think there's much I can do to help him at this point. I suppose I should provide some background information first. I'm a sophomore in a fairly good university in Boston. No, not MIT or Harvard, but one that's still a bit of a chore to get into. My freshman year, I had the option to live in honors housing and decided to roll with it. After all, at least the people would be interesting. Whatever arcane algorithm they used to process roommate requests took in my preferences and spat out the name of my future roommate, Mike. Just another random honors kid from St. Louis. The two of us got along fine for most of freshman year, my enjoyment of Miley Cyrus notwithstanding, so we decided to room together sophomore year as well. Now, Mike had always been a pretty obsessive guy. He tended to bounce around in his interests. One week, he would devour entire series of anime, only to later start watching random online episodes of Mystery Science Theater 3000, and then he began working his way through the archives of the hottest new webcomic. And of course, like any real obsessive, he would keep me posted on his latest craze. I humored him. What else are roommates for? One day earlier this week, he started telling me random scary stories. You know, those random things you find on message boards. I think his main source ended up being some site called Creepypasta. I never understood why pasta could be creepy, but whatever. I'd hear about a med student eating an arm, or someone being autopsied alive, or some random YouTube video that'll drive you insane. We usually had a good laugh about them. The third day of his obsession, however, things got weird. He threw a few more stories my way before hitting the sack, but something seemed a little off. His voice had a sharp edge to it. As the hour got later, his banter got more and more inane, as though he were just talking just to stave off having to go to sleep. Eventually, I pointedly got into my bed and rolled over, effectively ending any further chance of conversation. I wish that I hadn't. I sleep like a log, and that night was no exception. I don't think I even came close to waking. Usually I can't remember any of my dreams, but the nightmare I had that night has been clear in my mind for days now. I dreamt I was trapped in a fog, so dense, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The damp air sent chills down my spine. I could hear muffled screams in the distance. There didn't seem to be any words, just guttural shrieks of pain. Instantly, don't ask me how, I recognized the screams as Mike's. I tried my best to run to him, but my feet just slid through the fog. I couldn't get any real traction on the ground, if there was indeed any ground. The screams got further away and more indistinct, though I could still tell they were Mike's. Eventually they faded to nothing, and I woke up. And every last trace of Mike was gone from the room. I mean, everything. His laptop, his sheets, the official zombie survival guide poster on the wall, the heap of trash he let accumulate on his half of the windowsill. Everything. A thick layer of dust coated his entire side of the room. Absolutely nothing on my side of the room had been touched, nor had any of his stuff in the bathroom, the kitchen, or the living room of our suite. Only in the bedroom had anything been taken. I couldn't believe it. I prayed that this was a dream. I pinched my elbow until the skin was red, until my fingernails drew blood. When I didn't wake up, I dialed campus security, who quickly brought in the Boston Police Department. I was immediately kicked out of the room so they could go over everything with a fine-toothed comb. I think I must have been in shock. I felt completely numb, like nothing around me really mattered. I left my laptop out in our suite's common room, so I used that to distract myself. Or tried to, at any rate. When I popped open the laptop, however, a Word document stared at me. Its text was the following. I know this is stupid. I can't help but think how much I'll regret this in the morning, but for some reason, I'm genuinely scared, and I feel like this is the only way I can tell someone why. So here it goes. Earlier, I was scouring the net for short horror stories. You know, rituals, tales of scary places, and the like. I came across this warning. I guess it was. I won't say what, and I won't say where for fear of you finding it yourself. Suffice to say, it sent chills down my spine, something not much has managed to do. Still, as has become my habit, I just clicked on the next hyperlink, going ever further down the rabbit hole. The warning stayed with me though, in the back of my head, just nibbling away, waiting until I would focus on something else to rear its ugly head. This was irrational, I knew. My mind was just playing tricks on me. Some ancestral fear had been played upon, some age-old nightmare that was just that, a nightmare. No more, and no less. But that didn't make the fear go away. Only when I looked at the clock to see how long I had until you got back. It had dawned on me I had passed the time allotted me by the warning to stop what was coming. Any vagueness is out of concern for you, I promise. And then the real anxiety kicked in. My palms started to sweat, and my eyes refused to stay closed for more than a second at a time. All my hair stood on end, and I could feel my heart rate start to increase. Instantly, I knew the warning had been real, and I had failed to heed it. My time was limited. It was about then that you got back from the TV station. I was so glad to see someone else. I can't imagine how I sounded. Finally, someone to fight off the dark with, a companion against the now terrifying night. But clearly you weren't interested. Your yawns were a dead giveaway. You headed to bed. And I, to stave off sleep a little longer, decided to write you this. Do me a favor. If I'm wrong, forget this ever happened. If I'm right, warn them. So that's what I'm doing. I'm warning you. Just be careful. Next time you go on an archive binge at Creepypasta, or start checking the horror thread of your favorite discussion board, or even just try Googling creepy stories. If you feel a chill run down your spine It's some warning that you've never read before. You might want to heed it. If you decide not to, however, if you just click on your merry way, please, tell Mike. I'm sorry I couldn't get to him in the fog. Everybody knows, if you surf the web long enough, you'll see some pretty sick shit. This is especially true if you intentionally dwell into the dark underbelly of the internet. I've seen quite a few things I don't care to admit to, but one thing I'll always remember is a site called normalpornfornormalpeople.com. The first strange thing about the site was that I didn't find it by actually looking for it. It was emailed to me by someone I didn't know. The email was as follows. Hi there. Found this site is very nice. Thought you might like. normalpornfornormalpeople.com. Pass it on for the good of mankind. Pretty standard issue chain letter, although the URL and the last remark really piqued my curiosity. I was having a very boring day when I got this, so I made sure my antivirus was working and then I clicked on it. It was a very average and very generic looking site. It gave the impression that the creators just barely gave a shit about making it look professional. The author seemed to have a very tenuous grasp on English, and on the front page was a long, boring, and incoherent rant that I don't remember or have saved. The site had a strange tagline which, even today, people haven't figured out the meaning of, which was Normal Porn for Normal People, a website dedicated to the eradication of abnormal sexuality. And from the sound of that, I wasn't sure whether I was here to watch porn or if I had stumbled onto some kind of eugenics program. But I was here now, and I was very, very curious to see what normal people get their rocks off to. So I scrolled down through the rant, and nothing. The page didn't seem to link to anywhere else, and I was about to leave when I noticed every word of the rant was its own hyperlink. So I clicked one of them, and I was sent to a white page with a very long list of links in the form of normalpornfornormalpeople.com/random letters. So I stopped for a minute and asked myself if I really wanted to waste God knows how much time clicking random links that will likely give me a virus or rape my computer. I figured I'd just try it for maybe 5 minutes, just to see if anything came up. I clicked one of the links and was sent to another page. This page apparently had totally different URLs than the first one. I was just about to say, fuck this, when I clicked on the third link, and a video download came up. It was called peanut.avi. It was a 30-minute video of a man, a woman, and a dog in a kitchen. The woman would make a peanut butter sandwich, and the man would set it down for the dog to eat. This was all that happened for 30 minutes. It was obvious that the cameraman had to stop filming and wait until the dog was ready to eat again, and the dog seemed rather sick by the end of it. I know what you're thinking. What the hell does that have to do with porn? I have no clue. I've seen a little over 24 videos from this site, and the majority had no sexual activity at all. After watching peanut.avi, I went on a certain image board I frequent to play online show and tell, like I always do with weird shit like this. But someone had already made a thread about it. Some guy who received the same chain letter that I did. The image board thread got lots of people with nothing better to do than to dig through the site, and that's how I saw the other videos. Most of these 24 videos were very uneventful, and consisted of people talking to the cameraman in a room with nothing in it but a desk and a few chairs. I mean literally, nothing on the walls or in terms of furniture. The whole room had a very cold and sterile feel to it. The conversations were just idle banter about previous jobs or embarrassing childhood moments. I kept expecting some kind of discussion about what the people were filming, or what the site was about. But, of course, nothing. You would never know these videos had anything to do with porn if you saw it out of context. I will say one thing though, the people who appeared in these videos were quite attractive. However, the other videos that actually did feature content which I suppose could be called sexual is where things got weird. I'll give brief descriptions of the stranger videos. If you're really eaten up with curiosity, you can try to hunt them down on a torrent site. LickedClean.avi, a 10-minute video filmed by a hidden camera in which we see a repairman working on a washing machine for the first 2 minutes. When it's fixed, the repairman talks to the owner briefly and then leaves. The owner checks to make sure the repairman is gone, and then he begins to lick all over the top of the washing machine. This goes on for 7 minutes. Jimbo.avi, a 5-minute video of an obese mime performing his act. It was actually pretty funny, particularly one part where he pretends to pull up a chair, then pretends that it breaks because of his weight. In the last 30 seconds of the video, the camera cuts to static briefly, and cuts back to the man, sobbing quietly, still wearing mime outfit and makeup. Some kind of obscure fetish? Diana.avi, 4-minute video in which the cameraman talks to a woman in a room different from the interview room. This room looks like one you'd find in a normal person's house. Exactly where they are is never specified, as Diana only talks about her violin playing. She obviously plays her violin, but she keeps getting distracted by something. I didn't notice this until someone on the image board thread pointed it out, but if you look at the mirror in the background, you can see a fat man in a chicken mask masturbating. Jessica.avi, another 4-minute cameraman video. This time he's outside a house talking to another young woman. They talk about canoe rides. The camera zooms out to reveal the city streets behind them occasionally. The strange thing is, no one so far has been able to identify where this street is. Guesses have ranged anywhere from Europe to Australia to the Philippines. But there's yet to be a match for the street shown in this video. Tonguetied.avi, 10-minute video. The first 5 minutes consist of an elderly woman making out with a mannequin. The video cuts out like it did in Jimbo.avi halfway through, and the scene is now a group of mannequins huddled together in a circle around the camera. The lights have been dimmed, and the elderly woman is nowhere to be seen. From this point on, there is no sound. Stumps.avi, 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to breakdance on a DDR mat in what looks like the kitchen from Peanut.avi, but much dirtier. There's a radio playing music unseen in the background, but it stops at the 4-minute mark when the man collapses on the mat in exhaustion. He breathes heavily and pleads with someone off-screen to let him rest. This off-screen person becomes terrifyingly enraged and yells at him to keep dancing, which he does. You can hear this off-screen person begin to scream as the video ends abruptly. Privacy.avi. The woman from Diana.avi is masturbating on a mattress in the interview room, while the man from Stumps.avi walks around on his hands while wearing some kind of goblin mask. The door in this room was always closed in other videos, but it's now open. In this video, the only light is in the room, and the hallway is dark. Near the end of the video, you can see an animal quickly run through the hallway. And finally, the last video we uncovered. useless.avi. In this 18-minute video, a blonde woman from one of the previous interview videos is tied down to a mattress in the interview room. She attempts to scream, but her mouth is taped over. After 7 minutes, a man in a black suit and mask opens the door, but he does not enter. He holds the door open for the animal that was running in the hall in the previous video. It's revealed to be an adult chimpanzee, its hair shaved, its entire body painted red. When the chimp enters the room, the masked man closes the door behind it. The chimpanzee sniffs the air for a moment, it may have been blind, and notices the woman tied to the mattress. It goes into a frenzy and begins to maul her. The assault goes on for a grueling 7 minutes until the woman finally dies. The chimp eats flesh from her corpse for 4 minutes as the video ends. The thread exploded with activity after this video was uncovered, and people discussed it long into the night. When I came back to the image board the next day, I found that the thread was deleted. I tried to start another one and they banned me. I tried emailing the guy who sent me the chain letter with the site's URL. Sent 5 messages. Never got a response. I have tried to discuss his website in various places, and I get banned frequently. The site itself was also deleted about 3 days after useless.avi was uncovered, likely because someone contacted the authorities about it. The only proof that normalpornfornormalpeople.com ever existed was a few screen caps people took, and videos from the site that people saved and uploaded on torrents. The most popular of which being useless.avi, which found its way onto a few gore sites. Wherever you upload them to, all the videos for normalpornfornormalpeople.com get deleted after a while.
I work at a gas station in rural Pennsylvania. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy and it pays alright. A few weeks ago, this new guy started. I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy's weird. He's about 25 or 26 and he hardly speaks, but he's got the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I have noticed this, but it's never been a problem, so there's not much we can do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Up until a few weeks ago, anyway. That's when things started going missing. Employee theft can be a problem at any business that sells consumer goods, and there's only one person working at a time in this gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started noticing we were short on motor oil. At first, it was a few containers at a time, then entire shelves and boxes from the back room. Pretty soon, entire shipments would be gone the day after we got them, and it would always be right after Jeremy's shifts. My boss checked the security camera tapes from every single night he worked, but we could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up at closing, then the motor oil would be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home to try and catch Jeremy stealing, but his daughter had a softball game last night, so he asked me to watch the tape for him. He offered to pay me overtime under the table, so obviously I took that offer. There were 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it'd be a long night, but I'm trying to save it for a vacation, so I really needed the money. I took the tapes home, popped them into an old VCR, and sat back. 2 days ago, the last time he worked, Jeremy started at 4 p.m. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawer, switched off with the girl who was working before him, and waited for a customer. First person who came in was Mrs. Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03. A regular. She picked up her cigarettes and a newspaper, paid with a 20. Nothing unusual there. The next customer was some local guy named Ron. He drives a motorcycle, usually comes in every few days. He filled up his tank, got a bag of beef jerky, paid with his credit card, and then left. Next was some guy with a cowboy hat. I'd never seen him before, but we get plenty of strangers passing through. just like at any gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel, paid with a $100 bill, went on his way. I sat back inside. The only thing more boring than doing this job was watching someone else do it. My boss's offer was enough to keep me watching, though, so I left the tape on. Everything seemed pretty normal. If Jeremy was stealing motor oil, he knew we were suspicious of him by now. I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine until about 5 o'clock. At 5:03, Mrs. Templeton came back in. She must have forgotten something. But she didn't. She bought the same pack of cigarettes as before and the same newspaper. And she paid with another 20. That's odd, I thought. But then again, she's a little absent-minded. I thought Jeremy should have told her she already got her smokes, but it's not against the rules to sell someone the same thing twice. But that's when Ron came in again. Bought another tank of gas for his motorcycle again. I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had another car and wanted to fill up. And the same pack of beef jerky. He paid with his credit card again. No big deal, I figured this was just a weird coincidence. Mrs. Templeton is forgetful, and Ron probably owns more than one Harley. That's when the guy in the cowboy hat came back in. I felt a chill run down my spine. Don't get diesel. Don't get diesel. I found myself whispering into the empty living room. But he did. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with another $100 bill. Every move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to the way he scratched his nose before walking out. Either this guy's rich, owns a lot of trucks, and just moved into town, or something really bizarre was happening. I kept watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same as before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out. Then at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton walked back in. She bought her cigarettes and newspaper again, paid with a $20 bill again. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched another half hour before I started fast-forwarding through the rest. It was all the same. Every customer would come in at the exact same times, exactly 1 hour apart. Now I know what you're thinking. That sneaky motherfucker Jeremy had messed with the tapes. He'd run a loop of his first hour of business over and over. That wasn't the case. There are windows around the cash register area that the camera covers, and I watched the sunlight fade as time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't loop over. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did all his duties exactly how you would expect. But the same customers kept coming in. I was panicking at this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to when he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching, just to make sure. I fast-forwarded one last time to about midnight. At exactly 12:03, out of nowhere, Jeremy's face pops up on camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view. I mean that 1 second the store was empty and the next, his face was all I could see. He was looking at the camera. He was looking at me. I was sure of it. I screamed and fumbled for the remote. By the time I grabbed it, he was gone, just as soon as he had left. One frame he was there, the next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy, but I popped in another tape. The other indoor camera showed the back area, by the cash register, and I would be able to see how he got up to put his face in the camera like that. I skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something on this tape, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he wasn't really there. He doesn't know the security code, and no alarms were triggered the night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil vanished off the shelf. All of it. Same as Jeremy's face. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. I turned that tape off and went to bed, but I didn't get a wink of sleep. My body is exhausted right now, but my mind is racing. That tape was undoubtedly the creepiest, most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my life. I work in a few hours. My boss asked me to bring the tapes back in and let him know what I found. But really, what the hell am I gonna say? Jeremy works the night shift tonight, directly after me, and the plan is for my boss to come in just before I leave and confront him with me, as I'm supposed to be the one who caught him stealing. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes, but I don't want to watch them with him. I never want to see something like that again. I can't get the image of Jeremy just smiling directly into the camera out of my mind. He was the creepiest look I've ever seen in another human being's face. Anyway, I'm gonna try again to get some last minute sleep before I have to go in and deal with this. I'll let you guys know what happens. Update, 2:49 p.m. Updating from my phone. Apologies in advance for errors. My boss just finished watching the last of the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you can't really prepare someone for something like that. He's scared shitless. I still am too. And Jeremy's due to come in at 4. We got a little over an hour to get our shit together, but neither of us knows what to say to him. Is he just a fucked up guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the shit out of people, or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but does anyone think he could have anything to do with the time loop? My boss said he never noticed anything like that in the other tapes, but the way he popped up in this one made me think he knew I would be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do, like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like a little kid showing you a sandcastle they just built or something. I don't know, I probably sound crazy. I sure feel the part. I'm gonna talk to my boss some more. We have to calm ourselves down and figure out how to handle this. I'll update again tonight, but I have a really bad feeling about how this is gonna play out. Update, 4:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 5:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 6:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 7:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 8:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 10:58 p.m. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I just got home and saw my previous updates. Things make less sense now more than ever. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work, Jeremy never showed up. My boss and I decided to call the police, as you're well aware. When I picked up the phone to call, though, the sun went out. I shit you not, that's what I thought happened. Apparently I blacked out for exactly 5 hours because when I looked at the clock it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop, and then I snapped out of it at the exact point I blacked out, if that makes sense. But that's when things got really weird. My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to corroborate my story to the cops. When I came to, the phone was in my right hand, but it was dead. Not even a dial tone. My boss was still right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up, but frozen. I looked at the clock again, but it wasn't moving. The second hand was stuck on the 12. It was 9:33 exactly. The clock on the register, computer screen, wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen. There was even a customer at the register, waiting for my boss to get him cigarettes. I'm betting that would have been his 5th pack of the day. I got the fuck out of there. I didn't lock up, I didn't turn the lights out, and sorry guys, I didn't grab the security tapes to upload on the internet. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. The gas station's on a major highway, and cars were parked all along it, except they weren't parked, they were frozen. The people inside were sitting still as wax statues. I got in my car and prayed that it would start. Thankfully it did. About halfway home, time started up again. The static from the radio turned into music, like it was supposed to be, and from what I could tell by listening to the host talk in between songs, no one noticed the time freeze or whatever it was. I was the only one. Well, I'm sure Jeremy noticed it as well. I still have no clue where he is or what he's doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't know if I'll ever get through to them. I don't know if I ever got through to them before, or if I did, whether they took me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point. I'll update tomorrow if I can. Final update, 10:33 a.m. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it. I guess exhaustion finally got the best of me. This morning I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my boss. He'd been calling me since about 6. He woke up when time turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came by to see what was wrong and he told them everything. The police around here are small-time guys. They were more concerned with the missing motor oil than anything, but my boss figured he would take it as long as he had their attention. They decided to go looking for Jeremy. We keep all our employees' applications on file, and since Jeremy just started working here, his was easy to find. They checked the address on it and headed over to his house. You're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy listed on his application was an empty lot. Or at least now it is. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everyone remembers that fire. Family of 4 used to live there way back when. Rumor has it that they had an estranged son who they never really talked about, but I can't say for sure if that's true. What I can say is true is that after an insurance investigation, the fire was ruled an arson. The entire house was soaked in oil and torched with a Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened, and none of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumor has it that when they tried to contact the estranged son, no one could find him. Anyway, my boss called and told me this, and I freaked out. Then he asked me to come into the gas station. "What are you, crazy?" I said. But he assured me that the cops that were there with him. Then he dropped a bomb. The FBI were also in town, and they were going to talk to me one way or another, so I might as well come in. It was about 7:15, and I wanted to go back to bed, but I figured I wouldn't be able to sleep much more anyway, so I went down. 4 men in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got all the details down. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape, last night at work, everything. Finally, after I finished, one of the agents said, "Oh, Christ, we got another one on our hands." Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened, so I can't say much more. I might be breaking the law just by posting this. So now I'm home. I'm not sure what to do with myself. The agent's words when I told him the story are gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I gotta go. I have some errands to run today, and then I have to go into work to pick up some tapes. My boss and I think this new guy, Jeremy, he's a complete creep, is stealing motor oil, and I have to watch the security footage to see if I can catch him doing it. I have better things to do, but my boss is paying me overtime under the table, and I'm trying to save up for this vacation, and I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil always goes missing right after a shift. I figured I'll just watch the tape, catch him in the act, and that'll be that.
In 1983, a team of deeply pious scientists conducted a radical experiment in an undisclosed facility. The scientists had theorized that a human without access to any senses or ways to perceive stimuli would be able to perceive the presence of God. They believed that the 5 senses clouded our awareness of eternity, and without them, a human could actually establish contact with God by thought. An elderly man who claimed to have nothing left to live for was the only test subject to volunteer. To purge him of all his senses, the scientists performed a complex operation in which every sensory nerve connection to the brain was surgically severed. Although the test subject retained full muscular function, he could not see, hear, taste, smell, or feel. with no possible way to communicate with or even sense the outside world. He was alone with his thoughts. Scientists monitored him as he spoke aloud about his state of mind in jumbled and slurred sentences that he couldn't even hear. After 4 days, the man claimed to be hearing hushed, unintelligible voices in his head. Assuming it was an onset of psychosis, the scientists paid little attention to the man's concerns. 2 days later, the man cried that he could hear his dead wife speaking with him, and even more, he could communicate back. The scientists were intrigued, but were not convinced until the subject started naming dead relatives of the scientists themselves. He repeated personal information to them that only their dead spouses and parents would have known. At this point, a sizable portion of scientists left the study. After a week of conversing with the deceased through his thoughts, the subject became distressed, saying the voices were overwhelming. In every waking moment, his consciousness was bombarded by hundreds of voices that refused to leave him alone. He frequently threw himself against the wall, trying to elicit a pain response. He begged the scientists for sedatives so he could escape the voices by sleeping. This tactic worked for 3 days, until he started having severe night terrors. The subject repeatedly said that he could see and hear the deceased in his dreams. Only a day later, the subject began to scream and claw at his non-functional eyes, hoping to sense something in the physical world. The hysterical subject now said the voices of the dead were deafening and hostile, speaking of hell and the end of the world. At one point, he yelled, "No heaven! No forgiveness!" for 5 hours straight. He continually begged to be killed, but the scientists were convinced that he was close to establishing contact with God. After another day, the subject could no longer form coherent sentences. Seemingly mad, he started to bite off chunks of flesh from his arm. The scientists rushed into the test chamber and restrained him to a table so he could not kill himself. After a few hours of being tied down, the subject halted, his struggling and screaming. He stared blankly at the ceiling as teardrops silently streaked across his face. For 2 weeks, the subject had been manually rehydrated due to the constant crying. Eventually, he turned his head and, despite his blindness, made focused eye contact with a scientist for the first time in the study. He whispered, "I have spoken with God, and He has abandoned us." And his vital signs stopped. There was no apparent cause of death. It was 3 days before Christmas, and Mason was alone in the house. The 15-year-old's parents had left to go look for new furniture. Feeling hungry, and not being able to find anything good, Mason decided to go check the freezer in the basement. As he flipped on the light switch and looked at the gray-colored steps, he thought of his childhood friend, Craig. Craig was always at Mason's house, and one of their favorite activities was to make scary stories. Craig once made a story that a ghost of an old serial killer lived in Mason's basement. At the time, that had really freaked out the young Mason, but had since been forgotten. As Mason took the first step down, his left leg, all of a sudden, felt like it went numb. Unable to catch himself, Mason fell down 2 stairs. With his full weight, landed on the square basement platform right on his left knee. Mason immediately cried out in pain and thrashed on the platform, which connected to more steps, and finally, the basement floor. When the pain briefly went down, Mason thought about how lucky he was to not have fallen down all the steps. Feeling around his pockets, he realized he didn't have his cell phone on him, adding a new fear. On inspection, Mason found that his knee had come out of place, and that any attempt he made to move it made him thrash in extreme pain once again. Uncertain of what to do, Mason started screaming in an effort to possibly be heard by neighbors. As Mason half sat and half lay with varying degrees of pain going through his leg and side, he considered other options. He thought of his parents that could arrive back at any moment, or many hours later. His thought process went blank suddenly when he looked down at the basement itself, in all its darkness. The light switch he had flipped earlier only illuminated the stairs. Mason's parents kept a wide array of things in the basement, ranging from several tall shelves to the freezer, and then an uncountable amount of bins. Thinking of this made Mason less nervous about things, and he inspected the knee again, trying to figure out what to do. He heard a scraping noise coming from the basement. Looking, Mason thought he saw some kind of white outline towards the back of the basement. Mason then thought of Craig's story for the first time in years, sending a chill down his spine along with the constant pain he was feeling. Was that the ghost, he thought, of the killer? Then a new wave of intense pain shot through his body, Mason using all the mental and physical strength remaining, trying his best not to move. He knew if he thrashed around, he could possibly fall down the remaining steps close by. As that happened, the scraping noise returned, louder and closer. Mason refused to look in the direction of the noise, but to his own surprise, called out to Craig. No response, just a sudden silence. Then the light above him started to flicker, drawing his attention toward the light. If the light went out and help didn't come soon, Mason feared for his life. Mason thought logically about what the noise and the white outline could be, but could think of no answers. Turning around to face the thing was Mason's only choice, he thought. Turning slowly, he saw that the white thing was closer, however not close enough to fully make out. It had two black spaces a short distance apart, looking right at Mason. Suddenly, Mason heard the garage door open, meaning his parents were here. As he started to yell for help, the scraping noise moved towards him. Mason could now see a human skeleton with a jackal skull on top instead of a human skull. It moved closer as he heard footsteps coming to the basement door. All of a sudden, another rush of pain ran through Mason, and he was unable to not thrash around, and went down the remaining steps just as the creature reached for him. The smell of fresh coffee awoke him. As Mason looked around, he noticed he was in the hospital, heavily bandaged up, and that his parents were there. His parents explained the injuries he had suffered, and how lucky he was that he hadn't went down the main flight of stairs until they got there. When asked what happened, Mason left out the part about the creature and the noises to everyone but Craig. Craig said it could have just been some kind of illusion brought on by the stress and pain somehow, but Mason really doubted it. Mason reminded Craig about the serial killer story in the basement from the childhood stories, and how he had first thought it was that. Then Craig said how he last remembered that the last story Mason had told him was about a skeleton with a jackal skull. Mr. Angel sat next to me on the park bench. He's my best friend. I pointed to an old man that sat across from me. "What's he doing, Mr. Angel?" An unlit cigarette sat in the corner of the man's mouth. His eyes were withered with age as he stared blankly at nothing. Mr. Angel leaned close to me as he whispered into my ear. "He's looking for a woman he lost a long time ago," he cooed. His words felt warm against my cheek as I smiled up at him. I liked his secrets. Mr. Angel knew everything. "That's really sad, Mr. Angel," I said. "Why don't you help him?" I couldn't see it, since he didn't have a mouth, but he was smiling. He got up and walked silently over to the old man and set a single bony finger in the center of his chest before he turned away and took his seat next to me. I tugged on the black shroud that he always wore. "What did you do, Mr. Angel?" I asked. I could hear Mr. Angel sigh tiredly as he leaned against the scythe that he carried. "I sent him back to his woman," his voice rasped. "I took her a long time ago, and she was getting very lonely. I looked at the old man. He was hunched over his legs as he clutched painfully at his heart. His face looked like it was clamped shut, and I could hear him wheeze as he fought for breath. "Mr. Angel, what did you do?" I cried. "That's not helping him." But Mr. Angel sat silently as he watched the man suffer. I made tiny fists and tried to pound pathetically on his shoulders, but all I found was empty, cold air. A tear began to crawl down my cheek. "Mr. Angel!" I screamed. "Mr. Angel, come back!" The tears dripped below my eyes. I buried my head into my lap and wept. I turned and looked at the old man's body. It had gone stiff by now, but his face didn't look like it was seized tight and shut. He wasn't desperately clutching at his chest. He was lying on his back, with his hands set neatly against his heart. His face looked relieved, calm, and content. I slid off the park bench and got on my hands and knees. Any moment now, that old cadaver would spring up and laugh in my face. I wanted to think it was some kind of horrible joke. I wished someone was laughing, but all I heard was the peace that follows after something has moved on. I loomed over the body as a teardrop landed on its skin. I didn't know what to do. "Please," I pleaded. "Get up. Please, get up." I shook its shoulder. Nothing. "Get up!" I rested my palm alongside the man's hands. Nothing. No heartbeat. "The old man is where he should be now," I heard an old voice coo beside me. "He's happy." His words whistled against my skin. I looked behind me. Mr. Angel was watching from the park bench. "You killed him!" I screamed. My breathing was haggard. The feeling in my legs was disappearing. Mr. Angel got up from the park bench and walked over me. He knelt down, and I could feel his shroud move over me in a warm embrace. I looked up, and Mr. Angel's blank face stared pleasantly down at me. He gripped his scythe with one hand, and with the other, he set it against my shoulder. I couldn't see it, but I could tell he was smiling. "Death," I said to him. My voice was still hoarse as I choked down a few tears. "Did you really help him?" Death looked at me and leaned close. "My dear little one," he whispered softly, "death can be many things. Death can be hard. Death can be painful. Death will someday be at your heels, but never forget, the best thing to do when death greets you is to embrace him as a friend." He pulled me closer to him. I could feel his shroud slowly wrap around me. It felt warm and cozy. It was good to be close to death. "Now, don't call me Death. I'm an angel, remember?" I laughed at him and wiped a tear away. "Because you bring people to heaven, right?" He could only nod. "Mr. Angel," I said to him, "you're my best friend, right?" My breathing stopped. His smile was gone, and the shroud felt cold as it caressed my skin. "Yes," Death rasped. "I'm your best friend." I awoke to the sound of thunder rumbling in the distance. I smiled to myself, relishing the quasi-rational excuse to sleep in. I could see light through my closed eyelids and hear the seagulls squawking nearby. If it wasn't about to rain, I would probably encourage myself to get up and outside to do some yard work. Spring was finally managing to punctuate a particularly long and snowy Maine winter. I had things to sweep and rake and plant outside, but it would have to wait for another Saturday. I stretched my legs out while cozily snuggling further into the blanket. I swept my feet across the foot of the bed, but was impeded by a firm object blocking my path. Slightly annoyed but not at all surprised, I pushed my cat over with my foot so my tall frame could take advantage of the full length of the bed. She reacted to this rude awakening by standing up, stretching her muscles, and settling back down for more sleep. I should probably mention that sleep doesn't come easily to me. And when it's disturbed, it can be pretty unpleasant. I've had a problem with insomnia for as long as I can remember, and take medicine to help me sleep. It works pretty well, and I always try and get enough sleep at night so I don't fall asleep driving and hurt someone. These current pills seem to make me more forgetful than I used to be, but I can live with that. Not being able to sleep is worse. As I was drifting back towards unconsciousness, my ears suddenly registered a muffled noise coming from somewhere. It was a monotonous beeping like that of an alarm clock. Knowing it wasn't mine, I lay still trying to ignore it, patiently waiting for its owner to wake up and turn it off. After about 10 minutes, I rolled over on my back and groaned, accepting the fact that I wasn't going back to sleep. So much for cozily napping with my cat during the thunderstorm. The sound was, as I was now clearly aware, coming from my neighbor's apartment above me. I lay staring at the ceiling for several more minutes, silently hating him, and finally decided to get up. I sleepily walked into the kitchen to start a pot of coffee, my bare feet quietly patting on the old wood floor. I took a shower and sat down at my kitchen table with a steaming cup of coffee, carefully sipping it. As I quietly sat trying to finish waking up, I realized I could still hear the alarm from upstairs. I looked at the clock. 10:11. The alarm had started at about 9:30. Jesus, that guy must be capable of sleeping through anything. If the alarm is loud enough for me to hear it, it must be blasting in his ears up there. Maybe he died, I thought with a wicked smile. Or as I continued to postulate, he's a jerk who went out of town without turning his alarm off. Probably that one. I finished my cup of coffee and stepped out my front door, fully intending to yell at this guy if he was home. I clomped angrily up the wooden stairs leading to his front porch. When I reached the top, I could see through the window in his door that his apartment was dark inside. I peered in the window and examined the lifeless interior. I knocked and waited. No answer. I knocked again twice, both times receiving no indication that anyone was home. I walked over to his window and upon trying to open it, found that it slid up easily. I leaned down and called in. "Hello?" No answer. I called once more, louder. I listened for any sound coming from inside, but there was nothing apart from the beeps of his alarm. From my position at the window, I could see into his bedroom, and that his bed was unoccupied. I debated for a moment and decided I might as well pop in and turn the alarm off. I'd come this far, and the damn thing was sitting roughly 20 unimpeded steps from me. He'll never have to know his privacy was violated, I reasoned. I opened the window as far as it would go and climbed through. I stopped and listened to make sure I wasn't about to be chased out by a frightened guy with a bat. Nope. Still nobody home. I went into his bedroom where the alarm was blaring and saw clothes scattered on the floor. Dude's kinda messy, but that's not that unusual, I suppose. I walked over and turned the alarm off. Silence. My ears rang as they adjusted to the nearly silent apartment, the peaceful sound of ocean waves caressing my ears from the open window. I took a curious look in his bathroom and saw more mess, bottles, and things lying around on the counter and floor. Kinda looks like someone was looking for something or packing in a hurry. As my eyes finished scanning the room, I suddenly felt something soft touch my leg. I jumped back with a frightened shriek, only to find a cat looking up at me inquisitively. Sheesh. Thing just took 10 years off my life. Given the rushed state of affairs in the apartment, I wondered if the guy remembered to feed the cat before leaving. I went back to the kitchen and found the cat's food bowl overflowing under a pile of food. The bag of food was sitting overturned next to the bowl. Something in the back of my mind gnawed at me, making me increasingly uncomfortable. The longer I stayed in here, the more I risked being caught in my breaking and entering foray. My curiosities and Samaritan duties now satisfied, I climbed back through the window, closing it behind me. I leaned against the balcony rail, enjoying the satisfaction of having successfully completed my stealth mission. Man, this bastard is lucky, I thought. His balcony has a nice view of the ocean over the neighboring houses and treetops. I surveyed the dark clouds looming in the distance, now noticeably closer than before. I'd almost forgotten the encroaching storm. As if on cue to remind me, a crack of thunder echoed across the sky, interrupting the quiet. As I listened to the rumble get quieter and quieter, the same sense of unease I felt before came creeping back, although this time I couldn't pin it on a fear of being caught. It was quiet. Too quiet. I kept listening for several seconds, fully expecting to hear some kind of noise. Given that I'm in the middle of the city, I should be hearing all manner of sounds right now. I strained to hear a car, a dog barking, music playing, people talking, anything. But there was none. Not even birds, which I found disturbing. Just the roar of the ocean and the thunder. How long had it been this quiet? I didn't notice it before. I'm pretty introverted and also work from home, so I can go days without talking to another human being. And when I do, it's usually the cashier at the grocery store. But this was unnerving. Right now, all I wanted to hear was someone else's voice. I called out to no one in particular. Hello? Hello? My shaky voice echoed through the trees and nearby houses. There was no response. The only contact with life I'd had since waking up was with 2 cats. Loneliness was beginning to soak into me like cold water, and a sound like static on an old television invaded my ears, as the panic rose in my throat. And that's when I heard it, or rather stopped hearing it. You know how sometimes, when you hear a noise go on long enough, it seems to fade away into the background of your subconscious even though it's still there? Like a loud smoke detector chirping, or locusts in a forest, or the noise of an electric fan. Only when the noise stops do you become aware of it. Maybe that's what happened. Or maybe my mind blocked it out to protect me from the dread I'm feeling. It doesn't matter now anyway. I slowly began backing away from the balcony rail, my mind reeling, until I bumped into the damp vinyl lounge chair behind me. I didn't hear the sound of the chair's legs scraping against the wood as I collapsed into it, my legs finally giving way beneath me. My stunned mind desperately tried to explain the noise away as something else, replaying it again and again from where it still lingered in my cloudy memory, burning like ash, making my eyes water. But the sound was undeniable. It was the city's emergency alarm, the one they used to alert you of some impending disaster. When I finally accepted that, my memory made a connection. The emergency weather bulletin that came on as I was drifting to sleep last night. Something about a major storm and massive ocean swells. As the sobering reality washed over me, the static in my ears was reaching deafening levels. But it wasn't my panic. It was the ocean. My memory quite often fails me, but usually not quite so colossally. Not with such finality. A sick feeling of regret tore at me, leaving me in my final moments with only my eternal, yet fleeting remorse, and the shame at being the cause of my own demise. I slowly got up and walked over to the edge of the balcony to look in the direction of the ocean. A monstrous, unforgiving wave was colliding with my abandoned neighborhood. My heart sank. I was alone. In July 1970, the U.S. military conducted a missile test in Green River, Utah. The missile, a multi-stage rocket, was loaded with a payload of 2 small containers, normally containing radioactive cobalt-57. It was launched towards the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. However, the rocket malfunctioned and somehow ended up crashing into the Mapimi Preserve in Mexico. The U.S. government launched an investigation that took several weeks to find the rocket, build a road to the site, and haul out the wreckage. At least, that's the story. How a rocket could overshoot its target by over 1.5 times its intended distance when the fuel loads on missile tests are usually precisely calculated is only the beginning of the problems. Cobalt-57 is a marker isotope, usually used for medical tests, not so much for missile tests. The missile was one used for launching test payloads, and not one that had any military application. Over the years since then, stories about that area where the rocket fell have surfaced. The most prominent among these is the story that gives the area its nickname, the Silent Zone. Apparently no radio waves can be received in certain areas surrounding the rocket's crash site. While areas devoid of radio signals are not unknown on Earth, most of these are the product of altitude and mountainous terrain combining with a lack of transmitters in the area. The Mapimi Silent Zone is located in flat terrain with only small foothills surrounding it. Moreover, it is well within the range of several border blaster radio stations, known for highly boosted signals designed to carry them well into US territory. None of these stations can be picked up in the Silent Zone. Not even static is present, just dead silence across all radio bands until you leave these areas of radio void. Physical oddities are also present. Plants in some areas have taken on strange colorations, especially among certain breeds of desert plants. Bright purple or dark violet versions of cacti that are normally green have been found, along with strange, abnormally large growth patterns in scrub vegetation. The strange patterns are also prevalent in local animal species, with some tortoises in the area exhibiting triangular shell patterns, wild coyotes growing unusually large, and small desert lizards growing to sizes unheard of in other areas. Blood work done on these animals as well as on people living near the area showed signs of blood cells that exhibited unusual properties, including rounded triangular structures in some cases. The geology of the region is also highly unusual. Some pebbles and rocks in the Silent Zone feature an unusual content of rare metals, including ruthenium, rhodium, and most notably extremely trace amounts of technetium. These technetium traces are most startling because technetium is not a naturally occurring element, and almost all isotopes decay to ruthenium in a matter of seconds to minutes. The few pieces that have had a relatively stable isotope, technetium-97, include a wide array of origin dates when the decay rates were analyzed, indicating no single event could have been the source. Strange magnetic fields plague the area, causing compass needles to spin crazily. Ferrous rocks and pebbles can sometimes be seen to move, evidently being pulled by these magnetic anomalies. This leads into a discussion of the most concerning aspect of the area, the unexplained activity in the region. Strange lights and unusual radio wave bursts have been observed in the zone. These lights and radio wave bursts occur both in the air above the Silent Zone and on the ground. Some people who have traveled to the area claim that they are subject to strange visions and auditory hallucinations during their time there. A small research station, originally located on the site as a biological research station, undergoes a very high rate of personnel turnover and desertion, sometimes including researchers seemingly disappearing in the middle of their shifts. No video evidence of these occurrences has ever made it into the public record, but in April 2013, scans of a handwritten journal turned up on several conspiracy and paranormal image boards. These pages were from a secret personal journal kept by a researcher named Hector Alvarez. In them, he chronicled the usual phenomenon he saw while working alone on the graveyard shift at the station. He claims that the journal was started after complaints about strange things he saw being ignored by higher-ups, and attempts by him to document them with a digital camera had been unsuccessful due to some malfunction of the memory of the system. The journal itself chronicled about 3 months of activity and detailed multiple phenomena. Minor phenomena included some of those previously outlined. Additionally, he noticed strange wind and barometric pressure readings on the station's weather sensors. These indicated extreme weather conditions despite the observable weather being nothing out of the ordinary. Unusual discolorations of the paint, both inside and outside the building, would occur seemingly at random. There was no pattern to the color or the location of these discolorations, but they would always be vaguely triangular in shape. Some of the disturbances he reported were more severe. These included a few sightings of strange, glowing triangles. He was unable to give an exact size, but he said that they appeared to be the same size each time, roughly 6 feet on each side. These triangles would appear suddenly, often accompanied by odd sounds and rushes of air. These triangles were described as having borders of prismatic-colored fire, while the interior of these triangles would contain translucent, undulating bands of shifting colors, with Alvarez noting he felt that there was a pattern to these shifts, though he did not know why he felt this way. These triangles would remain in existence for several minutes before disappearing, with the same odd sounds and atmospheric disturbances as their arrival. Though he only recorded seeing half a dozen of these triangles, he noted that all of them appeared to be equilateral, and all of them were either tilted at a 15 or 105 degree angle, seeming to imply an unseen and regular pattern. He also detailed an event where the speakers of all the computers in the station suddenly began to blast a strange, garbled white noise, despite the computers being off. This broadcast continued even after the speakers were unplugged from the computer. The next day, several of these computers would not turn on, and when tasked with repairing them, the technician claimed the motherboards and hard drives looked like they had melted under extreme heat. The journal ends, abruptly, after 3 months. Officials at the Mapimi Preserve had no comment on the matter, other than to say Mr. Alvarez had apparently left his post the night of March 15, 2013, and did not return the following night for his shift. They had since referred the matter to local police, whose investigation turned up no leads. Their investigation did turn up 2 interesting facts. First, Mr. Alvarez's car was still at the research station the morning after he disappeared. Second, a large, triangular discoloration on the wall, discovered the next morning, was found to be emitting trace amounts of radiation. When analyzed in a lab, the surface of the wall was found to contain technetium isotopes. The amounts of the isotopes present would place their time of origin at roughly the night Mr. Alvarez disappeared. I must have been 6 or 7 when I lived in Lebanon. The country was ravaged by war at the time, and murders were common and frequent. I remember during a particularly vicious era when the bombings rarely stopped, I would stay at home, sitting in front of my television, watching a very, very strange show. It was a kids' show that lasted about 30 minutes and combined strange and sinister images. To this day, I believe it was a thinly veiled attempt on the part of the media to use scare tactics to keep kids in place, because the moral of every episode revolved around very uptight ideologies. Stuff like, bad kids stay up late, bad kids have their hands under the covers when they sleep, bad kids steal food from the fridge at night, and so on. It was very weird, and in Arabic to top it off, so I didn't understand much of it. For the most part, the images were very graphic and comprehensive. The thing that stuck with me the most, however, was the closing scene. It remained much the same in every episode. The camera would zoom in on an old, rusted closed door. As it got closer to the door, strange and sometimes even agonizing screams would become more audible. It was extremely frightening, especially for children's programming. A text would appear on the screen in Arabic reading, "That's where bad kids go." Eventually both the image and the sound would fade out, and that would be the end of the episode. About 15 or 16 years later, I became a journalistic photographer. That show had been in my mind all my life, popping up in my thoughts sporadically. Eventually I'd had enough, and decided to do some research. I finally managed to uncover the location of the studio where much of that channel's programming had been recorded. Upon further research, and eventually traveling on site, I found out it was now desolate and had been abandoned after the big war ended. I entered the building with my camera. It was burnt out from the inside. Either a fire had broken out, or someone had wanted to incinerate all the wooden furniture. After a few hours of cautiously making my way into the studio and snapping pictures, I found an isolated and out-of-the-way room. After having to break through a few old locks and managing to bring the heavy door open, I remained frozen in the doorway for several long minutes. Traces of blood, feces, and tiny bone fragments lay scattered across the floor. It was a small room and an extremely morbid scene. What truly frightened me, though, what made me turn away and never want to come back, was the bolted, caged microphone hanging from the ceiling in the middle of the room. My life ended in mid-December, the 17th to be exact. I survived a little after that, but that was the last day I lived freely. I was goofing off on the internet that day, kind of flicking through my newsfeed, reading interesting news stories, that sort of thing. Sometime after 1:30, I found an article on lucid dreaming and out-of-body experiences. I skimmed through the article. The author mentioned astral projections and plane walking a couple of times, and other similar terms. I'm not a hardcore naturalist who believes that everything has a natural explanation, but telepathically visiting alternate planes seems far-fetched, especially when it comes from someone trying to sell you something. Still, I was interested. It sounded similar to lucid dreaming, which I'd had fun with once or twice. I thought of them as just a biological glitch. It's not like it'd be a challenge to find how-to guides for out-of-body experiences on the internet, so I wouldn't bother being super secretive about it. The goal of out-of-body experiences is to get your body to go to sleep while retaining consciousness. When you go to sleep, your brain shuts off movement signals to the physical body so that you don't hurt yourself while you dream. Out-of-body experiences utilize this feature of the brain to make the mind think it's moving while keeping the body stationary. The concept arrested my mind. I couldn't let it go, and I found myself looking forward to the night. I waited for the day to pass, and then, when night came, I set up safety measures. If something did go wrong, I didn't want to be stuck in dreamland for an eternity. I set my alarm for an hour after I planned to have my out-of-body experience so that I wouldn't be stuck there for too long. Hopefully the sound would bring me back to my body in case I couldn't get back. So, at 11 o'clock, I went to bed and slept. I had trouble falling asleep, but eventually I dropped off. I slept for a few hours and woke up and went through the process of getting an out-of-body experience. Once I was ready, I took a few seconds to collect my thoughts, then tried pulling myself out of my body. Once I started forcing myself to move, my perspective altered, and I could see myself from the side, as though through a different set of eyes. I could still see with my eyes, but I had a second view from an outside perspective watching myself. I could still feel my body, but it was distant. I forced myself to sit up, and to my delight I felt myself moving, but my body remained still. Through my outside view I could see a ghost detaching itself from my body. I was elated. My pleased surprise only lasted a few seconds before I felt my body freeze. Just as I realized that my trick had really worked and that I had no control over my body, an amorphous red cloud filled my vision. It hovered over me for a second and disappeared as I inhaled. My body reacted instantly and began seizing up. The spasms made all of my muscles clench, relax, and clench again. In my trance, I think I counted 4 convulsions every second, but I'm not sure how long they really lasted. It was terrifying. I knew I'd set my alarm clock for 90 minutes after I'd begun my lucid dream, but I couldn't last that long. At the rate I was convulsing, it would only be a few minutes before my heart gave out. The red cloud obscured my vision, from both the outside perspective and through my eyes. And even worse, I was paralyzed. I tried to force myself back into my body to stop my seizure, but I couldn't get in. Then, I heard the voice. It was like a grating rumble, rasping deep in its chest. But it also had an animal quality, burning with anger. Not a shrieking fury, but slow, deliberate menace.
My name is...
The voice filled me with terror. I wanted to run as far from it as I could get, but I was frozen. Names had power. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to know it. Just as it spoke its name, I shouted my own name through my convulsions, drowning its voice out. It stopped speaking, as though surprised it had been interrupted. It growled softly as the red smoke began to dissipate, and I fell into my body again. My seizure stopped, and I woke up. I don't know how long this experience lasted. I'm guessing about 12 or 15 seconds, and probably no more than a minute. My chest hurt and my muscles trembled, but I was alive. I was rattled, but I managed to convince myself that something went wrong, and I created a nightmare. Maybe my fears of what could happen surfaced subconsciously, I reasoned. Whatever the case, I decided not to exploit any more glitches in my nervous system and went back to bed. I slept through the night, though I was uneasy. The next morning I awoke and convinced myself that my experience had just been a fluke, and I had more pressing matters on my mind. It was exactly 1 week before Christmas, and I had no idea what I was getting for my family. I showered, dressed, and headed out the door. The events of the previous night quickly fell into the back of my mind as my car entered the rumbling traffic. At least that part of my day was a success. I bought most of the present for my family and girlfriend, and I just needed a few for my other friends. As I was browsing the aisles of Walmart for a good pair of headphones, my arms suddenly felt like they'd been encased in ice. I jerked in surprise and the feeling just vanished. As it went away, I heard a deep, indistinct whisper. There was no one nearby, unless you counted the 70-something woman a few feet to my left. I shook my head, thinking I'd just felt a draft of icy wind, and I continued shopping. I went to bed that night and found myself unintentionally entering that half-awake state, but I felt vulnerable. I didn't want to push myself out of my body, but I felt myself slowly rising. Terror shot through me as I sensed the red smoke hovering over my body. It felt like it was trying to pull me out. As soon as I realized that, my eyes shot open, and I came back to my body, shaking from fear. I didn't sleep that night. I knew that my oppressor was still there, and I got more tired as time wore on. I would begin to fall asleep, then jerk awake as soon as I felt myself being pulled. At first I tried to ignore it. I knew it was coming for me. But I started eating real food and drinking caffeinated drinks, which helped. Morning was an immense improvement. I didn't feel so tired with the sun up already. As soon as it was light out, I went outside to get some winter sunshine, enjoy some Christmas movies, and finish shopping. I couldn't hear anything through the day, but I had a feeling that I was being followed. I tried to blot the fear from my mind as I returned to my home. I felt jittery. I knew I had to go to sleep eventually, but I didn't want to think about it. At 6 or 7, I began to microwave something when I began hearing the voice in my mind. I dropped the plate in my hand, and it shattered.
My name is...
Its voice now held contempt, as well as that bitter anger. I yelled my name out loud, when it was about to announce its own, hoping that it would drive the demon away like last time. For a moment I thought it had gone away. I relaxed, but then heard its laugh, deep and slow. It was unsettling, like hearing loud and harsh music. Its laugh rolled on for several seconds, then it spoke again.
Your name is worthless. My name is...
I said my name again, this time more forcefully. Its chuckle lasted longer this time, but then faded to nothing. I listened intently. I couldn't hear anything, but I knew it was still there. I finally moved from my frozen position. Leaving the broken plate and splattered food, I rushed to my computer. I began searching the internet for the thing, but there were too many possibilities. It could be a demon, an Azra, a ghost, or any one of hundreds of other spirits described by the cultures throughout the world. As I clicked on another link, I heard its laugh again. A chill invaded my body and I heard its voice.
Hear my name.
Shut up! Shut up, shut up! I screamed. It laughed again.
Your name is worthless. Your commands are void. My name is...
I tried to ignore the terror inside me, but I shouted my name again. I had a sense it was shaking its head as its laughter faded. What sort of demon places such importance on names? Names were supposed to give you power over the demon, not give the demon power over you. What kind of mythology was this from? I returned to my computer and began a new search. It came to me several times in the following hours and whispered its name. Finally, I stopped trying to drown it out and listened. When the demon spoke its name, it was so soft I couldn't hear it. It sounded like softly hissing static, a name composed of indiscernible sounds. As soon as I stopped blocking out the demon's name, it began whispering mine. Nothing happened as far as I knew, but I grew even more nervous. My searches weren't helpful, and I couldn't hear the demon's name well enough to get a clue as to what it actually was. My body felt weighed down. If my eyes were closed any longer than a blink, sleep washed over me. I couldn't sleep though, because every time I began to drift off, I felt the terrible presence hovering over me. I'd jerk awake, and then I'd begin another string of searches. It spoke probably 4 or 5 times an hour, and whenever it whispered its name, I strained to hear it. But it was still just an indistinct hiss. Sometime in around 3 in the morning, I realized I could hear its voice in the real world. I heard it when the wind blew past my window, when the furnace kicked on, when water ran in the bathroom. And it grew louder as the night wore on. I began blasting music, but I could hear its rough voice in the static between songs. The demon's voice grew louder and louder until I could hear its muttering in the background of my favorite songs. I stopped listening to music at 5 in the morning, but I could still hear the voice in the computer's fan and in the creaking of the house. The morning was worse. I rushed to the library as soon as it opened, and I began researching out-of-body experiences, religious beliefs on demons, ancient religions, and the like. Nothing helped. The things I found helped me understand the science of the thing, but there was nothing to explain hallucinations after waking up, unless I was taking hallucinogens in my coffee. As I burned through the pages, I could see the dark red smoke in the edges of my vision. When I glanced at it, the smoke would vanish. But I would go back to reading, and it would rematerialize. By the afternoon, I saw the smoke hang in the air for a few seconds before fading to nothing. Evening came and went without relief. Then I decided to go home. I was rattled after my day in the library and not much better off. As I drove back to my house, I could hear the demon's voice grumbling in the engine, saying my name, muttering threats, and grumbling its own. When I turned off the car, it didn't even bother masking its voice anymore. I could almost hear its name now, but it was still distorted. Worse, I could feel its frozen breath tickling my ear and smell its dusty and rotten breath. I scoured the internet all night, going to several forums for supernatural and paranormal. Few people had heard of demons like this, and they couldn't advise a defense other than a crucifix, holy water, or salt. But I doubted they'd work. I stayed up all night hoping for someone knowledgeable to show up on the forums. I was disappointed. About 2 hours ago, the kitchen lights started flickering. The pencils in the jar have started rattling softly, and I swear I can see the cans of tipped-over energy drink slowly rolling towards me. Not only can I hear its voice, but I can also hear a faint, high-pitched keening, like a distant boiling kettle. And footsteps. Heavy, inexorable footsteps coming closer, and when I turn to confront my enemy, I see only indents in my wooden floor. It's 6 in the morning now. Still dark. And I've reached the limit of my endurance. I have to fight it. I've chosen my best defenses in an attempt to ward it off, but somehow I doubt they'll work. I'm alone. I'm exhausted and I'm done fighting. I'm sorry, everyone. But I just can't stay awake. I'm writing this because I'm interested in these strange creatures. I want to know more about their appearance, origins, and behavior. This is what I have gathered so far. Little is known about the mysterious creatures that seem to haunt dark and abandoned areas of the world. Also known as the false prophets and demonio pasadilla in Mexico. Accounts of these creatures following people have existed as far back as the 1970s. Although apparent sightings have cropped up all over the world, the description has been strangely consistent. A small, humanoid creature with a large head and skull-like face. They are referred to as angels primarily due to large black wings that apparently adorn their backs, although it is not known if they can fly or not. Although there are very few accounts of human interaction, we can conclude that these things are probably hostile and extremely dangerous. The following account was given in 2001 by a patient who cannot be named for legal reasons but is known to be the boy who survived an encounter with one of the creatures. The only pictures that exist of what he referred to as the fallen angels are drawings he did after the incident. The patient has since committed suicide following a recurrence of the bad dreams that plagued him as a young man. He recounts the event, which occurred in England in 1971 when the patient was a teenager. Him and his friend decided to investigate an abandoned bunker in the woods outside their village. The site had been left derelict for over 10 years, and the hinges on the door had rusted away, allowing the teenagers to enter. The first corridor led to rooms with beds for employees and meeting rooms. Most of the paperwork had been ruined by water damage from leaking pipes above, but the two boys could make out the FBI logo on the front of some of the files. Some of the files contained information referring to top-secret biological weapons they were testing in the bunker. These included experiments involving unwary participants being given LSD and locked away to see the effects. There was also reference to Project MK-Ultra, which has since been uncovered by the government. It seems to suggest that this was a British sector of MK-Ultra that seemed to have gone undiscovered until these two boys happened upon it. The teenagers decided to continue down the corridor, and then down some spiral stairs to another long corridor. After some time walking, they came to an area which looked suspiciously like a prison. They then saw why the bunker had been abandoned. Claw marks could be seen on the walls and ceiling, and some of the cell doors had been torn open by something. As the two boys walked along the corridor, they saw graffiti on the walls. They were in a different language but have since been translated to "please for help." Whatever was down there had been sending the scientists mad before it broke out. The boys turned a corner to find a large control room. They entered and found it looked into a big room with no form of lighting inside. The room had since been flooded, and glass lay all over the room, indicating that whatever was kept there had been broken out. The patient's friend opened a file which sat on a table. It explained a Subject 16, which had appeared during an experiment which involved a participant being locked in a room with a loud sonic resonator. As the screams of the patient got louder, the sound being played in the room also got louder. The file stated that all of a sudden, the room went quiet. The scientists opened the door and the patient was no longer there. They were about to leave when they heard a strange screeching noise, and one of the scientists got dragged backwards by an unseen entity. The door was locked, but the scientist's screams could be heard for hours after. Another book lay on the table. It was a journal by a man named John Harrington, who was the head researcher of Subject 16. Here are some excerpts. February 11th, 1960. Observation on Subject 16 remains the same. We have to keep the lights off or else they cannot be seen. Even night vision causes them to become blurry, and they do not seem to give off any obvious heat signal. They rarely touch the floor and remain still, holding onto the wall, with their heads turned facing us. I wish they would stop looking at us. February 23rd, 1960. We had to lock Yuri away today. The poor man had been shouting for days about demons and hell. It got too far when he started writing things on the wall. Everyone is scared here, so having him locked away is for the best. Still no word from America. Subject 16 remains the same. March 4th, 1960. I, like most of us, have been suffering from bad dreams. They have all been similar. I'm in a dark corridor running away from something. I can hear it behind me, clawing its way towards me. I wake up before it gets me. I talk to the guys. They've had similar dreams. Subject 16 remains as ever, the same. We hardly go in there anymore. Something is just wrong about them. What? It's like they're not from this world. March 8th. These aren't angels. They're the devil. Stop laughing at me. This is our fault. All our fault. One just moved. That was the end of the diary. The boys, clearly frightened by now, decided to leave. However, they now felt like they were being watched by something. As they walked out, the lights began to flicker, and they started running. They suddenly heard a horrible screeching noise, but couldn't see anything behind them. As they got to the entrance, the light went out. One boy got grabbed and pulled back. The other turned around and looked into the darkness. What he saw dragging his friend away, he would remember forever. The pictures in this article have been taken by the police when searching for the missing boy who has never been found. In addition, sightings of the so-called fallen angels have cropped up in parts of America, reportedly where human experiments have also been performed. This drawing was done by a hunter who saw the back of one in the forest near an abandoned lodge. Since then, sightings have been reported as far as Germany and Mexico, but only eyewitness accounts and drawings have been given as evidence. Whatever the angels are, they cannot be seen under any form of light and seem to dwell in places that have been abandoned or left derelict. If anyone has any information regarding the fallen angels, it would be most valuable in uncovering the truth. When thinking back to my earliest childhood memories, nothing is concrete. A string of hazy images come to mind like random snapshots out of time, each one associated with certain feelings and emotions. They are imbued with a mystical, dreamlike quality, a gift born of childhood naivety. The magic of every Christmas when Santa was still real, for example, is an experience of pure joy that is lost with maturity. Many of these snapshots are impossible to place in any sort of context. They're just there, sunken in the crevices of the brain without rhyme or reason, playing with my dad's beard in a wood-paneled room, him smiling down at me, comforting. Or discovering a long row of marching ants in someone's wooded backyard, all by myself, exciting. Some of them don't even seem real in hindsight. Did I actually fall from that tree by the lake, only to stand on my feet without a scratch? Was it really a dream? I don't think so. Sure, I have memories of distant dreams, but there is a clear distinction between the dreams and reality of my past. I don't know how I can tell. I just can. And for this reason, one memory has always troubled me. The experience was so surreal, and yet certain details stand out with marked clarity. I'm not exactly sure when it happened. I couldn't have been older than 5 or 6. My brother and I were sleeping in our bunk bed. Because he was older, he got the top bunk. I had just woken up, but it was still nighttime. Something felt different. I remember seeing and smelling the rain, but not hearing any. The window was open and it was very cold in the room. Why was the window open? The curtains were gently flapping, but there was no breeze. The quiet was so intense, it buzzed through my ears. I'd been lying on my side, with one arm dangling off the side of the bed. Gradually, I became aware that it was warmer near the floor. I felt some kind of heated breeze gently strike my hand, coming and going in short bursts. Finally, I recognized it as someone's breathing. Then, the woman slid out from under my bed. The nightlight showed that she had long, blondish hair and wore a white nightgown, and in the dimness, I thought it was my mother. I wasn't at all scared. It's funny how a child's mind works. What's Mommy doing under the bed? Must be getting something or checking for monsters. I was too tired to say anything and remained motionless, watching. The woman was on her back, but her face stayed in the shadows. She rolled over and crawled on all fours to the far end of the bed, then glided up to the ladder to the top bunk. Her every movement was silky smooth and completely silent. She reminded me of a white ribbon dancing in the wind. I closed my eyes and fell back to sleep. I also remember my brother telling me about a weird dream the next morning. He dreamt of a woman who lived under the floor and came out at night to play in the rain. When her clothes got soaked, she came back inside and would whisper things to anyone who was sleeping. It became a recurring dream for him until our family moved out of that house. Strange what the brain chooses to remember. On your 33rd birthday, go to your local gas station and pick up the newspaper. The classified ads will have a small segment commemorating your birth and asking you to turn around. Upon looking behind you, a man dressed in a black cloak will be advancing in your direction. If you choose to run away, he will hunt you for the rest of your life, eventually killing you. However, if you await his arrival and show no intent of fleeing, he will give you a small package. Inside, you shall find the object that you most desire. The moon is gone. All I could see was the sky catching on fire, our atmosphere burning up and fusing with space. Our time has come, and there was no stopping this. It all started with that story in the news. Planetary movement, they called it. They said it hadn't happened since dinosaurs, and yet no one connected it with how they ended up. They said we'd see miracles, pretty lights, breathtaking things. All I see are these monsters, these giants in the sky. The planets started moving, like a big wind was blowing us all aside for something else. You would think the planets hitting us would be our fate, but no. That was the moon's luck. Yes, luck. The bigger planets destroying us would have been a glorious fate. But I can see our fate clearly. The sun is now where the moon once hung in the sky, and it's coming closer. This is also a glorious fate. I just fear that it is too late, you see. When the earth began to move and tilt and whirl, the things that resided in the earth's crust and in the deep ocean trenches and deep in the biggest mountains, well, they were not too happy to be awoken. Ungodly. That is the adjective I prefer to use. It does not come close to what these things looked like. Humans, at first glance, and only then, when you look again, you cannot utter a single word. All you can fathom is the thought of who would make such a creature, not God, maybe not even Satan, much worse than you've ever imagined. Eyes, as yellow as the now growing sun, no hair, skin like weeks old raw meat, left out in the dirtiest sewer, and mangled hands flipped with claws that resemble the blades of a blender. And you freeze in fear, not because of the image of this abomination, but because of the sound that comes out from this monster's throat, like the worst guttural scream of agony. Then another one sounds it out again, and again. It's then you realize they understand each other. They're laughing. This is the fate most of the world has been damned to. All but me. I wonder as I sit here alone, watching our galaxy split from the seams like all the people I knew. I don't know which fate I will endure. The sun is almost here. It's getting hot in the closet I have locked myself in. One hole in the wall is how I confirm the world around me is dying. Not to mention the screams of the people and the laughter of those things. But then I hear them break the door to the outside room, and I hear them laugh and scream. Then I almost cry out. They spoke. In a very unnerving human voice. It's not the voice that makes me wish the sun was near. What this voice says to me. Come out, Sam. It's not so bad. This is when I pass out. I awake in a jolt. It's dark. For a moment, I think they blinded me, but then my eyes adjust to the dark, and I realize I'm still in the closet. I look outside the hole, and I'm terrified at what I see. The sun is moving away now. It missed. By the looks outside, not by much. All the plants are dried up. Not burnt, but dried. I listen for those things. Seconds. Minutes. Hours. Maybe even a whole day. I sat. Nothing. I build up the courage to go outside and search the school I've hid in. Nothing. I venture further out to the town and still find nothing. No life resides in this city. I'm alone. I see the blood trails of the creatures' meals leading to a small forest outside of town. The sight was strange, accounting on how little life there was left on the once exuberant planet. I hear nothing coming from within, and I'm terrified of dying alone, so eventually I decide to walk in to try to find some other form of life, and follow the deer, I hope, trails. I come upon a clearing. It was strange because of two facts. One, I felt like I was directly in the middle of the forest, going from no sense of direction to perfect. Two, all the blood stopped. It just disappeared. I eventually step into the middle of the clearing, looking around. I found nothing. I start to fret about being all alone, and watching the earth drift further and further away from any source of light. It's about dusk now. And other endings, when I freeze. I am chilled to the core of my bones. I now know what my fate will be. Sam, you've stopped hiding. We saved our best for you. It's not so bad. I start to run, but... Thank you, Linda. In other news, an 18-year-old boy has died after awakening out of a 48-hour coma today. Doctors report that he awoke screaming and for 16 minutes, all he could say was, "It's not so bad," before going into cardiac arrest and eventually dying. More on this as it develops. Now moving on to a new subject. Scientists discover a new event that they are calling planetary movement. More at 11. Rumor has it that every Halloween, during the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., there is a void that opens up in reality. It's said that you can take advantage of the void for a price. You must stand in front of a mirror in a pitch-black room with your gaze fixated on the mirror. If you remain in the room when the moment arrives, you will feel a chill seize your body. Place your right hand on the mirror and whisper, "I accept." If done correctly, in the mirror, there will be a faint image of an infant with no flesh and pitch black eyes. He will stare directly into your soul, and you will be filled with unspeakable terror. You will also hear the buzzing of flies and nervous whispering. The infant will ask you 5 questions about events that have occurred in your life. His voice will sound like the rubbing of sandpaper and will be devoid of all human emotion. For each question that you answer incorrectly, one of your 5 senses will be consumed and lost to you forever. For each question that is answered correctly, you will be able to recite the name of someone you know. That person will be found dead the next morning, with their flesh removed and their eyes missing. "7:05 a.m. You're stirred from your Saturday morning slumber by a light buzzing coming from the other side of the room. Almost instinctively, you dash across the room to turn off your vibrating phone. The phone shows one unread text message from a number that you don't recognize. Received. 7:05. I'm not really sure what's going on. I'm scared. Alone. I don't know what to do anymore. I decided to document what happens with these text messages in the unfortunate event that I'm unable to tell the story for myself. You're struck with an unnerving feeling, but your mind isn't clear enough to fully comprehend what you've just read. It's too early for this. You decide to head back to bed and deal with all this later. 9:10 a.m. Your phone's familiar buzz rings through your head as you wake up to find another unread message. The number is the same as the first message, and the feeling that the words give you isn't much different either. Received. 9:10. I've decided the bathroom would be a good place to hide. I swear, I can hear footsteps coming towards me. I've heard them for hours. I need to find a way out, but I'm too afraid to move. It feels like the walls are closing in on me. All I know is that I need to get out of here. It's not safe. You're starting to get worried. You want to help, and you try to reply, but you're unsure of what to say. You try to shrug the messages off as just some kind of prank, but doing so doesn't seem to make the anxious feelings go away. For now, you decide to go about your day as you normally would. 11:14 a.m. It's been 2 hours. The anxiety has nearly subsided. You find yourself unable to eat. This unexplainable feeling has had an effect on your appetite. Then, right on cue, you hear that same unpleasant sound. Received. 11:15. I decided to run. Just run. I have no plan, but I've got to find an exit somewhere. The doors are all locked. Now there's nowhere else for me to go. I feel cornered, and the footsteps just keep getting louder. Needless to say, these messages are starting to get to you. You can't deal with this. You decide to just let it go. Ignore the feelings. Ignore the messages. There is no reason for you to get involved with this. You hear your phone buzz many times in the next few hours, but you try your best to block out the noise. 4:01 p.m. Another buzz. The anxiety is becoming overwhelming. Enough is enough. You check your phone to find 4 more unread messages, all from the same number as before. Received. 12:13. I don't know how long I've been running. The footsteps won't go away. I can't escape them, no matter how fast I run. They just keep getting louder, and they're starting to seem ubiquitous. Received. 1:06. I can't run anymore. The footsteps are deafening, and there's pounding on the walls all around me. I must be going insane. There are voices in my head. The halls are speaking to me, but the words are unintelligible. Received. 2:24. The footsteps, the voices, every sound has stopped. All that's left is a horrific ringing. My ears have begun to bleed. My hearing is nearly gone, and it feels like my vision is beginning to fail as well. Nothing seems to be the color that it should be. The once large array of colors is now turned into various shades of black and red. The heat in here is unbearable. I'm drenched in sweat. Received. 4:01. I'm seeing shadows out of the corner of my eye. The walls are constantly moving. I keep trying to convince myself this is all just a sick dream, but the heat, the shadows, the blood, it's all so real. I feel helpless. At this point, you are convinced that this is no joke. You need to find him, save him. But how? What could you possibly do to help? All you can do right now is wait for the next message. Received. 5:12. I've started to pound my head against the wall in an attempt to make the voices stop. I feel like I'm surrounded, constantly watched by someone or something. Make it stop. Please. Just make it all stop. Received. 5:56. There is so much blood. The pain doesn't seem to bother me anymore. It's my only distraction from this madness. I'm beginning to feel numb. I'm not sure how much longer I'll make it. If you are reading these messages, stay far away from Bellevue High School. There is something terribly wrong with this place. At that moment, you realize that whoever this person is, they are not that far from you. You go to that high school. This could be your chance. You could save him. 6:25 p.m. You've made up your mind. You are going to that school. You've got no idea what you're going to do when you get there, but you know that you've got to do something. You've waited long enough. Received. 6:57. I can't take this. I can't stand another second of this nightmare. There is so much blood. I can barely breathe. I'm certain this will all be over soon. It has to be. Blood. So much blood. Make it stop, please. Just make this madness stop. You dart into the school and take a quick look around. The halls seem to be empty. Where is he? You expected to see a bloodbath. For the first time, you send a reply to the message. Sent. 7:02. I'm here. I'm at the school. Where are you? Almost instantly, you hear a buzz. Received. 7:02. I'm here. I'm at the school. Where are you? At first, you're confused. You reread the message over and over again. The pieces slowly come together in your mind. The messages you received all day, they were sent from your phone. With that, the door slams shut behind you, and you start to hear footsteps coming after you. Scared and alone, you turn to run, catching a glimpse of the time displayed on the clock overhead. 7:05. In France, a young ambient musician by the name of Charles undertook an interesting new project. He was going to record the sound of himself sleeping and release it under the name La Nuit, or the Night. Charles lived alone in a rural area, which would remove things like car alarms, traffic, and such from being recorded. He planned this project for many months, acquiring the sensitive equipment to capture all outside noises as well as his own during sleep. Finally, on the 27th of September, he decided to execute his plan. He set up all his equipment and fell asleep at midnight. The next day, Charles reviewed the recording. For the first hour, the recording played his own tossings and turnings as well as some distant dog barks and a few car alarms. So much for his plan to distance himself from cars. These continued throughout the second hour as well, until Charles heard something that horrified him. For, at exactly 3 hours and 24 minutes in, the recording played the sound of his bedroom door opening. Hello, my name is Michael Barrington. I hope I succeed this test. Here, let me explain. Around noon one day I started feeling dizzy, sleepy almost. I couldn't even walk or concentrate. I called in sick, and I went back home. But the moment I stepped inside, the feeling got worse. Like if someone had hit me over the head with a freaking hammer. My vision was blurry, and I couldn't take it anymore. I wandered around my house for a bit before falling unconscious. I woke up in a chair, in a dark room. I couldn't move, even though there were no bindings tying me up. Something kept me still. A force, or I don't know what it was. My head was pounding, my throat was aching, my vision was still blurry, and from what I could make out, I was alone in the room. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. It only made my throat hurt more. Tears were soaking my face at this point, just as my sweat soaked my body. My breathing heavy, I scanned the room once more before noticing I was not as alone in the room as I first thought. There was someone else in the room, a man. I couldn't really make out many details about him, but as far as I could see, he was in a suit, sitting and watching me. He began to speak, his voice soothing, comforting. His voice made the pain go away. I stopped sweating and my tears dried up. He told me I would be part of a social experiment, and that my ability to speak would be returned if I succeed. I began to have hopes that I could make it out of here alive. He gave me my instructions. I was to be thrown in the middle of a barbaric species that kill their own kind for the sole sport of killing. A species that would kill me outright if they thought I was the least bit a threat. He said that they see utilizing a type of radiation I could not, and they communicate on the frequency I would be unable to hear. He continued to say I would be given 1 day to choose something in my house to defend myself while among this species. After a long moment of silence, simply staring in his direction, I started to think of running away. He was setting me free. I could go to the police. They would hide me somewhere that he would never find me. I couldn't quite see his face, but somewhere in my mind, I knew that he smiled when I thought that. He told me that the more people I involved in this test, the more cleaning up he would have to do. After a brief pause, he said, in a much colder voice, "I dare you to run, Michael. It will be fun chasing you." I'm writing this at my house. I have my combat knife, my Kevlar vest, and my Colt that I still carry from my army days. I need to survive this. I must survive this. Mary, I love you. I always have. I'll do anything for you. Wish me luck.
This note was found in Mr. Barrington's house. He was convicted for killing 13 people with a combat knife and a single Army-issue Colt M1911 in Brookfield Mall last week. After he was subdued, the police found he had been rendered both blind and deaf, but could find no adequate reason as to why.
Earlier this week, on Sunday night, I had a dream in which I knew I was asleep. I stood outside of my house in torrential rain at night and thought I needed to get inside in order to wake up. I approached the front door and placed my knuckles onto the door window, ready to knock. I knew that my next action would bring me one step closer to consciousness. The moment I knocked on the door, the thudding sound of the knock was so loud, so frightening that it woke me from my sleep. I jumped up immediately and listened out for a further knock at the door. I was roasting hot, sweating profusely, and my heart was beating so hard, I don't think I would have been able to tell the difference between a knock at the door and my thudding heartbeat. After I came to my senses and realized that the possibility of a door knocking at the exact moment of dreaming is incredibly low, so I fell back to sleep. Monday, the very following night, I had the same dream. right back outside the front of the house in the pouring rain again, intensely staring at the house. I slowly walked to the front door. This time it was open. I walked in and went straight into the kitchen. I opened the cutlery drawer and pulled out the largest meat knife I have. I looked into my reflection through the blade of the knife. If you stare directly into the reflection of your eyes for long enough, eventually it will hit you that someone is looking at you. You know it's your reflection, but just for a second, you forget and become self-conscious, as if it's somebody else behind your reflection's eyes. It didn't take a second of looking at my reflection through the blade to realize that somebody else was looking back. The moment I realized it was somebody else wearing my grin in the reflection, I slammed the cutlery drawer shut. Again, I shot up out of bed. The sound of the metal clanging in the drawer as it abruptly closed was so defined and so crystal clear, it couldn't have been a dream. Really spooked this time, I went downstairs into the kitchen. I was half asleep and had to check. I opened the cutlery drawer. I was relieved to find the knife still in the drawer. I closed it and went back to bed. It took a little longer this time, but I fell asleep. Tuesday night, my dream started with that grin in the reflection. From the look in her eyes, I could tell that the girl in the reflection knew she was looking back at someone confused and scared. I found myself looking into the reflection of the knife already in my hand while I stood outside of my house in the rain. The front door was open again. I walked into my house, directly up the stairs and into my bedroom. I looked at the bed and saw someone sleeping in it. It was me. I knew what I was going to do, but I also knew that I couldn't stop myself. Instead, I kept thinking over and over again, "Wake up." My emotions were both in two extremes at once. I was terrified, but at the same time I was thrilled and excited to kill. "Wake up!" I shot right out of bed and stood up. I was absolutely drenched in sweat, roasting hot, but relieved to find nobody stood in front of me with a knife. It took a few seconds to realize that I was gripping something tight in my hand. I knew what it was, even before I looked down at it and saw my reflection in it. It was the meat knife, and this time the reflection in it looked terrified. I don't sleep anymore.
If you call yourself on your own cellular phone, sometimes you will get an answer. You won't hear anything other than heavy breathing, so don't bother waiting for them to speak. If you then say the name of a person you know and a reason that they should die, reasons like, "I just want them dead," "do work," then they will die a gruesome death within the next 24 hours. The horribly mangled corpse will be completely unrecognizable, and there is never any evidence pointing to a specific perpetrator, so the persons that performs this service has never been caught. This was how the infamous Black Dahlia murder was perpetrated. It was a regular Friday night, and I was up late chatting to my friend Bradley on this virtual chat room we had found online. He told me, and the other guys who we had just met, that he was able to stay up as late as he wanted because his parents were away until the weekend, and he had the house to himself. We stayed on there for a few hours having fun with these random people, and I noticed Bradley had taken a liking to one girl in particular. Soon enough, my mom began calling out for me to go to sleep. As I was about to log off, I asked Bradley what he was doing tomorrow, thinking he might want to stop by my place. He didn't reply for a while until Bradley is typing a message. Then it went blank. Bradley is typing a message. Nothing again. "Whatever, man. I'm going to bed. We'll talk about it tomorrow," I said. It was strange for him to just stop replying like that. I didn't hear from him again until the next day when I logged onto the chat site and he was on. He apologized for not replying last night and said he had just been busy. We had a brief exchange, and he said he would come over soon, saying it was urgent. That was fine, but I queried him why he didn't want to wait to see his parents first, who would be home any minute. He insisted there was no time, because he had something really important to show me, and then logged straight off. I thought that was out of character for him, as he usually put his family before anything, and I grew curious at what he wanted to show me so badly. I expected him to be over soon, as he only lived about 20 minutes away, when I received a disturbing phone call. It was Bradley's parents, who had just come home and were sounding extremely worried. They asked if I knew anything on Bradley's whereabouts, to which I told them not to worry, because he was in fact on his way over. The phone fell silent for a moment until I heard a deathly scream from the mother in the background on the other end of the line. The father drew a deep breath and bravely strung together a sentence I'll never forget. "Get out of the house now. Bradley's here. He's dead." They had found Bradley's lifeless body hung up like a coat in the wardrobe. I ended the call in shock as it became apparent why he had asked if I would be home alone. And suddenly, I heard the back door creak open. Instinctively, I did the first thing I could think of, and quickly crawled under my bed to hide. I heard the sound of footsteps coming closer, ever so slowly. I dared not to open my eyes, but when I dreadfully peeked through my fingers, I saw these pale white, cold, bare feet coming into my room, almost in slow motion. I would hate to see the person such feet belonged to. As they slowly approached the bed, you could hear the dampness of the footsteps peeling away from the floorboards. My heart was pounding in my mouth, and I held my breath, just when I couldn't possibly get any more scared. My phone let off a loud beep to notify me that I had received a message. It was from Bradley's phone, and read, "Where are you?" As the feet stopped abruptly, dead in their tracks. So, my grandfather recently died. Not unexpectedly, might I add. At 81, he had a good run. Anyway, my mom and I had to go to his house and grab anything we wanted to keep before the cleaning crew came to clear it out. During the process of searching through his bedroom, I came across his box of military stuff, most of which belonged to his father, my great-grandfather, who had died in the Second World War. I had fond memories of this box. My granddad would always tell me stories about the photos and letters inside. How much was truth, I can't say, because he wasn't in the war. Nevertheless, it kept me entertained as a young kid. As I began to look through the box, the memories came flooding back, every letter and trinket reminding me of his stories, until I came to one letter. Postmarked October 1944, it appeared to be another letter from my great-grandfather to a man named David, who I believe may have been his brother, but unlike the other letters describing the war and conditions, this was different. As I read it, I realized my granddad had never shown me this letter. I'm still unsure what to make of it. The letter is as follows. Dear David, it's been almost 3 weeks since my two friends, Howard and Johnson, went missing. I can't keep this to myself any longer. Someone needs to know the details in case something happens to me. Normally I would just blame the Krauts, as they are the cause of most of my missing soldiers, however. This is different. It started around a month ago when my men started reporting finding these black leather-bound diaries while out on patrol. Of course, as we are occupying a town, it's not uncommon finding things like these around. However, these diaries were odd. The diaries contain names of my soldiers, scrawled on the inside cover. No other writing, just their names. And then after a certain date, the pages seemed to have been ripped out. Putting it down to the enemy playing mind games, I ignored the reports, thinking that maybe they were just writing common names in them to unnerve us. I remember hearing from HQ they had used mind games before, like hiding soldiers' helmets in pieces of glass to reflect light in windows and woods to look like snipers. However, what set these diaries apart was that over the next few days they started to appear around the city. Now, I know my lookouts are tired and sometimes half drunk, but surely even they would notice someone getting that close. The other thing is, no matter how many of these things we collected, burnt, and destroyed, they would appear back the next morning. I don't know who put them there, or with what intention, but there they were, and they were having an effect on some of my troops. Many, including my friend Captain Howard, who after finding a diary with his name in it, claimed to hear whispers when no one was around. Howard was also plagued with dreams, where he was lost in a wasteland, and a voice on his radio would recite the time and date of his death, over and over, until he would wake in a cold sweat. He never told me the date or time, but on the 22nd of August, he went on routine patrol and never returned. His good friend Captain Johnson, who he had known since childhood, was naturally distraught. The loss of his friend hit him hard. I had to abandon the search after 5 days, and he became very angry. At this point, he must have felt the only thing to do was continue the search himself, as he was seen leaving the city the same day with a rifle and a standard issue kit. 3 days later, around dusk, a lookout spotted a figure walking out of the thick fog that had come down during the day. He had returned, but something was different. His eyes were vacant. He had pale skin. He had none of the kit that he left with apart from the ripped and blood-stained fatigues. Whose blood remained a mystery, as he had no visible injuries and wouldn't speak. He just followed me like a small child, refusing food and water. I say refused. It was as if it was foreign to him, like he'd forgotten what to do with it. Over the next 24 hours, he did strange things. He broke every mirror in a medical area he was kept in, and drew all the curtains, preferring to sit in the dark. I insisted that 2 men watch over him. A couple of days later, I woke to one of my men banging on my door around 5 a.m. "Sir, there's been an incident," he said. I arrived at the medical area around 5:15 a.m. A crowd had gathered around the house that was our makeshift medical area, all staring at the blood still dripping from the blown-out main window. I walked inside through the recently broken door. Inside, it looked as though someone redecorated using machine guns and body parts. There had been a fight. Bullet casings littered the floor, as did the remains of my men. He was nowhere to be found. Had he escaped the fight? Was he taken away? All I know for sure is, the day after he disappeared, so did the diaries, and the fog. Then, one morning, after no patrol finding a diary for just over 2 weeks, I was presented with one found on patrol that morning. I could tell from the patrol man's expression before I even opened it. There it was, smeared in black ink on the inside cover. I quickly flicked to the back. The last page was October 15th. Today is October 14th. Charles. I had recently spawned a new world in single-player Minecraft. Everything was normal at first, as I began chopping down trees and crafting a workbench. I noticed something move amongst the dense fog, and I have a very slow computer, so I have to play with a tiny render distance. I thought it was a cow, so I pursued it, hoping to grab some hides for armor. It wasn't a cow, though. Looking back at me was another character, with a default skin, but his eyes were empty. I saw no name pop up, and I double-checked to make sure I wasn't in a multiplayer mode. He didn't stay long. He looked at me and quickly ran into the fog. I pursued out of curiosity, but he was gone. I continued on with the game, not sure what to think. As I expanded the world, I saw things that seemed out of place for the random map generator to make. 2x2 tunnels in the rocks, small, perfect pyramids made of sand in the ocean, and groves of trees with all their leaves cut off. I would constantly think I saw the other player in the deep fog, but I never got a better look at him. I tried increasing my render distance to far whenever I thought I saw him, but to no avail. I saved the map and went onto the forums to see if anyone else had found the pseudo-player. There were none. I created my own topic telling of the man and asking if anyone had a similar experience. The post was deleted within 5 minutes. I tried again, and the topic was deleted even faster. I received a PM from username Herobrine, containing one word: stop. When I went to look at Herobrine's profile, the page 404'd. I received an email from another forum user. He claimed that the mods can read forum user messages, so we were safer using email. The emailer claimed that he had seen the mystery player too, and had a small directory of other users who had seen him as well. Their worlds were littered with obviously man-made features as well, and described their mystery player to have no pupils. About a month passed until I heard from my informant again. Some of the people who had encountered the mystery man had looked into the name Herobrine and found that name to be frequently used by a Swedish gamer. After some further information gathering, it was revealed to be the brother of Notch, the game's developer. I personally emailed Notch and asked him if he had a brother. It took him a while, but he emailed me back, a very short message. I did, but he is no longer with us. I haven't seen the mystery man since our first encounter, and I haven't noticed any changes to the world other than my own. I was able to press print screen when I first saw him, so here's the only evidence of his existence. A few years ago, I was spending some time with friends exploring old and supposedly haunted places. We were at the Edisto First Presbyterian Church, where a girl named Julia Laguerre was buried in her family mausoleum in 1852. People reported hearing unearthly screams time and time again, but never investigating the cause of it. 15 years later, when they opened the door to the mausoleum to inter the next family member who had died, finding her corpse huddled in the corner next to the door, arms outstretched as if still trying to find the exit. Well, my friends thought it would be a funny idea to shut the giant stone door, which was originally left open, behind me, and pick me up in the morning. The bastards left me there. I tried and tried using all of my strength, but I couldn't budge it. It had taken 4 people to put it in place. In the dark, I resigned myself to the night ahead of me. Now, I normally don't frighten easily, but sitting there, in a relatively small place, surrounded by a looming pressure, I couldn't begin to explain. The darkness itself seemed to try and consume me. From all around, it felt like weight was pressing against my skin, making even breathing hard. I sat in the dark for what must have been hours. Then, I heard the scratches. They were faint at first. I was sure it was my imagination, but soon, they became more and more frantic as time passed. I huddled up in one of the corners farthest from the door and tried to cover my ears, but nothing could stop the growing cacophony. This all may have lasted for a few minutes, but each second was an unbearable eternity. Then a loud scream echoed through the darkness. It was a wall of unrestrained pain and fear. The scratching stopped. For the first time, I could distinctly make out the sound of a girl sobbing to herself, the pitiful gasping of one without a shred of hope left. I felt such sorrow, such pain, that I think I forgot how to be afraid. In my heart, all of her suffering seemed to resonate. Inexplicably, I found myself apologizing aloud for everything that had happened to her. Hell, a part of me wanted to reach out and feel for a body to hug, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, for fear that I would truly find one. I don't know whether or not she heard me, or was even aware of my presence. The sobbing continued, and I could again hear fingers against the stone slab that was the tomb door. I fell asleep at one point, which felt was a merciful gift from the fates. I'm not sure how long I was out, but I was woken by a loud and powerful thud as the door slammed against the ground outside. I could tell from the light gray outside that daybreak was near, so I must have slept for at least a few hours. I stumbled outside and went to a small unlocked prayer house. I think previously it was a segregated mini-church, but regardless, I leaned against the door and waited nervously until my friends arrived. I approached them as they clustered around the fallen door. 2 of them were kneeling next to it with faces of shock. There were bloody streaks covering the interior of the door, some with light scratches from fingernails, many without. I think now that she might have shrieked when they broke away from her hands, but I can't be sure. At first, they looked to me, then checked my hands, then nervously glanced at one another. I was rightfully pissed with them and told them every detail of what I remembered, wanting them to know what I had been put through. Finally, after I grudgingly got into the car and we started to head back, someone spoke up. My friend said to me, "We were afraid to say anything, but look at your face." I later found out, many times, people had tried to permanently seal the entrance to the mausoleum, including enough heavy locks and chains that it would require heavy equipment to remove it, only to have it found torn open, with the door lying on the ground once more. This was in the 1980s, the last attempt of many through the decades. It seemed like some force was ensuring that it was impossible to ever repeat the mistakes of the past. This is something I am understandably quite grateful for, but to this very day, I am chilled to the bone when I think of what happened that night. Because when I reached from the back seat and adjusted the rearview mirror, I saw there was blood caked on my face, just like the streaks upon the stone slab. There were dark red lines on either side, as if someone had gently cradled my face with torn fingers as I slept that night, feeling the warmth of another for the first time in over 100 years. I know this road better than I know myself. I know each of Interstate 85's 250-odd miles. I know that it takes me an average of 3 hours and 26 minutes to drive west from Charlotte to Atlanta, and an average of 3 hours and 29 minutes to make the same trip going eastward. I know the price of gas at a dozen stands and the closing hours of each fast food shack and greasy diner. I know the curves of each low hill, and I know each stand of pine and oak trees. I know the stretching dark of the long winter nights and the wet heat of the summer breeze. I know these things well because they are the totality of my existence now. I know the names of each exit, westward and east. Batesville, Poplar Springs, Spartanburg. They tick through my head as I pass. But the Silver Creek Road exit is never among them. In 3 years of this endless loop, it has never appeared again. If I ever begin to doubt that it will, then I have nothing left. The Silver Creek Road exit doesn't exist on any map, or at least, it no longer does. It may have, once, but like the road itself, it has been razed from the earth and from all memory and record. At the beginning, I spent long, anxious days poring over old surveying maps and neighborhood planning documents, searching in vain for any sign of the road or the exit I know I had taken. When there was nothing left in the libraries and city halls to comb through, no Meade County official left to interrogate, wide-eyed and frothing, then I began the drive. I've been through 2 cars, and I've burned through my savings, and now survive off a stack of rapidly vanishing credit cards. I have no address to receive bills, and no intention of paying, and I had been filling my truck with small plastic gallon jugs of gas, while the cards are still accepted. When this filthy and battered Oldsmobile gives up the ghost at last, I suppose I will have to learn to hitchhike. I first took the Silver Creek Road exit 3 summers ago, on that last night that I was with Bobby. I have in my head just a few dozen frames of that ride left, her black curls bouncing like springs in the evening breeze, her gap-toothed and freckled smile, and the slow summer crossing into night. We'd made that drive together a dozen times, between our apartment in Atlanta and her brother in Charlotte. There was nothing remarkable that night. We simply ran low on gas and took the first exit we came across. I remember vividly passing beneath the green and sparkling white letters of the exit sign and onto the sharp curve of the road. The street turned perpendicular from the light and noise of the highway into inky darkness of the pine trees. Nothing remarkable to separate it from 100 other country roads. But as the lights of the car penetrated the darkness, a vague and trembling unease passed through me. The tall rustling in pines seemed black even under the blue-white of the headlamps, and the road began to rapidly degrade, becoming pocked and uneven just a few dozen yards in. All the roar and glare from the highway seemed swallowed up behind us, and there were no lights ahead of us for as far as we could see. My insides felt tight and knotted, and I turned to Bobby. She had her skinny legs tucked to her chest and looked at me quizzically, one eyebrow raised, with a small crooked smile. Her small bravery seemed to dissipate the chill that had been steadily rising in me. I looked forward to the road. I felt a sudden sharp pressure on my chest. Stretching out in front of the wan light of the headlamps, the road ended. There was a small field of shattered asphalt slabs, and then the forest swallowed up every trace under a blanket of rotting pine needles. Something twinkled brightly between the trees, and I strained to pick it out of the darkness. It was the smooth chrome of a bumper attached to a pitted and rusting car, completely enclosed by the towering pines. A wave of panic and disorientation crawled down my scalp, and my knuckles went white on the wheel. Bobby placed her hand on my shoulder and gently squeezed once. "Cal," she said, firm and evenly, "we need to turn around now, honey." There was a tremulous quality to the last word, as the surreal darkness seemed to further constrict around us. I heard her take a little gasp of air. I began to turn the wheel when I realized how narrow the road had become. It had been 2 lanes when we started, I was sure of this, but the forest seemed to be pressing against both sides of the car. Far too narrow to turn around. Blood pounded in my temples, and I threw the car into reverse. The boughs of the trees scraped against both sides, soft whispering scratches from the needles and the soft thuds of thicker branches. Bobby held her hand on my knee, calming and reassuring even as panic threatened to overwhelm me. I could see the highway moments later, a thin cloud of hazy illumination over the rise behind us, and the forest seemed to part like a curtain. Bobby released her held breath and giggled softly, and I felt a wave of elation wash over me. I turned to her to share relieved smiles, and I looked with her dark eyes when the siren sounded, once and sharp in the silence, and bright blue and red strobes flashed through our window. The police cruiser was parked in the center of the road, crouched low and silent like a predator. The familiar red and blue flicker bathed the street in weird, crooked shadows. As I turned off the engine, there was the slam of a car door, and I could hear the heavy thud of boots on the road, pacing toward us. The comforting normalcy of the sight of a police officer began to drain away as he approached in the dark. He carried no flashlight, and I saw his gloved hands hanging straight at his sides in the side mirror as he walked towards me. He was dressed in thick winter gear, with his high collar turned up and his hat pulled low. He approached the window, and as he leaned straight from the waist to fix his black and beady eyes on mine, I realized just how thin and tall he was.
"License and registration."
His voice was muffled and thick with a strange and choked drawl, almost unintelligible, and his lips seemed to move in a manner counter to the shape of his words. The summer night air around him seemed to grow even warmer, There were no sounds, no wind in the pines, no chirp of insects. I was mesmerized by the strangeness of what seemed, for all the world, to be an absurd imitation of a man. For the second time in as many minutes, I wondered fleetingly if I was dreaming. I could see now that he had no badge and was simply dressed in unremarkable black clothes. The overwhelming fog of dread and panic seemed to condense all at once around me, and singular animal command to flee at once drove my hands forward toward the keys. He was quicker. One black-gloved fist slammed into my temple, and a shower of stars exploded over my left eye, and the world tipped sideways. I remember him dragging me from the car, the shocking heat in his grasp seeming almost to burn. I remember hearing Bobby's screams and seeing in dizzy glimpses her brief flight before being swept into those inhumanly long and slender arms. One glove came off in the struggle, and I saw the pale white hand, like an immense, knobby spider, each leg tipped with a black, mancurred talon. The world swam around me, wild and burning, and I struggled to move my limbs. Bobby was limp in his arms as he approached me again, and I struggled weakly to my feet. Our eyes met. In the red and blue strobe, he looked nothing like a man now. His once pale mockery of humanity was stretching and distending away into some unthinkable shape. He did a very human thing then, and smiled, lips peeling back to reveal rows of thin white needles. I was running before I knew it, bolting, dizzy, and weaving down the road. I was vaulting across the shoulder of the highway when my rational mind clawed its way to the surface. "Coward!" it screeched at me. My legs shuddered to stop, and sudden painful guilt flooded my lungs like fluid and stole my breath. Bobby's face loomed in my vision, and I felt a profound and clear shame pressing down on me. That's when the car struck me, sliding on locked and screeching tires. I was tossed into the concrete median, striking the back of my skull. I woke up 3 days later wrapped in plaster and flooded with morphine. Gaffney, Blacksburg, Kings Mountain. The exits passed by, each one decreasing the chance of seeing Silver Creek Road exit on this go-around. It was impossible to accept in those first few days of maddening research that Silver Creek Road had simply vanished, and so I made the drive myself, carefully reading each sign. When it failed to manifest itself, I made the drive again, this time at night, and then again. Sometimes there's a zen-like quality to the repetition, the familiar patterns of predictability and order, the immutable order of the land. The locked procession of towns and trees is comforting as it continues to grind my hope away like a milestone. Most days, I can believe and accept that Bobby is gone. There is always that shadow of doubt, that crystalline thread of hope, but it feels hollow in my hands now. There is one thing I must believe. If it appeared to us once, it will to me again. And if I can find it, that pale horror in a man's skin, I will kill it. If the bullets fail, I need only a few moments to ignite the trunk's cargo and to lure the murdering thing to me. I swear to the stars, I will never stop looking.
I don't know about you, but I always liked instant cameras. They had this form of memorabilia that no other form of media had. Well, I decided to buy myself a Polaroid impulse camera. At the time, I truly thought it was a nice investment, although the film was expensive. Nowadays, a company named Impossible Project creates film for this type of cameras, and there's also a guarantee that it works. Of course, on eBay, the more antique, expired films are also for sale, but at extremely high prices. With the extra money I had from work and allowance, I was able to buy an Impossible Project and an expired twin pack for a fairly good price. To tell you the truth, I am now regretting buying the expired film. The Impossible film worked perfectly, so perfectly that I was able to go through a whole pack within a month. At this point, I had to start on the first pack of the expired film. On my mom's day off work, I decided to take the first photo of my mom. At this point, there were no signs of color fading, smearing, or other defects of any kind. Just as a precaution, I put the film inside of a box where it contained the other pack. Then, I went outside. Around the time I came home, it was dusk, and a perfect temperature to take out the film. What I saw nearly dropped me on the floor. It was my mother, and the most gruesome image I have ever seen. Her face was torn apart. She was grabbing the skin of her face in her left hand. Her legs were abused and showing hints of bone here and there. Her shirt ripped apart and showing organs that seemed to be falling to the floor and hanging freely. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't understand how a simple photo of my mom smiling innocently distorted it into this. These were not any positions the original developing film was turning into. I started sobbing and cut the photo in half. My mom never asked what happened to the photo. Even when she did see me crying, I don't plan on telling her anything. I have 9 more films in the pack, 19 in total. I have not taken a picture since. I don't plan to. And surely not to buy any more expired film online anymore.
The Lavender Town Syndrome, also known as Lavender Town Tone or Lavender Town Suicides, was a peak in suicides and illness of children between the ages of 7 to 12, shortly after the release of Pokemon Red and Pokemon Green in Japan, back in February 27, 1996. Rumors say that these suicides and illnesses only occurred after the children playing the game reached Lavender Town, whose theme music had extremely high frequencies that studies showed that only children and young teens can hear, since their ears are more sensitive. Due to the Lavender Town tone, at least 200 children supposedly committed suicide, and many more developed illnesses and afflictions. The children who committed suicide usually did so by hanging or jumping from heights. Those who did not acted irrationally, complaining of severe headaches after listening to Lavender Town's theme. Although Lavender Town now sounds differently depending on the game, this mass hysteria was caused by the first Pokemon game released. After the Lavender Town tone incident, the programmers had fixed Lavender Town's theme to be at a lower frequency, and since children were no longer affected by it. One video appeared in 2010 using special software to analyze the audio of Lavender Town's music. When played, the software created images of the Unknown near the end of the audio. This raised a controversy since the Unknown didn't appear until the Generation 2 games, Pokemon Silver, Pokemon Gold, and Pokemon Crystal. The Unknown translate to "Leave Now." There is also the said beta version of Lavender Town. It is said that this beta version of Lavender Town within the beta version of Pocket Monsters was released to some kids to test the games. There was a hunter in the woods who, after a long day hunting, was in the middle of an immense forest. It was getting dark, but having lost his bearings, he decided to head in one direction until he was clear of the increasingly oppressive foliage. After what seemed like hours, he came across a cabin in a small clearing. Realizing how dark it had grown, he decided to see if he could stay there for the night. He approached and found the door ajar. Nobody was inside. The hunter flopped down on the single bed, deciding to explain himself to the owner in the morning. As he looked around, he was surprised to see the walls adorned by many portraits, all painted in incredible detail. Without exception, they appeared to be staring down at him, their features twisted into looks of hatred. Staring back, he grew increasingly uncomfortable, making a concerted effort to ignore the many hateful faces. He turned to face the wall, and, exhausted, he fell into a restless sleep. Face down, in an unfamiliar bed, he turned, blinking in unexpected sunlight. Looking up, he discovered the cabin had no portraits, only windows. What was the adage? Never work with children or animals? He hovered over me and chuckled. Au contraire, my friend. Working with children nets the best results, but animals are easier to get nowadays. His face twisted into a malicious grin. Then there are people like you that make my life even easier. Not only are you in plentiful supply, but the world doesn't question the ethics of what I'm doing. What exactly are you doing? The suit in the corner, with his arms crossed, was clearly not as amused with this whole scenario. The intent of this experiment is to remove the subject's memory so that only the most painful exist. The doctor continued hovering over me. This subject is in prison for murdering his own daughter. Quite a sickening act, even for the worst individual. I didn't murder her. I mumbled my words in a low tone. And that's what you kept saying, yet here we are. The doctor grinned again. Regardless of our friend's lies, you will be witnessing the next step in criminal rehabilitation. Currently, we throw these evil individuals in a 10x10 cell and call it a day. In the near future, and today, we will instead implant tremendous mental and emotional pain into the subject for a short amount of time in order to show them the error of their actions. And how does this fix the prisoner? Another suit asked his question. It's not dissimilar to pain compliance that is used when arresting a subject. The doctor looked up at them. Except, by triggering this emotional pain, we can almost rewire the evil out of their brain, and do so within hours or days, not decades. Please, don't, I begged in a whispered tone. I'm sorry, sir. You were chosen to be the first subject. The doctor smirked down at me. And the first subject you shall be. He connected a device over my scalp and plugged various wires into each other. Now, there will be a slight sting. Once the connection is made, you won't feel anything, and your vision will go dark. This is completely normal, and you shouldn't worry about it. Within a moment or two, the machine will get to work, digging into your memories and deciding, via a very complex algorithm, which one will do the trick. Then that memory will play in your head on repeat until the rehabilitation is complete. As he finished the explanation, I could feel a slight pain in my head. And how do we know when it's finished? One of the men in the room asked the doctor. The machine will decide. He reached over and grabbed his jacket. Until then, let's get lunch, gentlemen. I could faintly hear their feet shuffling as the room faded to black. Within seconds, I was back home, standing outside my front door. I could feel my heart racing as I reached out and opened my front door to find my daughter lying dead on the floor. It might happen one morning when you wake up home alone. This could be normal, depending on your situation, but this morning will be different. While your environment will all seem exactly the same, you will notice that everything is quieter than usual. If you go outside, you will notice a distinct lack of anything like birds, insects, or people. As far as you travel, you will not encounter another sentient being. The entire world will be intact. It is just empty. Except for you. There are currently over 100,000 missing persons cases in the United States. Some are just normal cases of murder or kidnappings. However, in others, the disappearance cannot be explained, and no remains of the person are ever located.
You know, those long, involved ritual creepypastas. The ones that involve a million different steps. The ones where if you breathe at the wrong second, you die. Ever wonder who figured it out? It couldn't have been trial and error. You don't get a second try at something like that. The answer is actually pretty simple. Nobody figured it out. He already knew. There's an entity, I suppose you could call it, although I always think of it as a him. A little boy, to be exact. He seems to enjoy playing around with people, you see. And he knows all the rituals, or at least all the little ones. So sometimes he spreads out the information. Ever felt inspired to write some piece of horror that seemed to contain elements that didn't even exist in your nightmares? Ever had a disturbing idea for some horrible but compelling write that seemed to just come to you? It might have been him working through you. If you get one of those flashes, write it down and post it. I can't guarantee your health if you don't. He can be awfully persistent about getting his little message out, and even if you're just babbling it to your safe, padded walls, you're still saying it. But at the same time, if you get one of those flashes halfway through writing it, stop, open up the instant messenger of your choice, and I'm yourself. If all you see are your own normal words echoed back at you, give up there. Either it really is just your imagination that gave you the idea, or he doesn't want to talk. But if the message comes back with odd typos that weren't there before, or new capitalization or different punctuation marks, well, I'm sure you have seen enough pasta with puzzles in it to know what to do to find the message and respond. If he likes you or finds you amusing, he'll talk to you directly there. If he gives you a new puzzle, keep going, but be careful. They get harder and harder, turning from simple wordplay to something drastic. Exotic, mystical references to God knows what else, but also more and more compelling. It is harder to just close the window and walk away, and the feeling that you're just about to reach a solution never eases. And so the next time some poor soul's found slumped over their computer, killed by starvation and exhaustion and neglect, well, maybe it was just some game, right? But maybe he just wanted to solve that one damn puzzle. If he does greet you directly, you can name 3 things you desire. Any 3 at all. He will give you, in complete detail, rituals to achieve those 3 things. If you're lucky, it will be a single rite that grants all 3. They may be dangerous, but they will be clear and detailed paths to gain what you want through paranormal means. But of course, there are catches. The first, you have to spread the rituals on. You can embellish them as you wish, add your own spin, even lie outright. But you have to leave the goal and most of the steps intact, and you have to put it somewhere where people will see. A forum, a notice board in real life, on the door of a building, wherever. The more popular it is, the happier he will be, and you want his blessing. Because the second catch is that he always omits some key step. As long as you have posted the ritual up in public, you will know when the time comes what that step is. But it could be anything from drawing a simple squiggle to murdering your true love in cold blood. You could have to give up your soul, or a limb, or drown yourself, or you could just have to hop backwards 2 times. and you won't know what it is until you're buried deep in the ride, unable to stop it. So when you talk to him, be nice and friendly, and make sure you amuse him. He's kind enough, most of the time, just a bit mischievous. How did I learn all this, you ask? I don't really know. It just came to me. Inspiration, you could say.
It had been 3 years since my family had gone on a vacation to Florida, something we did annually before the recession hit. Since we now had enough money, my parents decided, under the popular demand of my sister and I, that we go to Walt Disney World again. We were both teenagers, and our parents kind of saw this as a bit juvenile, but decided it would be fun anyway. I could not wait to finally go back, and neither could my sister. Being avid theme park goers as well, we were especially attracted to the creativity and the, well, magic, as one would say, about the rides there. They never got old, and had their share of nostalgia and excitement. However, there was one other reason that I wanted to go. You normally associate Disney World with words such as excitement, fun, and happiness. But with these characterizations come counterbalances. After scrolling through OMG Facts one night, I came across a rather interesting fact. It was about an abandoned water park in WDW, apparently named River Country. I was absolutely appalled by this, as I had previously thought of Disney in a more idealistic and perfect way. The water park was directly on the shores of Bay Lake, being that huge, stagnant body of water adjacent to the Magic Kingdom. River Country was, and still is, on the same side as the theme park just mentioned, but right next to a resort called Walt Disney's Fort Wilderness Resort. Surrounding the water park on the resort side is a large green wall with signs dotting it. The place opened in 1976 and used water from Bay Lake in most of the park's attractions. It was very rustic and wilderness-based in design, and contained artificial rocks that resembled those used on another attraction, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. There was a dam present to keep chunks of dirt and mud from getting into the water too, so guests did not have to worry about swimming in an artificial bog created by water from the lake. It was open for 25 years, closing its doors in 2001, and in 2005, a statement released by Disney said that the park would be closed for good. So, for about 11 years, River Country has been sitting, abandoned. Nature is in its advanced stages of reclaiming the area, but the slides remain, and so do the artificial rocks, and the small pond, now a swamp, that was used for swimming. Many urban explorers have infiltrated the area, jumping over the walls to get footage of the abandoned water park. One of the most controversial things about the park nowadays is why it closed, which is what I was destined to find out. I wanted to see some real footage of the area before it closed as well, since from what I heard, it was very joyous and bustling with tourists compared to its ghost town status today. I was without internet at the time, so about 2 days before we were planning to leave, I went to the local library, which archived many old videos that people in my community had dug up in their attics and then donated to the library to be part of a small historical society. Hoping that I could find some good footage, I asked the librarian if they happened to carry any videos concerning family vacations. She nodded and brought me to a small section containing many old VCR cassettes and a few DVDs here and there. After about half an hour of searching, I finally came across a cassette with the words, "The Old-Fashioned Swimming Hole," inscribed on the top of it. This was a term used to describe River Country during its glory days, so I took it, almost certain that it was the footage I was looking for. I asked the librarian if I could sign it out, but she told me that the historical videos had to stay in the library. I could, however, watch the video in a small conference room behind the front desk. The librarian led me into the windowless room, and I took a seat in front of the television. She left the room and closed the door so that the audio would not disturb any of the other library patrons. I popped the cassette into the old VCR under the TV, and turned the lights off so I could see the video better. I was expecting the quality to be low anyway. For about half of a minute or so, the screen was gray, and accompanied by a loud beeping noise, typical for old VCR cassettes. The gray soon disappeared, showing footage of two individuals in front of the entrance to River Country. They were both men, and it was either very late at night or very early in the morning, as nobody else was in the park. Very few of the water park's lights were on either. On the bottom left corner of the screen, the date, November 1st, 2001, was displayed. This was significant because the water park closed for good the very next day, on November 2nd. The men were talking about how they had been denied entrance to the park in the morning since it had reached its guest capacity limit. They also stated that at only these hours of night could they get past the park security. The two walked up to the bigger water slides in the park, which led directly into the pond, supplied by the green water of Bay Lake. Once they both get to the top of the slide, which was encircled by artificial orange rocks, one man prepared to slide down. The two laughed over what seemed to be an inside joke, and, finally, the cameraman ended up pushing his friend down. I heard him scream in delight as he descended to the pond. The cameraman then proceeded back the way they came to get into the slides, and across a bridge that traversed a small lagoon. He ended up back at the pond shore, where the sound of a splash was heard. This is when the video started to unsettle me a little. After waiting at the shore of the pond for about 3 minutes, nobody surfaced. The cameraman began to cry his friend's name frantically and started to run back to get help at the Fort Wilderness Resort. He stopped abruptly, though, at what seemed to be the kiddie area, a small shallow pond, on hearing a faint cough. He instantly turned around and saw a barely visible shadow about 10 or so feet behind him. Relieved, the cameraman started to approach his friend, glad that he was okay, but again, he abruptly halted. The friend's head was hanging down, and he slowly inched it up. The cameraman started to hyperventilate as the features of the other man's face began to show. Crimson, dry blood was caked around his mouth, and some was even dripping off his chin. He was missing all the hair on his head as well, but one of the most disturbing parts of this image was that there were patches of skin missing that revealed parts of the man's skull and jawbone, and he was even missing his right eye, leaving an empty socket. I became severely nauseous at the sight of this, to the point where I was swallowing my own vomit. My heart also began to race as fear started to settle in my body. As the last minutes of the film approached, the horrendous figure muttered something that sounded like, "There is no hope under the water." With that, the cameraman ran for his life, wheezing and panicking throughout the ordeal. I wanted to turn the television off and run myself, so I bolted to the door leading out of the room. I reached for the doorknob, but paused. The television was giving off the sound of an old furnace found in the basement of a home, just in a softer tone. This tone, for some unknown reason, kept me from moving anywhere. I was just staring blankly. The cameraman was still sprinting, but did not seem to be making any progress. He had ended up back at the large pond where the slide had dumped his friend. You could hear him sobbing softly, fearing for his life. Suddenly, the tape began to gradually slow down as the man frantically looked from side to side. The audio volume along with the furnace sound went up as the video lagged. Haltingly, the cameraman turned all the way around and shrieked at the sight of his friend. The video paused on his frame, exposing the caked blood all over the other man's face. The top of his skull bone was now completely exposed, his right eye still missing. His mouth was wide open, and coming from it was what looked like a combination of the water from Bay Lake and bile. This stayed on the screen for about 10 seconds, and then switched to a black screen, displaying one single message. The epidemic begins today. Instantly, the power went out, and I was left alone in the darkness of the conference room. I became so terrified as I could not see a thing, and I could not see the door either. I began to shake in absolute fear. River Country had been closed because of this, and it was obvious. Walt Disney World had been keeping a disgusting secret. I rushed to the other side of the room, disoriented. But all I felt was warm breath seeping down my neck. Jonathan Felix sat back in the chair after affixing the final electrodes to his skull. He currently reclined in one of the most expensive private scientific investments in the world. And today was the fruition of his and many others' efforts. The aim of the project was to open a human being's mind and allow them to perceive one of the spatial dimensions above the mediocre 3. The actual result was still a point of debate, but it was suspected that the individual would be able to study all possible universes that could be created from his actions, and then to choose the one that he wished to follow, a man whose every action would be perfect, as he had already witnessed the results. Felix had jumped at this opportunity because he was young and headstrong. In his early 20s, and brilliant in the field of quantum mechanics, he was relishing the opportunity to apply the usually theoretical aspects of his craft to a physical medium. He gave the final thumbs up to the techs behind the safety glass, and they activated the first stages of the machine. A microphone in the room relayed his words as the process started. "If I've seen further than others, it is because I have stood on the shoulders of giants." Imitation was the highest form of flattery, he thought with a grin. The chair reclined back until it became a flat table, and a large rotating dome lowered down to encompass his entire body. Within the dome, there was a complex crystalline structure lining the inside. He focused on the facets of the crystals, and noticed that they had started to morph, shifting in ways his mind just could not understand. He started to feel lightheaded and dizzy. His sight was suddenly filled with explosions of light, and his body started to spasm. Reading his health signs in the control room, the engineers instantly halted the operation. A medic ran in and checked the vitals of Felix, and was pleased to find a weak yet consistent heartbeat. Felix opened his eyes a couple of minutes later. He looked up at the doctor, and suddenly jerked up as he realized where he was. What happened? I don't feel any different." The doctor smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Any landing you can walk away from, right?" The doctor turned to walk away, but caught his ankle on a trailing cable, tripped forwards, and cracked his forehead against the corner of the table, his head twisted to a sickening angle. Reset. The doctor turned to walk away, caught his ankle on a trailing cable, tripped forwards, and then was grabbed from behind as Felix threw himself from the chair, stopping him inches from the table corner. Felix collapsed and threw up. His hands shaking, he realized that he had just perceived 2 universes, and had actively chosen the one he wanted. He smiled at the doctor. "I did it! I can see them. I can see them all." But Felix's smile faded. He now saw 2 new universes, both the same as far as he was aware. Suddenly, a third, a fourth, a fifth blossomed in his mind. He could see all the possibilities that he was capable of, some he didn't wish to see. His mind began to fracture. Felix grabbed the medic, and in an act of unnatural rage, plunged his thumbs into the poor attendant's eyes. Reset. Felix looked despairingly into the eyes of the medic and started to scream, refusing to stop even when bubbles of blood foamed around the corners of his mouth. Reset. Felix grabbed the table leg, forcefully headbutted the corner, only achieving his goal of shattering his skull on the 4th strike. Reset. Felix sat on the floor, experiencing all the potential evil that he was physically capable of. His body shook as racked sobs of horror. He grabbed the collar of the medic and drew them face to face. "Too far! Too far!" he screamed. His eyes blurred for a moment and started to turn yellow and shriveled. At the same moment, his hair changed to the purest white. Felix in his final moments became aware of a magnitude of universes bearing down on him, and he would have to live through every single one. His grip slipped, and his mind was lost to the abyss. Reset. October 31st, 2008. A night I wish with all my might I could reverse. The horrible events described in this are not for the faint of heart, and I do warn you, once you read this, it will come for you next. But to understand what I'm talking about, let me rewind 2 weeks prior to the incident. It was a normal day out, my friends and I. We were sitting outside of the local gas station just screwing around. Except Paul. Paul was really quiet, and he had been that way since we dared him to go into the haunted forest. At the time, we just saw it as a harmless prank, and we didn't believe in such things. We were dead wrong. Paul stood up, motioned his girlfriend Lacey over to the side to talk to her. We couldn't make out what he was saying, but we heard her cry and run off. When I asked him about it, he just shook his head. I ran up to her, expecting a breakup or something, but she told me that Paul had said nothing, which was the problem. Since we had dared him to go into the forest, it was like the life had been drained out of him. She was worried that he would try and kill himself. I saw the fear spreading through her eyes. Stay with him tonight. That's probably what he needs, I suggested. So I dropped them off at his house. I said my goodbye really quick and drove off, leaving as much time as I could to themselves. He just needs some stress relief, I reassured myself, but I left my phone on just in case something did happen. Later that night, I dozed off on my couch watching some old TV show when my phone rang. Trying to reach for it blind, I flipped the lid to see who it was. It was from Lacey's number. Why would she call me at going on 1:30 a.m.? I was a little nervous. "Hello?" I asked, trembling. "I understand now. To understand, you must go in the forest," she said, in a very low and monotonous voice. "Wait, what? What are you talking about?" "Come back to the house and look in his attic. Your question will be answered." And then silence. I dropped my phone and rushed over to his house. I finally got to his room, and the sight shocked me. Not only was his frozen, decomposing corpse laying in the corner, Lacey's body also lay on the bed. It looked like she had been slashed down the chest by an animal, but there were no prints to suggest that. Not only this, but it had only taken me 5 minutes to get here. The coldness of her body hinted that this had happened not long after I dropped them off. There was a note on the floor, scrawled in blood. "You must join us. Come to the forest. All will be revealed." At that point, I couldn't take any more, and I bolted. I didn't sleep that night, and I had school the next morning. I did indeed go to school, but I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Paul and Lacey were standing on the edge of the school ground, just standing there, looking pale and hollow, almost dead, and it looked like they were coming closer. When they got close to me, I noticed something odd. Their eyes. They were black and seemed like if you stared at them too long, you'd fall forever. I ran for my life. I've stayed at this little motel inn ever since. Since then, I've seen on the news that their bodies were found, and no apparent cause of death was stated. The only thing they came up with is something happened to Paul, so Lacey stayed with him and died from the same thing that killed him. My other 2 friends in the group, Sarah and Sam, were found yesterday in the forest. Sarah was torn limb from limb, and the only thing they found of Sam was his blood-stained backpack. They said it was a wolf attack, but I know better. I can feel the essence coming from me now. We all heard the legends of the spirits that dwelled in the forest, but we never believed them. I guess when we sent Paul in there, we disturbed their hallowed space that laid untouched for centuries. As I write this now, I can feel the icy stare of something watching me, observing my every move. I feel it coming for me. I just thought I'd warn you. If you ever get warning signals like these, leave before it finds you as well. It came from another time, that much was clear. Something about him looked strange, unfamiliar to us, yet we could tell that he was almost human. His structure was similar to ours, he had the same limbs, the same overall stature, but he was different in ways that are hard to describe. I suppose I should explain a few things about this situation. I'm the lead doctor of this facility. We had been investigating a signal that we'd been receiving for the past few months. As we tracked the signal, we ended up in the middle of the Arctic. The middle of nowhere, really. You may be asking what the signal was, and that I cannot really answer. It was kind of like a ping. A shrill sound that would sound like it was growing in intensity, then slowly fade out. Not dissimilar to how it sounds as a car passes by. Quiet, loud, then back to silent. We had spent months trying to decipher this signal. It was unlike anything we had ever heard, but we knew it was important. None of the experts the world over could tell us what it meant, but we had all agreed that it was a beacon of sorts. We tracked it day in and day out, eventually leading us to the Arctic, as previously stated. We found the exact location from which the signal was being produced, but there was nothing there. It was then that the realization hit. We needed to dig. It took a painful number of man-hours and machines, but after digging down much further than ever anticipated, we found the source of the signal. It was a coffin, adorned in gold, and the most precious of jewels. Upon the coffin there were a number of inscriptions that we couldn't decipher. Among the illegible text, there was one small entry that we could actually read. May the malice of greed be the folly of Adam, and this cask hold him steady. If any man is to follow in the steps of Adam, then surely the serpent will take what is his. Obviously, this only piqued our desire to know more. We excavated the container and took it back to our makeshift Arctic laboratory. We thawed it to the best of our ability and chipped the remaining ice away. We had discussed whether or not we should continue, but in the end, curiosity had won us all over. We broke the strange wax seals over the lid, and cautiously removed the lid. It was then that the true source of the signal was revealed. A man-like creature lay in the container, holding himself in a fetal position. How could anything living possibly emit a radio signal? We all stared at the being, thinking about the possibilities. As he slowly opened his eyes, as the life lifted back into his body, as he began stretching his limbs and unfolding his wings, it was clear that this being was not Adam. No, this was the serpent. I'd moved to a new town. This was a much nicer, cleaner, and quieter town than the one that I'd lived at before. Not the sort of town you'd expect to have things wrong with it. There was a very big public park right in the center. It housed rows upon rows of swings and slides infested with snake-like tunnels that weaved in and around the playground, providing a maze for children to lose themselves in their games. There was even a functioning merry-go-round which always seemed to be slightly turning, inviting the children to hitch a ride on its platform of twirls. I have to emphasize on the fact that it was a quiet and peaceful town. The kind of town where kids could leave the house on their own and take the short journey to the park. I had been given strict instructions by my parents that I should come home the second it started turning dark. My life was wonderful. Or so it seemed. It was a Friday. I knew the day because I remember coming home with a large grin on my face as I knew I had the luxury of non-stop playing for the next 2 whole days. I did what I always did. I chucked my school bag on my bed, and was ordered to change into other clothing. In a matter of minutes, I was ready to descend into a world of fun. Nothing could stop me. The tunnels were my favorite. It was so easy to get lost in them, which made great fun for playing hide and seek with my only two friends, Billy and Tom. They were both in my class, and we, like many 8-year-olds, loved any game that filled us with pure adrenaline. We were going to play murder. I don't expect anyone to know this game. We made it up. The rules were very similar to hide and seek, except when the one seeking found you, they had to murder you, pretend, obviously. It was also nearing winter, as I remember being slightly cold as I wormed my way around in the tunnels, furiously trying to find a perfect hiding spot. Billy was the seeker. Tom had hidden behind the merry-go-round. I was alone. It must have been maybe 10 minutes, which, for an 8-year-old, felt like a year, when I decided to do what all kids do when they get bored. Give up. "I give up!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the tunnels. "I'm in the tunnels! I give up!" I heard sudden shuffling from one end of the tunnel. Now, I don't know why, but I froze still. I didn't call out again. I just waited. Something wasn't right. Billy would always say something before coming in after someone in the tunnel. He'd always congratulate them on being the last to be found, or for cheating by hiding in the endless maze of tunnels. As I stood frozen, the shuffling grew louder. I could tell it was starting to get dark outside as the tunnels slowly began to lose any light in them. Slowly, but surely, dropping into darkness. I began to slowly shuffle backwards. The shuffling ahead of me grew louder, as someone or something way too big for the tunnel was trying to navigate around. "Come out. It's time to go home now," a very creepy voice echoed through the tunnels. It sounded like when a grown man talks to small children, sounding slightly higher pitched. This was definitely wrong. I probably could have come out if the voice was outside, but it wasn't. It was inside the tunnels. Why would an adult crawl inside? As I was shuffling further and further back, the face of an old man appeared in the darkness ahead of me. Patches of hair on his head, and a definite look of someone who hadn't showered in the last week. I couldn't see what he was wearing, but I knew. It was tattered old clothes. He had a sharp, scraggly beard which was peppered with dirt. The second we made eye contact, he just smiled at me, revealing his filthy, underbrushed teeth, which had blotches of brown and black covering them entirely. I panicked, turned around, and began shuffling on all fours as fast as I could, the shuffling behind me growing louder and quicker. He was chasing me. I sped through the maze for what felt like an eternity. I only stopped when my legs refused to move anymore. I had taken so many twists and turns that even I was completely lost. "I don't want to hurt you. I just want to talk." The voice echoed through the tunnels. I could tell he was nearby. I pressed my body against the bottom of the small, narrow tunnel and listened. He continued to make soft cooing noises, begging me to come out and present myself to him. I lay in that tunnel for hours. No exaggeration. Even after I heard him curse to himself and angrily force his way out of the tunnel, I continued to wait. Thoughts raced my mind of me coming out to the tunnel, only to be met by that same smile that once greeted me. In the darkness of the tunnel, I could make out blue flashing lights on the outside. I heard frantic voices calling 3 names repeatedly. "Billy, Tom, Michael." When I heard my name, my heart slowly began to calm. My parents had come. I easily shuffled out of the tunnels, guided by the wet dirt scrapings along the walls of the tunnel. The way the man must have gone. Outside, I was greeted by several police cars, lights flashing. There were groups of adults with concerned looks on their faces. I recognized 2 of them. My parents. "Mom? Dad?" I wailed, crying as I ran towards them. They began crying and ran towards me, lifting me off the ground and hugging me so tightly. I felt as though I was being slowly crushed. Billy and Tom were taken that evening. They were later found hidden in a nearby skip. Mutilated. They had been brutally massacred. Their skulls had been caved in with a large iron bar, and their bodies had deep cuts everywhere. Large pieces of glass found buried in their backs. What chills me to the fucking bone is the wet dirt I saw in the tunnels wasn't entirely dirt. It was Billy and Tom's blood. After slaughtering my two best friends and making eye contact with me in that tunnel, he just smiled. He had just won the game.
Ever since I was in kindergarten, my dream was to become an actor. Unlike most other people, I followed my dream. In school, if any acting opportunity was to arise, I would jump on it instantly. In drama, I shot to the top of the class, and after that, I studied acting for my bachelor's degree. I aced it. I lived in Manchester, UK for most of my childhood. After I finished university, there were little to no acting jobs available, and auditions that were available, someone else would get. However, I had saved up small amounts of money ever since I was young, and since I got many jobs over time, the money increased, so eventually I had enough to move. I chose to move to Los Angeles, in America. I moved to a hotbed of acting auditions. Eventually, I noticed an audition for a feature film and I jumped on the opportunity, as it was for a lead role. Everyone was impressed with my audition, so I got the job. The casting director noticed I needed to put more effort into my performance, so he recommended a temporary acting coach. Reluctantly, I agreed. The acting coach's name was Nick, medium height, bald, but always wearing a purple beret or some other ridiculous hat. He wore thick-framed square glasses and often wore a checkered shirt. Shouting was his trademark. Whenever I forgot a word or stuttered, he would explode and start ranting. He seemed genuinely angry whenever I made a simple mistake. I wanted this acting job so badly, so I refused to speak against him or tell him to ease off the pressure. I very quickly became stressed and dreaded going to see him for a session. After a few more sessions, we moved on to emotional acting. It is basically learning how to cry on cue and expressing emotions vividly. He attempted to teach me to cry on cue, but I couldn't. The way most people cry is through remembering an extremely sad event that once happened in their lives, but I lived a generally happy childhood. My grandparents died before I was born, and my mother and father lived happy lives without ever speaking of divorce. When I couldn't cry on cue after several tries, Nick's anger was stronger than I'd ever seen it. He tipped over several chairs and upturned several surrounding desks, and even punched a dent into a nearby metal mesh. He said to me, "We were so close, and we had to reach this dead end." He added, "I've never failed before, and I don't intend to now. I don't like doing this, but you leave me no choice." I left the session in confusion. I had no idea what he was talking about, but now I figured it was time to tell the film director I wanted to discontinue these sessions, as it was getting too much. Next week, after shopping for groceries, I swung my house door open and sighed in the doorway. I walked over to my phone to call the director, but as I went to pick it up and dial, it rang. Confused, I picked up the phone. I remember the exact words that were said. "It's Manchester Metropolitan Police. I'm sorry to tell you, we discovered a homicide in your parents' house. I'm sorry. Your mother and father are dead." The sessions discontinued. Nick was never arrested, as there was little evidence against him. But, to this day, I can safely say I can cry on cue.
I used to be fearless. Horror movies never really scared me. Scary books had no effect. Haunted houses are meaningless. I was never a child who slept with the covers over their face, or with a nightlight. As a little kid, I never felt the need to crawl into my bed with my mother after having a nightmare. I never really had nightmares to begin with, and the few I did have, most people would never consider a nightmare at all. I've simply been never afraid of what goes bump in the night. Our home security system kept away fears of very real humans with dark intentions, as did our Rottweiler, aptly named Killer. As for threats outside the home, well, who could be afraid in a nice, upper-class community? I've lived in a bland bubble all of my life, never really knowing what fear is. So why should I ever be afraid of the dark? Up until this moment, I haven't been. I saw it as childish and illogical. Of course, I don't feel that way anymore. I'm writing this to you now as a sort of warning, because it's too late for me. I know that now, and it's brought on a sort of surreal calm. When I finish warning you, it will be all over. So, forgive me if I'm being long-winded. I enjoyed life a bit more than I was once willing to admit. It all started with what I thought was a virus. I'd been linked to a video called Girls and Boys Come Out to Play. It sounded harmless enough. I thought it was an art student's film, perhaps. The person who had linked the video promised it was very good, well worth watching. I can't remember the video. All I can remember is the feeling that it had brought up. It wasn't fear, but it was close. I was uncomfortable. I was unnerved. I was also vaguely ill. From then on, things only got worse. The background on my computer had changed to a picture of a disturbed-looking young woman who just stared at me from a black abyss. Every now and then, and growing more frequent by the day, strange noises would emit from my computer even when the sound wasn't on. Screaming. Strange laughter. Grinding noises. At the time, I was annoyed. The fear hadn't quite settled in yet. But then, the faces started popping up. Like those ridiculous screamers that had scared my friends in high school. Yet these were different. They looked real. They were faces of the dead, and they had died violent deaths. I wish I could say that I stopped using the computer, but I couldn't. My job requires me to use my computer frequently. What was I to do? I had no other computer available to me. I tried to take it in to have the virus removed, but no one could help me. They said there wasn't a virus. They said the computer was fine. Meanwhile, it got worse. The faces weren't just popping up, they would stay, and with those horrible, rotted eyes, they would hold my gaze. I couldn't look away from them, and their terrible, mocking grins, and oh God, the smell. My computer forever had a vague stench of death around it. I thought I was going crazy. I thought that maybe someone was messing with me. The people at the computer repair place just didn't know what they were talking about. Something was wrong, but I knew that it had to be something very real that just had to be fixed. So I got a new computer. Everything was fine for a while, but then it all came back, and in full force. Now there were voices, and now there was screaming. The rotted faces showed their stinking bodies. I could see every maggot, every fly, every pus-filled crevice, and they were calling to me, telling me that soon, very soon, I'd be joining them. They were so angry that I had tried to get rid of them, and now they would make me pay. I didn't know what to do. Ignoring the problem wasn't working. I thought maybe it was the fault of a friend from work. Perhaps it came from the emails they had been sending me. I never thought that it was the video. Not for a second. After all, that just wasn't logical. I was at the end of my rope. Today, I unplugged the computer and began packing. I would go on vacation, clear my head, and pray that everything would just be back to normal. A few minutes ago, I realized it would not. The power went out, and for the first time in my life, I felt True fear. I stumbled through my house, looking for a flashlight, when I saw that something was still giving off light. The computer. The unplugged computer was on, and the woman in the background was moving, beckoning me over. I couldn't help myself. I sat down across from her with the darkness caving in all around me, and then the woman, like all of the other images I had seen before, began to rot away. The whole scene rotted away, and then the screen went black. And without light, without a means of seeing my reflection, I saw her behind me for the briefest of moments, a bloody and rusted knife in hand. The computer came back to life and my old background had returned. But I know it's not over. So, I've decided to come here. I know you all like to be scared, right? Well, take it from someone who has only very recently known fear. It's not always worth it. And not everything is fun and games. Of course, you probably won't believe me. Why would you? The thing is, I haven't been completely honest with you. There was no video. It was a story quite similar to this one, though with subtle plot differences and perhaps better storytelling. I know all of you like stories that might give you a good scare. That's probably why you started reading mine. Now that you've read this, you'll share my fate. I know it's cruel, and perhaps unfair, but it has to be done. I just hope that you can take comfort in knowing that when I'm the person haunting your computer, I'll be a bit more gentle, if I can. I'll use a blade that's a little less dull. Pictures of those who came before us who are a little less grotesque. Sounds that are a little less alarming. But then again, you do like to be scared, right? Don't worry. I won't ask you to repost this story 5 times. Nothing will save you. After all, nothing could save me. The power is still out, and I know, behind me, the woman is waiting for me. I'll see you very soon. Goodbye, for now. You're lying in your bed. The dull whirring of your air conditioner is the only thing separating you from total silence. You know, that particular silence that is so heavy and so thick, it's almost the equivalent of a loud noise itself. The kind of silence where you could hear a pin drop 3 rooms away. The kind of silence that fills your ears with the sound of your own heartbeat as your ear presses against your pillow. That kind of silence. The dull whirring is the only noise you can hear, a noise that typically goes unnoticed until it's the only noise present. It's comforting, whether you realize it or not. A sort of white noise. But suddenly your room is back at the temperature specified on the thermostat, and the whirring comes to a stop. Then the vent makes a dull clang. To your misfortune, you are not yet asleep, and the silence sets in. You should be comforted by the knowledge that you could hear anything and everything in your surroundings, making up for the lack of vision provided by the darkness. But you aren't. It's this very environment that sets you on edge, causes your heart to beat a bit faster, makes your body tense without explanation, and that makes you aware when you are not alone. But you are alone, right? You've been laying there with your eyes closed for almost 15 minutes now, and you made sure everything was normal in your room before you turned off the light. You're a smart one. All those quizzes you took have just reinforced what you already know. If you were in a horror movie, you'd survive until the end. You've even made a carefully laid plan of what you would do in any of the situations you've read about on Creepypasta. But that stuff is just nonsense anyway. Right? You aren't scared. Or at least that's what you keep telling yourself. But wait. What was that? Was that the rustling of fabric? But you didn't shift in your bed or make any movement. Did you make that noise? No. You couldn't have. You're paralyzed in your bed, stiff with an unease that was not present until these very moments. You must have imagined it. You must have. You roll over to face the wall. Out of sight, out of mind. If there's something in the room with you, it will just have to accept that you are much too tired to deal with it at the moment. You're still stricken with uneasiness as you hear rustling again. This time the rustling is accompanied by a soft thud on the ground. Your heart seizes in your chest. Did you really just hear that? No. You've just gotten yourself worked up about nothing. You really should stop playing those survival horror games so late at night. It's messing with your brain. You're a rational person. Stop acting so childish. Just fall asleep already. You close your eyes tightly, silently, hoping sleep would whisk you away soon. You're practically begging for the safety of the non-existent dream world of your own creation. You're running away in a sense, but there's nothing there. Right? You're just tired. I know. As your eyes are clenched tightly shut, you become aware that no matter how much you want to, you can no longer move your arms and legs. Come on now. Are you really letting this get to you? What are you, 12? Suck it up and fall asleep already. Now more than ever, that unnerving sound echoes across the room again, the rustling of fabric followed by a soft thud on the ground. Unwittingly, you're holding your breath now, eyes shut as tightly as possible. You have this childish urge to pull the blanket over your head. You're imagining it all. It's all in your head. I thought you were better than this. Your heart is pounding loudly in your ears now, but not loudly enough to drown out the now repetitive sound approaching from across the room. What's that rustling? Maybe you left some paper on the ground? That has to be it. And that thumping? Probably the cat, or the dog, or something. They probably ran in when you weren't looking before you closed your door. Yeah, you're just paranoid. The noise is now within a foot of your bed, and with your back to it, you don't dare turn around to investigate. Not that it'd do much good. The only light in your room is the dull glow of your cell phone on the nightstand next to you. You plugged it in before you crawled into bed, remember? But you don't dare turn around and look. There's nothing there anyway. Minutes that feel like hours pass as you face your wall, stiff as a board, unable to will your uncooperative body to move. You haven't heard those noises in a while now. Not since it's reached the edge of your bed. You know there's nothing there, silly. It's the silence, it's messing with you. You really should have turned on some music or something before you went to bed. Oh well. Maybe next time? Suddenly, a familiar clang echoes through the room, followed by that familiar whirring. You exhale deeply, your body relaxing, as you are flooded with relief. Thank God that's over. Now you can finally sleep in peace. That silence was really getting to you. You roll over and open your eyes to check the time on your lit cell phone. Must have been at least an hour since you first went to bed. You are greeted, face to face, with his ear-to-ear grin. Dimly lit sockets, where eyes once resided, stare intently at you.
Ah, I see you're still awake.
My parents always tell me stories about my childhood that, for some odd reason, I can't recall. Stories about how I used to have an imaginary friend named Bilbo, who supposedly, according to my childhood self, lived in the walls with his pet snake, Axel. Wherever the hell I came up with this, I've no idea, but apparently, I spent a lot of time with Bilbo and Axel because my parents always tend to bring it up whenever I visit them. I decided that I'd go on a little vacation over the week of Christmas in 2009. Having been working in Manhattan in the business world, making a lot of money, and being a part of the upper middle class for the past several years, I decided I'd take a break from it all and stay at my childhood home in Pennsylvania. And, by the 22nd of December, I'd made it to my parents' house, where they immediately brought me up to my old room. The moment I entered the room, a chill went down my spine. But not because of a weird, supernatural or unpleasant feeling, mainly just a nostalgic chill, which was odd considering I didn't remember the room at all. I could barely remember anything from my childhood years. I could only remember back to being a teenager, which was the time I was sent to live with my aunt because of my bipolar disorder, which my parents couldn't handle anymore. But since I have that all taken care of now, it's nothing to worry about. Aunt Janice was coming over for dinner at my parents' house tonight, so I could see her for the first time in nearly 4 years. I won't lie, I did get a little emotional thinking about how I barely ever saw my old, aging, and lovable relatives anymore since I got the job in Manhattan. But my personal life was going good despite my so-so love life. I was seeing a girl named Amanda around this time, but we hadn't seen each other in a few weeks, due to her having to fly out to California to attend her uncle's funeral. A roast was tonight's meal, specially cooked by my mother. Another small thing that I remember from my childhood somehow, my mother's cooking, giving a true meaning to the old saying just like Mom used to make. I wish Amanda could cook like this. At the dinner table, Aunt Janice told me some funny stories of my childhood and events at the house, mainly from holidays and other family gatherings. Sadly, I couldn't remember anything from these events, but they were funny and entertaining to hear. After dinner, Aunt Janice had to leave, so I kissed her on the cheek and she left. She still looked good despite her growing age, now being well into her early 70s. It put a smile on my face to see her, which gave me a remembrance of my pleasant teenage years living at her home in Pittsburgh. She now lives close to my parents' house since her husband, my Uncle George, passed a few years ago. At around 11 p.m., my parents went off to bed and told me I could stay up and do whatever I wanted as long as I kept the noise down. I decided to go into my old bedroom and watch some television for a bit until I got tired, so I did just that, flicking through the channels to find nothing particularly entertaining. I ended up just having a look around my old room. I opened up the closet and found the typical objects you'd find in a young boy's closet. Action figures, Lego, coloring books, all the good fun stuff. What caught my eye, though, was a brown cardboard box in the back, obscured by a pile of clothes. I dug through the clothing and took the dusty box out, opening it up to reveal several VHS tapes, about 6 of them, all labeled with numbers that were crudely drawn on with crayon in the handwriting of a small child. At the bottom of the box, I found a folded piece of paper that was torn from a notebook. I took the paper and unfolded it to find, written again in crayon, The Adventures of Bilbo and Axel. I recognized the names as being those of my imaginary friend and his pet snake. I found this extremely interesting, and possibly this could help me remember my childhood. Luckily, in my room there was a VCR hooked up to the TV. It hadn't been used in probably 10 years. Digging through the tapes, I dug out the one labeled number 1 and put it into the VCR. The VCR spit out the tape a few times, but after the 3rd or 4th time it finally popped in, and it started to play. There was just some static mess for about 30 seconds until finally a picture came on. A very young me, standing in the middle of the same room that I was in, which was in exactly the same condition. I was just sitting, with my head in my hands in the middle of the room, facing the wall, and muttering incomprehensible blabber. I figured I was playing hide-and-go-seek or something of that sort, so I didn't think of it as strange. After about 2 minutes of this blabbering, though, I began to get concerned, since the younger version of me got a tad bit louder, but it was still incomprehensible, and almost like gibberish. The sound completely cut out, and the quality started to get really choppy. The colors started to distort, and I could hear faint whispering playing over the tape. I put the volume a bit louder so I could make out this whispery sound, but suddenly, an ear-shattering shriek came from the tape, and the static turned to extremely loud white noise. I shot up, and I ran over to the VCR to eject the tape. But, of course, the VCR ate the tape, completely destroying it. I looked up into the box to get the second tape, and I found it conveniently on the top of the pile, the number 2 written on it with red crayon again. This tape began like the last. When it finally came in, there was absolutely no sound at all. It seemed to be a continuation of the last, but I was now faced in the other direction, actually looking at the camera, and my head was no longer in the shoulders. My eyes had deep black rings around them, and I looked exhausted, scared, and extremely tired. The whispering came in again, but louder and more clear than before. I could faintly make out, to my horror, a name being said in the whispers. Patrick. My name. The tape ejected fast out of the VCR on its own, behind it a string of magnetic tape, shooting out and twisting and snapping. I won't deny the fact I was nearly pissing my pants at this point. I didn't feel like this house was normal at all. That these walls, literally, could talk, and that I had locked my childhood away in my mind for a reason. Was this also the cause of my teenage bipolar disorder? I grabbed the box of tapes and ran outside to my car, not even saying goodbye to my sleeping parents, and drove off. I was tired, but I had to get out of that house. I drove off to Aunt Janice's house and told her everything, showing her the box of tapes. Her smiling face turned into a blank stare, looking almost frightened and nervous. She told me to sit down and relax, and she sat next to me, holding my hand in hers. And she told me the truth behind it all. The tapes were actually a psychiatrist's test of my actions due to a demonic possession that occurred in my childhood. An exorcism was performed, which nearly killed me, and when the demon left my body, I had experienced amnesia, and thus was the reason why I was sent to live with Aunt Janice in the first place. I ended up returning back to Manhattan, and by the next autumn, Amanda and I were married. I didn't invite or tell any of my family members about the wedding, and I haven't seen my parents or Aunt Janice since that night, on December 22nd, 2009. I still have the remaining tapes with me, but I'm still too scared to watch them all. All that I do know is that a demon is still lurking within the walls of that house.
A few years ago, a mother and a father decided they needed a break, so they wanted to head out for a night on the town. They called their most trusted babysitter. When the babysitter arrived, the 2 children were already fast asleep in bed. So, the babysitter just got to sit around and make sure everything was okay with the kids. Later that night, the babysitter got bored and went to watch TV, but she couldn't watch it downstairs because they did not have the cable downstairs. The parents didn't want the children watching too much garbage. So, she called them and asked if she could watch cable in the parents' room. Of course, the parents had said it was okay, but the babysitter had one final request. She asked if she could cover up the angel statue outside the bedroom window with a blanket or cloth because it made her nervous. The phone line was silent for a moment, and the father, who was talking to the babysitter at the time, said, "Take the children and get out of the house. We'll call the police. We don't own an angel statue." The police found both of the children and the babysitter slumped in pools of their own blood within 3 minutes of the call. No statue was found.
One Saturday evening, 3 boys were arrested after an elderly person had seen them enter an abandoned electric power station. According to the 3 boys, Jan V., Kyle Epp, and Lucius N., there was a 4th boy in the group, but their friend, Mark K., must have gotten lost within the power station. They told the officer that before they lost their friend Mark, he had mentioned seeing a girl in a yellow hood as well in there. After the police investigated the place, they found the gruesome mutilated body of Mark.
He died of blood loss due to his throat being cut open.
said one officer.
Pieces of his skin were missing. Also one eye.
Police didn't find any clues that could show who actually committed the murder. The 3 teenagers were the top suspects. Four hooded teenage boys met in front of an old abandoned power station. They had agreed to meet there a day before because one of the boys, whose name was Lucius, wanted to explore it. Tough for their age, they weren't really afraid of the idea. "We should totally check this place out. Maybe it's haunted," Lucius had exclaimed. "Everything that's abandoned is haunted to you," said Mark, rolling his eyes at the other's remark. "So your head is haunted too, Marky?" He was sniggering while Mark was punching his shoulder. The 4 teens had entered the decrepit building through a somewhat concealed crack in the wall Lucius had found days ago. Each of them was ignoring the sign that read, "Warning, do not enter, hazardous area." The place smelled slightly metallic beneath the scent of dust. The walls were dirty, and bits were peeling from damage done by rust and rain. They could barely see the rats running around, for the power station had no windows. It was pitch black, within a foot of their faces. Only the cracks in the walls and ceiling let some light inside. The boys found themselves more than glad that they had at least their phones, which produced enough light for sight with them. Absorbed in their wandering around and looking at things, the boys came to a room with an electric reactor. The machinery was lying in a puddle of water on the ground that had formed because of the rain the previous day. As one of the boys was about to step into the room where the murky, brown water pooled, Mark grabbed him by the arm, pulling him back. "Are you stupid? That thing might still work. Don't you know that electric current flows through water?" "Sorry, I forgot that, dude." Cal rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, looking at his companions. As he did, Lucius peered behind him into the room again curiously. "I think we should leave now. If someone knows that we've been here, we could get in big trouble." His sentence was cut short by Mark's shrill scream. He and the other 2 boys shook as Jan covered Mark's mouth. "What the fuck, dude? Do you want someone to hear us?" he whispered aggressively, slowly uncovering the terrified boy's mouth. Mark's eyes were wide with fear, his face pale. I saw a girl in a yellow hooded jacket with something in her mouth." Jan and Kyle paused before laughing at the statement. "Very funny, Mark. Stop screwing around, you idiot." Lucius started to lead the boys out of the creepy and abandoned place. He was obviously unnerved by what his friend had said. Mark shook his head, thinking that it might have been his wild imagination, and started to follow his friends, all the while looking down. As he walked, he noticed that his shoelaces were untied. "Guys, wait, I need to tie my shoes." He kneeled and did so, but as he stood up again, his friends had vanished into the darkness. They probably hadn't heard him as he told them to wait. Afraid and alone, Mark tried to find the way out. Walking past the room with the rusted reactor, however, he stopped in front of the door as he saw something move in the corner of his eye. He slowly turned his head and stood, frozen, as the light from his phone screen illuminated the figure. Before him, he saw a tall girl facing the corner of the room. She wore a yellow jacket with the hood pulled up. Assuming she may be lost like himself, he let out a shaky, "Hello?" and slowly heard the strange girl whisper,
"Help me."
As the girl turned to him, her head down, he asked her with unease, "How can I help you?" Though her head was down, she was facing his direction. Even with her eyes and mouth closed, he noticed the dried blood on her cheeks. It looked as if it had come from her eyes. "Are you all right?" he questioned loudly, worried for her. Mark only heard a loud,
"No."
from the girl. Though he swore he heard her speak, she didn't open her mouth. Suddenly, she opened her eyes only to reveal empty sockets. The young boy was highly apprehensive as the girl opened her mouth slowly. Inside was a large grayish-blue eye that was glistening as it looked directly at Mark. She raised her hands in Mark's direction and, without moving her body, slid quickly towards him. He screamed loudly, running out of reach just before she could get him. Feeling afraid for his life, he accidentally lost his phone as he was running in panic. He found himself unable to see anything, groping with his hands around in front of him as he was walking forward. It had already gotten dark outside as the sun had set, so the usual light that came from the wall cracks wasn't there to aid him anymore. Mark stumbled as his foot bumped into something, scooting it across the floor. A surge of hope arose in him as he saw his phone illuminating a few feet away from him on the filthy floor of the plant. He realized that it must have been what he had kicked and ran as fast as possible towards it, scooped it up. Feeling much more confident, he held up his makeshift flashlight. His heart nearly stopped as he saw the same girl from earlier. She was right in front of him, the singular eye from her mouth peering towards his face. Before he could turn around to run, she grabbed Mark's arm. The eye within her mouth twitched before it slowly split 4 ways. With a horrified expression painted on his face, Mark saw several sharp teeth emerge from within the eye. As he screamed in terror, the eye stretched out from within the girl's mouth and latched onto his face, digging its teeth deep into his flesh. Warm blood started to rush down Mark's face as his muffled screams got louder. The awful pain added to his desperate calls for help. The eye slowly peeled the skin off of his face as it released him. The blood was splattering onto the walls as it tossed the flesh aside, and the boy's body fell to the ground. The eye clung once more onto the boy's head, sticking out his eyes with its teeth, chewing his flesh and swallowing the mush. When it finished, it retracted once more before it bit harshly into Mark's neck, ripping an artery out of the boy's throat, and it let him bleed out. As the boy took his last breath and died, the eye unlatched from Mark's throat, closed itself, and retreated back into the ghost girl's mouth. By the time his friends came looking for him the next day, the girl had disappeared.